My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
246-822, that's a Nevada license plate, on what is Laurel, where the state's light source is remaining over from 630 North Fern, heading what is south on Laurel, turning onto Hope Boulevard now. And what was that? I need medication, right?
Yes, you need medication.
I need medication for what?
And you need to go see a doctor.
I need medication for what?
You are mentally ill.
Oh, right. Says who?
You.
Says, no,
Your
you said
actions.
that.
You think everybody's after you. You think
Right.
everyone is stalking you.
Uh-huh.
You think that the
This is
sun
a demon with direct light interface. Go ahead.
No, I'm telling the truth.
No, you're not.
You
You're
need
lying.
help.
And it's audible activity. This
You
is
need
criminal
help.
defamation.
You've been banned from the Fontana library. You
Says
didn't think
who?
I knew about that. You can't go back there.
Says who?
And if you keep filming people,
Says
they're going
who?
to arrest you. I'm just
When is
telling
that?
you
And
now.
that's a threat by a demon and a third
No,
party.
No, people
Yeah,
have
it
been
is.
calling the
This
police
is
on me.
publication.
No.
And this
People
is a
have been
demon that's
calling the
speaking
police
about
on
what's
you.
going on when she's not around. Go ahead.
Yeah. People have been
Who
calling
told you about the
police
Fontana
on
Lewis
you.
Library?
Don't you worry about it.
Who told you about that?
Don't you worry
Because you're a
about
third party that's engaged in
I'm not a
surveillance.
third
Yeah, you are.
party.
And you're a
I'm
demon.
trying to keep you
That's why
out
the
of
fake sun is
jail.
over your head. And what else?
I'm trying to keep you out
While
of
she
jail.
was participating in a fictitious prosecution, kidnapping with Jason Burnett. I'm sorry, with Jay Burnett. Go ahead.
I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
why
what you're
that demon
talking
played
about.
back a tape of this argument right here is a matter of public information. That's what Jay Burnett did on May 4th. Keep talking, Satan. Go ahead. I need
I am not
medication
Satan.
because I'm putting you in a federal prison. Go ahead.
I've warned you.
I'm putting you in a federal prison. No, that's a threat.
Call
Go
the
ahead.
shelter. Get
She's
off
talking
the
about
street.
Fontana Lewis Library. She was not there. Go ahead.
Call.
The fake sun is directly over Shire's Liquor. Go ahead.
You need help.
Uh-huh.
You need help.
And what college did you graduate
Get off
from?
the streets.
What medical profession do you practice?
Get off of the streets and go get some help.
What does it have to do with what you're talking about, though?
You need help.
Uh-huh.
You need
While I'm
help.
documenting her. This is a demon. This is Satan, and this is how Satan acts when you document it. Go ahead. Keep on talking, because I'm going to run this tape.
I warned you.
That's not a warning. That's a threat. While the fake sun is over me at 8:37, you're talking about what is remaining over 630 North Fern after 10:37 in the morning. 8HSKO37 is monitoring to this defamatory audible activity. This is Satan, like I said. Do not ever be deceived, because I'm not. Documenting this demon day in and day out. Talking about stuff that, first of all, is not true, but second of all, referencing that which is occurring when she's not even present. You know why she doesn't have to be? Because she's a demon monitoring with the rest of these where state surveillance is underway. All right, so you're talking about what is engaging in criminal defamation. 8:24 a.m., the fake sun is over Shiro's Liquor, not remaining over 630 North Fern, where, again, as I document, the state keeps that fake sun. So I'm going to get this demon right now. License 4WON432. All right, and I did capture video of what is the light source. That is the that is Satan itself. That is that puppet that you hear speaking. And not only is she speaking lies about some mental state that I suffer from, while directed light is flashing across this demon's face inside of the vehicle. She's sitting in the car. I'm in the back seat. I'm getting my luggage carrier out, and then I turn on the speaker because I want to document her defamatory speech, which is, again, published. While you're subject to surveillance, everything that is said to you, everything that is occurring is a matter of public information because you are subject to ceaseless surveillance. And that is how, first of all, defamation is relevant. So you're talking about what is that which is threatening your life, and then this defamatory audible activity, which demons are sitting around monitoring you to. 7ZFZ127, 6NPW544, 8VMX414, and you have what is directed light flashing across this demon's face. Tracy Banks with license plate 4WON432. The fake sun is directly over the building right where the vehicle is parked. All right, at 8:22 upon arrival. And you have what is the fake sun moving over the vehicle, street for street, turn for turn. And let me be clear, this is what Satan is always doing, setting its own self up. What Tracy Banks is, a demon, What her conduct is: criminal surveillance, 8 CTZ 647, 6 LUZ 630, and her ongoing prolonged engagement in that system is already established. This is already clear. So I'm breaking down what is the hostility of a demon that loses control, and it's to its own detriment. All right. Everything that she is saying, first of all, is also an admission. When you're making what are false assertions, all right, while you're stalking and monitoring in a bathroom, it is an admission as to the exact conduct that you are engaging in. She is referencing, again, I want to be clear, referencing the Fontana Lewis Library, talking about I'm banned, which, first of all, you're talking about what is it are you speaking of when no one even told you? She's saying, oh, you were banned from Fontana Lewis Library. You thought I didn't know about that, huh? Who is telling you about the Fontana Lewis Library? Nor was that the case. But also, let me be clear, third parties such as Tracy Banks, she engages in what is making announcements, okay? So this is how demons are engaging in concerted conduct, by the way. She will state out loud something is out of stock in a specific store that I want to go to, for example, if I'm looking for something. And she'll state it. And common sense is, how do you even know what they have in inventory? And you're talking about what is, oh, just because, they just typically don't have it. I haven't seen it in a long time. Well, they don't have it anymore. When that's not been the case, that's not been my observation. That's not being experienced. But this is what occurs after this demon makes this quote unquote announcement. So you are talking about, again, conduct that, first of all, she is supposedly ignorant of. Me leaving Fontana Lewis Library is based on what is the attack of a third party at facilitating venue Fontana Lewis Library. All right. And you're talking about what is then them closing down the doors and citing COVID-19 for that reason, which I already documented this. And you have what is my documenting going to Fontana, but I haven't been back to the Fontana Lewis Library yet. You're talking about what is citing, though, stating that I've been banned, stating that, and then admitting to knowledge about when we have not had conversation one about that. I just want to be clear. This is an admission, and it's audible activity. This is what this demon is stating about, while directed light, panels of light flashing across her face, while she's sitting in the front seat looking back toward me in the back seat, and the fake sun is what would be in front of the vehicle, okay, while it's over the Clinica Medical edge of the building, Medica, California, inside of the Charles Liquor. All right. And I want to be clear. It's 8:29 a.m. The state's fake sun is over what is the Shiro's Liquor part of the B&G Plaza. It is not over anywhere near Andy's Burgers. All right. 1545862, touching with directed light. This is the ongoing P.O.C. This is relevant to exactly what Tracy Banks is stating while she is monitoring with the same entity. What they are doing as one is tethered together. Let me be clear. It is in no way dissected or separate. So, and it's directly relevant to what this minion, as I'm documenting her on podcast. This is the same demon. It does not change. You're talking about what is Satan, because that's what she is. She's a puppet. I'm revealing her condition. She is a demon. All right. And she's stating that I need medication. She's stating you need to go to a doctor. I want to be clear. This is the exact same criminal defamation that the court engaged in when it was engaged in what is an entirely fictitious prosecution, 08844T2, that Tracy Banks participated in. Okay. While state surveillance was underway, that was the use of the criminal system to engage in kidnapping and criminal defamation. And let me be clear. This demon is very, very scared while she is monitoring what I'm publishing on my website. 7KMT006. 8JBS204. And like I said, you have what is literally the direct evidence that's surrounding that demon. Directed light while a school bus, 7JJX227 right now, Student Transportation of America. But in that video at what is 123 West Holt Boulevard, the United States Postal Service, and the RIA money transfer at Holt and Euclid, you have what is directed light on the building. And then you're listening to what Tracy Banks is saying. She's a demon, okay? That's demonic conduct. It is impossible. Light activity while she is sitting in the car, and then that which is not even the sun that is remaining over me in that vehicle. That is Satan, that is itself that is speaking, 8DSE552. And let me be clear, everything that she is saying, I'm going to use against her. She isn't, I've already documented, it is already established, but everything that she is saying is the ongoing admission as to your engaging in surveillance. That's why you're referencing things that you were nowhere near around and have had no conversation with. So somebody called you from Fontana Lewis Library about a non-situation? 8YFT077. It's a non-situation insofar as me on my way leaving the library anyway, and you're talking about what is documenting the ways in which you're talking about Sarah Bartlett engaging in what is criminal summoning and whatnot, and you're going to federal prison. It's a non-situation. That's already handled. I documented that. While Pippi Longstocking wants to engage in ways of the threat, that's fine. I documented on pocket. This is a non-situation, though, with regard to anything that Tracy Banks would have to do with that, all right? Other than what she is doing. She has everything to do with it. She is the entity. But like I said, in the alternate universe, we have had no conversation. None, all right? You're talking about every day in, day out. She's asking me, are you going to go to the Fontana Lewis Library? Is that where you're going to go today? All right, while she's feigning ignorance about my supposedly being banned, which I'm not, all right? That entire documentation is already published, and the communications expressed with regard to what was designed to engage in what is harassment, as I addressed what, again, Sarah Bartlett did not want to do, which was address the physical harm that third party engaged in while she's harassing. And all them demons are monitoring together, including while I'm in the bathroom. All right, but like I said, that's neither here nor there. I'm speaking to what Tracy Banks is addressing on my podcast today while the fake sun is over my head. 99233H2 4ZSW 376. And the over plus 600 videos of what is showing you directed light, impossible light activity, is speaking to 9596OF1. That's the license plate. Is speaking to what is the absence of any credibility by a demon-possessed one who is stalking. You are stalking with the state while this surveillance system is underway. That's what directed light is about. Directed light is also revealing what is your condition, and that is one of demon possession. I have shown you what is directed light across the across the roof inside of Tracy Banks' car while I'm showing you the fake sun remaining over me. And this demon is engaging in that audible activity, BX216 handicap. Like I said, everything that she is saying is the means whereby you are engaging in what is the grounds for federal. She's going to federal prison. She's not getting out. And not only that, let me be clear. This particular demon is very, very scared because I am fully publishing that which is already online, the fictitious prosecution, which is case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640, the People versus Erica Lorraine Spencer, which was a criminal act by the state while the ongoing pattern of conduct was underway. And this was pursuant to what was the kidnapping by the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, which Tracy Banks is monitoring with today on video, again, on a ceaseless basis, but even on video. The demon-possessed Ontario Police Department are group stalking at the stoplight while the fake sun is over the vehicle, moving in real time through the window, keeping in alignment with me, and directed light is spreading all across the street and on the walls as I'm revealing it. All right, Ontario Police are at the intersection of Holt and Euclid. She's monitoring with this entity just like she was while she was participating in an entirely fictitious prosecution. And Tracy Banks, who was, let me be clear, a demon who was very scared. All right. Let me be clear. That fear is acting out in what is attacking me with her language. And guess what? That language is audible activity. Everything that she is saying, I'm going to prosecute not only the rest of the entity, but her particularly. She's engaged in an ongoing pattern with her son, Eric Corey Spencer, in kidnapping, criminal summoning, criminal defamation, 8 U.S.C 696, while they, in fact, and that is in fact, are documented as the demons that they are. That's what directed light reveals, and that's what directed light is speaking to, criminal surveillance, and doing so while trying to defame another, and you are the psychopath, and that's why you let the tape run, okay? And she's doing so while the fake sun, while I'm facing east inside of the B&G Plaza, 8RLC 642. This is the pattern by Satan. You're talking about what is a very low educated black female who is engaging in what is conduct of the street nature. She is ill-equipped, not only because she's an inferior demon, 7YEX444, but because even in the natural, you're talking about what is my surpassing her life's accomplishment. She does not have any in my 20s, okay? So you're talking about in every way she's an inferior being, and I am literally prosecuting her, and she is very terrified of that. So I'm just giving you background. She's scared to death. She's watching. If you have not been looking at my website, thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com, this criminal prosecution, this fictitious prosecution with Mary, the People v. Spencer, again, MWV 2000640, which is one of a series of acts of kidnapping that the entity has engaged in and that Tracy Banks also has participated in. She's engaged in both of them. The kidnapping on May 4, 2019 with Officer Jay Burnett, and the multiple acts of kidnapping pursuant to what is case number MWV 2000640. All right, and engaging in what is multiple acts of kidnapping upon what is, first of all, false allegations by the Ontario Police while they're documented engaged in the P.O.C. on January 13, 2020. And then you have just repeated acts of kidnapping while they are engaging in what is abuse of the legal process, creating what is our fictitious warrants, citing fictitious warrants in reference to a fictitious prosecution. And then when they engage in kidnapping, citing a fictitious warrant pursuant to what is an actually fictitious case, you were talking about seeking to engage in what is a duplication of that legal process. And this is why repeatedly, as I was kidnapped again on September 25th, 2020, me as a kidnapped again on June 18, 2021. You're talking about what is citing a fictitious warrant, and then upon kidnapping me and placing me into the facility of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, seeking to engage in what is a duplicate arraignment. And a duplicate arraignment is the court's engagement in what is kidnapping, trying to restart a non-existing case after the documentation of 7 TTPA 418, after the court's engagement in a fictitious prosecution is already documented, all right? Already arraigned January 17, 2020 in what was a fictitious prosecution. Kidnapped after denied a trial on February 18, 2020, where that demon you hear speaking was present in the court. All right, communicating with Laura Leticia Alvarez, who would not communicate with me about this fictitious prosecution. She would not communicate with me at all. All of this is already published in emails. All of this is what I'm publishing onto my website. This demon, Tracy Banks, who knows about what happened at Fontana Lewis Library, which I didn't speak to her about, also knows what I'm publishing on my website, which includes the criminal activity that she was engaged in. She was present, engaging in that kidnapping. Engaging in what is theater, all right? Well, she thought that I wasn't going to get out. She thought that I wasn't going to be able to publish this and be able to prosecute her. Let me be clear. That's how Satan acts when it's scared. Satan acts to its own demise when it is scared. That's exactly what she just did again. She's an unintelligent and inferior demon-possessed puppet who is a criminal, just like I documented and just like I exposed on May 4, 2019. That's why you have police officers pulling out their cell phones and playing back conversations that are occurring inside of her apartment, where she does not have me sleeping. She has me sleeping in her car because I heavily documented that demon, because she is a demented psychopath who cares not about my welfare at all. That's why you want to engage in what is having me sleep in a car, when the reality is the ongoing documentation of stalking by helicopter, stalking with directed light, and molesting with directed light, and what is not the actual sun. This is common sense. This demon can't address that. All right, so you're talking about what is after what I'm addressing these facts and what's relevant. She's talking about that doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. You need medication. You need to go to a doctor. And that's when I started rolling the tape. Oh, really? Okay, so that's when I start, because you're talking about what is a demon that can't address this documented pattern of conduct. You cannot deny it when it's a matter of documentation. Let me be clear. The P.O.C. is to criminally defame and falsely depict that one that is stating such unfathomable events that are actually happening. But for documentation, though, you cannot establish that. All right, so that's not happening. You want to engage in kidnapping, you're going to federal prison. You want to engage in criminal defamation upon kidnapping, you're going to be locked up, you're not getting out, and you're going into a mental ward. That's what's going to happen. And let me be clear, this is a demon, because this documentation, I'm going to run this tape back and I'm going to prosecute her with. And let me be clear, as we are reviewing this evidence of the audible activity serving to monitor me and threaten my life with the government, who is at this moment stalking by law enforcement, stalking by the demon possessed, who you hear patrolling in traffic, surrounding me, sitting around at the bus stop, molesting with that which is not actual sunlight, i.e. omnitrends, engaging in hovering in commercial airline planes, and keeping a fake sun over my head, all manner of a terrorizing threat, while Satan is surrounding and Satan is present in the environment. While you hear that audible activity of Tracy Banks, let me be clear, this is a demon-possessed actor that's relevant to the terrorism that Tracy Banks is engaging in. All right, that is relevant to the ongoing prolonged engagement in what is an objective to secure my being kidnapped, my being set away, my being defamed. And that's why she was repeatedly engaging in what was a fictitious prosecution. Laura Leticia Alvarez communicating with Tracy Banks while not communicating with me, her supposed client, and what was supposed to be a prosecution where I'm giving her evidence, where I'm addressing her, where I'm asking her questions. She doesn't want to address me. She doesn't want to communicate with me, but she'll communicate with Tracy Banks, who is not her client, who has no legal knowledge whatsoever, who can provide her no advice whatsoever or speak on my behalf, because you're talking about what is... I didn't talk to Tracy Banks about what's going on with my case and my documentation about what I want Laura Alvarez to speak about at a trial. 25808B1. You're talking about what is engaging in concerted conduct with a third party who is, and I'll put this in air quotes, attached to me by virtue of what is blood relation. This demon has no other attachment. She's a criminal just like the rest of them. 8 NSU 564. And let me be clear, just saying in relevant position and audible activity, Chafee Joint Union High School 1517349, directed light in the shade. You have just saying a demon, just stating the fact you just want to say, oh, you're crazy, you need medication, does not make it so. Satan doesn't have any credibility. This is a demon. She's not a mother. She's not a normal person. She is a demon-possessed stalker. That's not a normal person. The P.O.C. is already surrounding her. So while the pattern of conduct and that body of evidence is surrounding her, you're listening to the audible activity. All right. While the light source is nowhere near Stater Brothers, for example, where it's directly over me while I'm in her car en route to that Stater Brothers, remaining there while she's monitoring me with my panties down with third parties such as 8XAL 439, That's why directed light is occurring while they cross path under what is not possibly the sun, not at the same time over that Ontario Village shopping center, nor has it been for any of the days that I have not been there. It remains over me where I am. It is not simultaneously on the bus of the windows. It remains over me. And where was I? Inside of her vehicle, street for street, turn for turn. And so while I'm capturing this video, she gets more and more and more scared. Speaking what is more evidence that I'm going to prosecute her with. 9F76753, Castro's Trucking, the same directed light in the shade while they're driving east on Hope Boulevard beside Shivers Liquor. So like I said, you have what is ongoing. That's all the P.O.C. that's underway while that demon is speaking to what is, first of all, that which she has no credentials to speak on under any circumstances. And then you're talking about 55505A3. You're talking about what is Satan itself that is speaking. This is a puppet. Okay, you're talking about what is literally Satan's mouthpiece, talking about some mental condition, which she is the one that is suffering. She is a delusional psychopath, operating outside and actually acting out of very high level fear. And she should be. She's listened to me. You're going to federal prison and I'm going to put you in a straitjacket, because let me be clear. She is the one that is engaging in what is an ongoing, prolonged pattern of stalking. Even before I identified a pattern of conduct, this psychopath would be hiding around corners and stalking. 1527238. When I was unaware of it, when we were little kids, okay, that's not a hovering mother, that's not some overprotective, that's a freaking weirdo. All right, engaging in stalking when I am inside of her apartment, dropping in at the drop of a dime. It's not about the fact that it's her apartment. It's about that she dropped in the apartment at Woodside Senior Apartments, pursuant to that demonic behavior pattern of stalking with activity, while the fake sun remained over that apartment all day long. It wasn't anywhere near a B&G Plaza. All right, and that's why I documented that as I stepped out and showed what where the fake sun was, which was directly over my head while I stood at the door of apartment 51 inside of Woodside Senior Apartments. There is no time of year or time of day, even changing of the hours that we engage in through the seasons that's resulting in the actual sun that would be directly over her door of that apartment building. That is very precise. It's the same stalking with the light source. This demon, where this documentation is already published, she's the one that's speaking. So I just want to remind you of what you're listening to, 8LET440. But I'm sure this is already clear, but I am going to prosecute. I'm going to run this tape. And so that's why I'm going through all of that. And you're talking about what is also the admission while she's referencing incidents where she's physically nowhere around, 7ZJR727, where she is supposedly, ostensibly, all right, on the surface, not aware of because she's not there, 8AQE453, and I'm certainly not talking to her about some minions at Fontana Lewis Library. She is a minion. I'm not talking to her about her demonic possessed buddies that I documented in the city of Fontana on any given day. She knows exactly what I documented. All right. And so I want to be clear. This is what is relevant. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm adding more of the details that already exist. It's already published in my G Tribe. I am doing nothing other than naming the documents that are already available, publishing them on my website so you can see how that ongoing cooperative criminal act of kidnapping that was documented by this entity that is monitoring. Okay, that is relevant to what Omnitrans is doing while it was group stalking, while the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department was kidnapping me. They are one entity monitoring together. It is relevant while I'm documenting license plates of third parties doing the exact same thing. 8RMH971 is group stalking in the past while the state keeps a fake sun over me. That's exactly what was going on while this entity was kidnapping me. All right, and doing so while the state was keeping a fake sun over me while at the West Valley Detention Center at the San Bernardino County facilities en route to the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. The fake sun is over the courthouse on February 18th where Tracy Banks, the minion that you're listening to, engaging in kidnapping with Lisa Rogan. And how is it together? First of all, they're demons. You just have a demon that is in the position of a judge, and you have a demon that's going through, that's identified by the name of Tracy Banks. Tracy Jenkins on Facebook, license 4WON432. And she is under what is the exact same fake sun that is over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court on February 18th, 2020 at around 8:20 in the morning. All right, when she's present, by the way, for arriving for what's supposed to be a trial. And what I already know is a fictitious prosecution, but I'm there nonetheless to document. And you're talking about what is the documentation of the ongoing pattern of conduct. The state was keeping a fake sun over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. And you see by my documentation, there is no time of day where the actual sun, all right, not even the fake sun, is actually over 8303 Haven Avenue in Rancho Cucamonga. All right, you're talking about what is that light source over that courthouse as it was on February 18th. It's the same time of year, 2020. The reason why it was there is because I was in that courtroom subject to what are demons engaging in what is an ongoing conspiracy to kidnap. That's why, by the way, license plate 8XMH995, that's why the state's fake son is over me at that Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, just like as you see when I'm on Omnitrans and I'm approaching, as I documented state facilitating venue, Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court at the intersection of what is Foothill and Haven Avenue, and you see the fake son as it's moving, keeping in alignment with me, moving over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. It's no different. It's nothing but a venue where demons that are in positions of the court, on the bench, all right, working for the sheriff's department. Demons that are on the streets, just going inside of that venue. It's the same exact demonic possession and criminal system of surveillance underway inside of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, 1459772, and monitoring to the fan of directed light that is in the street while he's stalking in relevant position is 8SFS235. All right, and so you have what is the placement of the fake son while Tracy Banks, Laura Leticia Alvarez, and Lisa Rogan, all of them are demons, engaging in what is a criminal act, which I am fully spelling out. It's already published, but I'm spelling it out so you could see the document. Look at the communications that occurred. Look at what they are stating and then what they're doing and what's the intent behind what they are stating, all right, what they are not doing with regard to what is any duty that they owe, any law that applies, all right, any procedural rules that apply with regard to the operation of a court, etc. And you're understanding that as it is speaking for itself when you're talking about what is a pattern of conduct in this fictitious prosecution. This minion, Tracy Banks, is engaging in what is fear, and she should be fearful because she is directly engaged in every step of that fictitious prosecution in the same way that she's citing knowledge about that which had nothing to do with her when she was not there at the Fontana Lewis Library. Understand that not only is she directly participating in this fictitious prosecution, which was a kidnapping by a government that's engaged in surveillance, trying to obstruct justice, 6SQK936, she is present, even engaging in this criminal system with these demons who are surrounding. Let me be clear, this is Satan acting over a people. They are of one demonic mindset, systematic maintenance of activity and presence, while this impossible light surrounds. You have demons that maintain an ongoing knowledge. You're talking about what is a satanic entity. Satanic entity maintaining a singular mindset. All right, so you're talking about what is demonic possession. It's just acting out. You're talking about what is, again, as I've already shown, the same demonic entity. You're talking about what is a different face while you're witnessing what is demon possession. 8T57617, for example, as opposed to what is Tracy Banks, who's not physically present, but this is a demon that knows exactly where I'm standing right now, is listening to every word and maintaining knowledge in the same way that all of these demons are doing that. They know exactly what I'm saying. They know exactly who I am. That's why directed light is present. That's why the fake sun is over my head. That's why the fake sun is moving street for street, turn for turn. All right, which again, documenting this criminal defamation. And again, it's criminal defamation, which is speaking to what is audible activity that is already published. Publication is not a matter of putting it in a newspaper. It is published when you are subject to ceaseless surveillance. The P.O.C is underway. Criminal defamation also serving what is to obstruct justice with regard to what is kidnapping. That's what Lisa Rogan and Tracy Banks engaged in. Demons monitoring together while the fake son is over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, a fictitious prosecution underway, and engaging in monitoring with communication devices, 8YVZ512, while then engaging in what is the denial of a misdemeanor trial, which was never waived and no trial recall hearing ever scheduled. You're talking about what is making up hearings in the same way that they make up names and informations and make up a record. All right, while they're engaging in just trying to have you absorbed and dissolved into the system. All right, and you are thereby engaging in what is remaining kidnapped. That's why you're talking about going to federal prison and they're not getting out. That's necessary as a matter of justice because that's how the system works. And that's exactly what kidnapping via fictitious prosecution and criminal defamation, kidnapping inside of a mental ward, is designed to do. So you have I want to be clear, she was engaged in criminal defamation. This is the P.O.C. She is a highly unintelligent, she being Tracy Banks, a highly unintelligent and woefully inept and unprepared minion, while she resorts to what is nothing else that she has other than, which she doesn't even have that, but this is nothing other than she has in her toolkit as a minion that she is as engaging in what is defamation. Oh, you need medication? Oh, is that right? Says who? 7VPN517 says a minion that has flashing directed light on her face. 176 says a minion where the Satan itself, which is the light source, remains over her car at 630 North Front until 10:37 in the morning. I just showed you that. January 23rd, 2022, where the state's fake sun. We didn't come to B&G Plaza on the 23rd. We went to the Ontario Plaza on Mountain Avenue, stayed there till after 1 p.m. And on that day, the fake sun didn't go to the Stater Brothers Ontario Village parking lot either. I showed you on video how it passed right over, remaining over me, while that demon is driving the vehicle. That is what is speaking to the short memory, the high level fear, and the self-demise that minions like Tracy Banks are engaging in, while you're already surrounded by that evidence. And everything that you're saying is a matter of publication, and you're understanding how these policies work. Well, a minion in reality cannot defame you. You're talking about what is a psychopath. You're dealing with Satan itself, a puppet. Okay, somebody that is not a normal person. But that criminal motivation, they're engaging in a pattern of conduct that's intended to harm you, intended to defame you, intended to obstruct justice. For that, they'll be prosecuted. License plate 94911Z1, and monitoring with all these demons that are congregated inside of the B&G Plaza. Okay, 7PWV420, while you are engaging in what is Star Trek-like light activity, and then talking about somebody needing medication. That's exactly what she's going to get when she is placed in the straitjacket that Tracy Banks deserves to be in. You're talking about what is abnormal and some level of mental disturbance which is necessary, not that which is removing criminal responsibility. The malice that she acts with is plain, all right, documented. You're talking about what is the perpetual placement in the path of harm while stalking and monitoring with helicopter. While you're being molested with directed light, Tracy Banks is a psychopath present while the state is flying over me in a helicopter while I'm in her car. All right, 8UQR239, engaging in ambush-like sexual violence with directed light and with third parties who are acting with her to engage in molesting with light while she is arriving, which is all a matter of public information when she's texting me, come outside. All right, license plate 7KQL678. She's engaging in that level of sexually targeting me with third parties whose name I don't know. This is a third party that is a demon-possessed stalker. This is not a normal individual subjecting to that level of harm, and doing so while knows that I am enforcing my rights, and it is every way showing, again, through this audible activity, where the pattern of conduct remains the way. Let me be clear. Let me draw something else. Jay Burnett that arrives at 630 North Fern just the other night, and you see that impossible light activity, you see in that video my shadow while those demons are walking to their police vehicles. And you hear the helicopter moments after they drive off. This is all the P.O.C. All right, you see the shadow that's behind me. It swipes away, it disappears, which is absolutely impossible. This is demonic, and those are demons. This is the same venue where I'm in this car. This is the same minion monitoring with that particular same officer on May 4th, 2019. That's not no coincidence. All right, license plate 1545805, bus number 2362. That's not a coincidence. You have what is the entity engaging in what is, as I walk toward the vehicle, after my shadow is swiping away on the gate of 403 West G Street. I'm talking about the act of criminal summoning by the entity, and I reference those the minions that are going to federal prison. I captured her still image, and let me be clear, like I already told you, that demon Tracy Banks is sitting inside of apartment 51 monitoring and hoping that I would have got snatched up for kidnapping. Let me be clear. That's the reality of her position, of her attitude toward me. That's evil. You're witnessing evil, and that's what Satan is about, by the way. 8SST839. You're talking about one who is actually a Satan enthusiast. You're talking about Hail Satan, that type of enthusiast. You're talking about what is trying to keep that concealed up. All right. These are the demon possessed, and that's the reality of what it's about. 4TYF938. Nobody's supposed to know that. You're talking about being surrounded by a whole bunch of the demon possessed who are actually waiting for the day where they can openly express their enthusiasm for an inferior creature such as Satan, going around talking about Hail Satan. That's what the demon possessed are about. All right, but until that day, what do you have? Minions like Tracy Banks engaging in what is playing gospel music as audible activity while a fake sun and directed light is molesting my person. All right, engaging in what is criminal defamation. Today, the police department that acting via Jay Burnett is the same minion, as I pointed out, while my shadows enlarged in size, two of them behind me, one of them disappearing and another one remaining. And then as I walked from where the Ontario Police Department are present, they drive off, and you pay attention to the light activity because this is relevant to what all of that environment is doing. They're all monitoring, including Tracy Banks. We're at 630 North Front, and the next day the fake sun is directly over my head while I'm inside of that car, which is already documented. That's a long time documented. But this is what I'm speaking to. That pattern of conduct while they're present pursuant to criminal summoning, that's what you're understanding. all right? Not the audible activity of some minion who has no defense. You're talking about what is the scrambling conduct of a demon, Satan itself, which is actually scared, very scared. I'm showing you what is the whole story with regard to this ongoing pattern of kidnapping. And guess who's going to federal prison for that? Not only those judges and those attorneys, you're talking about what is Tracy Banks, this minion inside of that court that's engaging in criminal defamation on a public scene. What's going to happen, and this is the policy, you're engaging in state surveillance, minions are going to watch what you say. You better be careful about what you say because you will find yourself in federal prison. You want to engage in summoning the entity, you're going to federal prison. You want to be a sex offender, and you want to engage in then what is criminal obstruction of justice while you're being that sex offender, 78NE723, and that's exactly what you are while you're engaging in surveillance inside of a bathroom, listening to someone undress, listening to their conduct inside of a private space. Not only by virtue of your character, you're a demon. Satan knows while it's using people that are surrounding you exactly what's going on through doors and walls and ceilings. Those are superficial barriers. There's no, you're talking about what is satanic. This is the satanic system, but it's not even more than that. Those demons want to go in the bathroom, okay? Want to surround with noise and stalk in the bathroom, want to be all around you. AEBK742 while they engage in federal stalking. License plate 8SRX905. And this sex offender Tracy Banks that wants to call names under the fake sun and in directed light while engaged in a pattern of kidnapping and criminal summoning and criminal defamation does so while that body of evidence is surrounding her face, which is nothing but a mouthpiece of Satan itself. She's a dangerous psychopath. All right, needing to be restrained. That's what this evidence is revealing. And while I'm showing you what is the entity molesting with directed light, the shadow that's surrounding me, while I'm in this video, showing you this video of the Ontario Police just a couple nights ago, all right, where Jay Burnett arrived again. He knows exactly what I'm publishing on the internet about that act of kidnapping that he and Tracy Banks engaged in together. All right, and he didn't act as an individual, but I'm speaking to what are the specific actors that are documented by name. ID number. That was a conduct on behalf of an entity seeking to obstruct justice while an entire entity is watching me document and prosecute it. All right, again, let me remind you, that's why that demon knows about what's going on in Fontana when we have had conversation none about that. Like she's engaging in some ambush of information, like I'm going to be shocked by that. I'm not shocked by that. You're engaged in surveillance. You're a demon. You're a psychopath and a stalker. All right, so you're engaging in what is the admission of the fact that you're engaged in surveillance because there's no human way that you know about what was a non-situation in a different city at the Fontana Lewis Library. There is no human. So you're talking about what is a psychopath that's engaging in an ongoing admission after admission and off just burying herself farther in what is already an inevitable federal imprisonment because she's engaged in an ongoing pattern of kidnapping, 8YPP278, period. All right, you're talking about Satan loses control. Satan doesn't have any self-control. Satan also using what are inferior minions, and I mean inferior in the natural. You have college education, none. All right, and I'm not speaking about those that don't have the opportunity to go to college. I'm not saying this particular demon, Tracy Banks, though, inferior in every way. Okay, streets. All right, engaging in what is property management after she's engaging in stalking me, 8UKY515. I'm the one that initially decided to go in property management years ago when I was like coming out of my teen years starting college. But I decided not to go that route and I went to work for a different company. Guess what? She starts doing property management. I mean, you're talking about what is pathetic in every regard. 7RKN315, that wasn't even her idea. So I get out of law school and she's engaging in what is property management. Guess where she got that idea from? When I went to apply for it years ago, 7ZYN567. It's pathetic. That's just an example. And you're talking about what is an ongoing pattern. And understand that this is the reality where Satan itself is raising you. And that's the reality. She's a demon-possessed person. And Satan literally raised me. I've been exposed to what is the conduct of psychopaths. And the psychopath is just one that lives their life as a con. You're an entire fake. Everything about you is a lie. All right, you're talking about what is somebody that goes inside of their room, closes the door when they think nobody sees them, and is crushing lipstick on mirrors and banging, and that's that type of crazy that nobody is supposed to see. That's what I mean. You've seen that in movies. I'm just giving you an illustration. That's what demon possession is like. An entirely disturbed person, but that is that which is concealed. Not only is demon possession concealed because you can't see it physically, you can't see the gargoyle that they are physically in the spirit, but you also are speaking to what is a psychopath that is acting on the outside as though they are normal in everyday life. And this is the reality because this is the time. Satan is present. Satan is present in the environment, hovering in a light source that is not the sun. Satan is present through everyone around. You're talking about what is a demonic environment, what's an identical behavioral pattern, which is the identity of the demon possessed, stalking in the present, stalking with noise, stalking with light. That's what directed light is revealing to you. Satan is present and necessarily engaging in the conduct of a psychopath, concealing that presence. 7UTR484. All right. So you're talking about what is the revealing of all of those layers together through my documentation. And you're doing nothing but admitting to that which I don't even need to admit you to. I'm going to take Satan dragging, screaming to the cages that it belongs in, period. Whether you engage in the idiotic conduct of admitting things while I'm prosecuting and documenting you or not. But you're talking about what is an ignoramus. So you're talking about what is providing what is ongoing admissions while she is speaking what is defamatory, which is a matter of publication as she is speaking it. All right, 28272V1. That's the P.O.C. Union Pacific is in the background, creating audible activity, and engineer light 8GWL860, 6XDT883, 6VIA651. And there is no time of the day where the actual sun is remaining present, by the way, over a single address that is 630 North Fern, where the vehicle that I sleep in belonging to Tracy Banks remains, 8B24494. And then on some days, it's leaving from that venue because it is not remaining over 630 North Fern at the same time that it's at B&G Plaza and then going to what is the Ovid Family Community Library. It's not coexisting. It's not over my head behind me while I'm also facing south, showing you the fake sun in front of me. It is not remaining at 630 North Fern. It's not visible over the edge of the house of 630 North Fern. It is not remaining, in other words, until after 10:37 a.m., as I documented clearly for your own eyes to see, in conflict with documentation that's already published. Because what is the state doing? When I'm sleeping outside at the Museum of History and Arts on Euclid Avenue, the state's fake sun is nowhere near 630 North Fern. It's nowhere near remaining over anywhere other than what is directly above that building of the Ontario Museum and over my head as I go to any location, which is coming from an entirely different direction. And that is what is speaking to the absence of any credibility by one who is not a mother. She's just terrified by what I'm continuously documenting about her as I've published more details about that kidnapping that already happened from 2020 up until 2021, where I was subject to an ongoing repeated acts of kidnapping, trying to use one case over and over and over again. And that's what the Ontario Police Department were engaging in. And it's a cooperative criminal act that Tracy Banks is directly engaged in. All right. And participating in any capacity, you're going to federal prison. And she participated in many capacities, many times. 7HRY311. And that's a matter of documentation. Because Satan is scared, and that's who you're listening to, engaging in defaming me, and that's what you prosecute for. Because she is scared, that's not my problem. I'm going to publish that. Because Satan has no credibility. You can say whatever you want. You're engaging in surveillance. You're talking about what is the conduct of a psychopath while light is on the roof of your car. How is that occurring? That's impossible light. Recall my documentation about this demon already. It already exists. All right, license 8TPF284. While she's driving around in that which is not possibly the sun, is not remaining over 630 North Fern until after 10:37 a.m. and then remaining in the window of the vehicle while on that day going toward what is North Mountain Avenue. And then you're talking about what is within the same time of year, weeks later, which is today again, February 4th, 2022. You're talking about what is the state keeping a fake sun and leaving at 8:13 in the morning, 8:14 in the morning from that address. Where it's supposedly, if that was the actual sun, in other words, it would not be over here at the B&G Plaza. That's just one example. All right, and that example is documented over and over and over again. You don't have any credibility. 7TPD328. That is very, very serious with regard to the pattern of conduct. The entity, the government itself that is monitoring American citizens, but for documentation. All right, this is speaking to policy that needs to exist. Because but for documentation, the people of the state and the government itself engage in defaming you. Defamation is a very serious criminal act, and I just documented it again. All right, this ignorant minion is speaking to what she is going to suffer. What the government is doing through Tracy Banks is very serious. It is the grounds, it is the devices of kidnapping, and doing so while you're exercising fictitious authority because you are engaged in criminal surveillance. But it is a means of obstructing justice. The entity literally engaging in criminally defaming you while they are engaging in surveillance. And because the ordinary target individual does not have documentation, no way to speak to what is indeed strangers that are following them around, engaging in what is pacing all around them, either on foot or in vehicle, however the entity is doing. I've shown you in all the manners, doing so by helicopter, doing so by vehicle, doing so on foot, all right, doing so by any manner. This is a demon that is pacing around and doing so in engineered light. And you'll have what is, again, the perhaps the inability to articulate that very peculiar and demented conduct by demons who are acting all together. All right. It is an overwhelming pattern of conduct. It's entirely demonic. It is all of the minions of Satan acting together as one. And that is also by design. And it is unfathomable. While demons themselves are defaming you as they are monitoring you. All right. So any demon that you're reporting what you're subject to is a demon that's engaging in that P.O.C. All right, the system is in and of itself, it is inherently designed to engage in what is defamation. So let me get this sex offender license plate. 1399976, that's route 61 bus 1262. This is an African-American female. She's got long braids, directed light while she opens and closes the door of the bus. So anyway, it is currently 9:07 a.m. So like I said, criminal defamation, that is very serious federal charges. It is an instrument of what is kidnapping, as I have already documented. As you are understanding how criminal summoning works in this system as well, as Tracy Banks has provided a tutorial for, she's going to federal prison. You're talking about what is engaging in textbook P.O.C. And then guess what? I'm not going to remain kidnapped. I'm going to document. I'm going to prosecute you. I don't know how many times I have to tell Satan that. Satan is a psychopath. All right. And as I drag Satan by its, literally by its eyelids. Okay. In other words, I'm going to rip Satan's head off. You're talking about what is understanding the very serious criminal conduct that I'm documenting via podcast while you listen to that audible activity, which is already published. All right. Everything you're saying, because you're subject to surveillance, it's already a matter of publication. This is defamation that is exceeding any pecuniary harm. This is not about ordinary defamation. This is criminal. It's facilitating kidnapping by a government. That's the pattern of conduct. At least that's the intention. You won't want to engage in what is defaming one who is subject to surveillance. That is seeking to engage in what is the ongoing act of seeking to ultimately kidnap inside of a mental ward. Like this entity engaged in over and over and over again. And I just happen to document it. While it's an ongoing act of what is a act of kidnapping by an entity that is engaging in surveillance in violation of Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. All right, but the government is engaging in more than that. It needs to be known the devices of a government that has zero credibility at every level of government. And I also documented that. The Superior Court, the Appeals Court, and the California Supreme Court as this entity engaged in what is a very basic denial of legal rights, which is a service of process. The same entity that is scared to death, evading service of process, and then engaging in what is a fictitious prosecution, kidnapping me. That's exactly what happened. Okay, because I sued the state of California first. The state of California then evaded service of process and then engaged in kidnapping me, and then tried to engage in kidnapping me again, and then tried to engage in kidnapping me again, and then tried to engage in kidnapping again. That's what case number MWV2000640 is all about. All right, and showing you that documentation of what is the arraignment that nonetheless, that definitely occurred on January 17th. Oh yeah, that occurred. But then you want to cite a warrant that doesn't actually exist, because when you're trying to have me arraigned again in the same case, you're claiming a warrant. So why are you trying to arraign me when I was already arraigned? I was already arraigned, but you're trying to arraign me again. And then you're also citing that you have a warrant to arrest me just to force me to engage in a duplicate arraignment. When you're citing that, do you understand how that is conflicting in and of itself? And I've already documented this, but like I said, you're talking about what is surrounding with that body of evidence. And all I'm doing now is just naming the documents. It's already published. All I'm doing is naming it, and I'm publishing it so you can see it for yourself. All right? I saved it. I published it. I documented that. You want to engage in, because I know the law, and so you're talking about engaging in all of the tactics of Satan that Satan has, and you're doing it against one that knows the law. So you want to engage in criminal summoning when you are a criminal engaging in surveillance. You don't even have any credibility. But not only that, even in your alternate universe, what you're alleging is not even criminal. You're just scared because I'm documenting you. That's a very serious crime. While the entity wants to engage in escalating non-situations and kidnapping you while exercising fictitious authority under the law. That's what criminal summoning is about. License plate 1399976. That's that African-American female driving bus 1262, touching. All right, so you have what, again, you're understanding how these criminal acts, which are very, very serious, and things that you've heard of on the news. Oh, somebody just called the police for no reason or they called the police because they thought that this black person or whatever else they want to inject into that story as giving you what are ongoing distractions about what is very likely underway, and that is surveillance. Summoning the police for what is appearing on the surface as no reason is nothing to ignore. All right, 5YXY344. It is a tool of the pattern of conduct, because all that the entity did via the Ontario Police Department the other night was engaged in P.O.C. And you see it through those demons of the Ontario Police Department, Officer Gerber, Officer Avila, and Officer Burnett. You see their very peculiar shadows on the ground. Those are not normal looking shadows. The light activity, this is engineered light. These are demons. You can see their demon possession through that demonic light, through their shadow conduct. They're demons. All right, and that you also see it through what is the impossible light that's touching all over me, because that same directed light, which I've termed it directed light because this is absolutely abnormal light. It's focused on where it is that I am. It's very direct, it's very targeted, it's very aimed with regard to where I am. And you're talking about what is the presence and witnessing the demon-possessed. That's relevant to the prosecution of law enforcement while they are indeed demon-possessed, engaging in federal stalking, acting with the people of the state, present pursuant to what is criminal summoning, while demons are facilitating each other's criminal conduct. That's what criminal summoning is all about. All right, that's a criminal act. You're going to federal prison. You're understanding how that system works. So so let's get back to what I'm focused on right here. Tracy Banks engaging in what is defamatory speech that is published already, not just published on my podcast. I'm talking about what is published as a matter of what all are monitoring me to. It's audible activity. The fake sun is over the Shiro's liquor. That's not the actual sun. There is no actual sun that's remaining over, first of all, a single address all day long. I documented this on January 1st, 2022. There is no time where that fake sun would actually be over 630 North Fern when it's remaining over the room that I'm inside of at American Inn. All right, on Euclid Avenue. I showed you this on December 31st, 2021. All right, you're talking about what is the entity remaining over me at that hotel room and until after I leave, which checkout is at 11 o'clock, and the state kept its fake sun right there at the Bank of America next door to the American Inn because that's where I was at. And I showed that I did not even come down, which was walking south on Euclid Avenue, nowhere near Hope Boulevard, nowhere near 60 North Fern. I was at in that parking lot of where the Rite Aid packed up and shipped out. I'm still going to prosecute them, but you are showing what is the fake sun there. The state's light source is very precisely away from what is 630 North Front. It's not over there. But then you have what is documentation of the state on the first. You're talking about what is just the next day. The state is keeping the fake sun precisely over 630 North Fern over me, aiming direct the light inside of the car until after 10 o'clock all day long after 4:27 p.m. All right. Where, by the way, the state is also acting like the sun is setting at Andy's Burgers after 4 p.m. That's what I'm showing you on January 23rd, 2022. All right, but you're talking about what is stalking with the light source. And all of this is surrounding a minion that wants to engage in defamation. That's what's relevant to the pattern of conduct. That's what she's providing. First of all, she's going to be prosecuted for that. And you're understanding what is very serious conduct. The demon-possessed are going to watch what they say. You better be careful about what you say, because while you're monitoring, you're going to wind up in federal prison and or straitjacket. In the same way that they want to defame, let me be clear, Satan is speaking the truth about itself. Satan is a liar. All right, so you're talking about what is you need medication. This demon is speaking about its own self. All right, super duper paranoid with regard to what she is facing as a matter of judgment. She knows exactly what I'm publishing on the internet. She knows exactly, she actually doesn't know exactly what's coming, but she's got a taste for what's coming. All right, what she's been doing for a very long time. She's going to pay the price for that. She's the one that's engaging in what is conduct, speaking to the necessity of medication. All right, being a creeper, stalking around, popping up while you're engaging in not just popping up just randomly. I'm talking about pursuant to that demonic behavioral pattern. While, by the way, it coexists with the stalking by the state. All right, you're a third party. It coexists with what is the impossible light activity. You're a demon-possessed third party. All right, while you're engaging in what is stalking activity, you are a demon-possessed third party acting pursuant to the identical behavioral pattern. Stalking with simultaneity to whatever it is that you do physically and or on a communication device. These are demons that are engaging in surveillance in violation of Title 18. All right, so you're talking about what is all manner of being surrounded, and so I also want to be clear. This is just common sense. This third party is in every way a cold. Let me get this license plate. 868 PG2. That's Florida. She is a cold and albeit unintelligent, nonetheless treacherous and calculated actor. This is not a mother, and I don't know how many times I have to. I don't necessarily have to. I really just let the tape. Like I said, I believe that facts speak for themselves. That's why I just let you look at the document. Oh, that's the son? How is that possible? I let the facts speak for themselves. All right. And so not only that, you're talking about what is the conduct as you listen to that audible activity. If indeed you think that somebody is suffering from some mental illness, you do not engage in conduct that is exposing them to harm. It's not a coincidence that I am subject to what is conduct of the state stalking by helicopter. I am no less exposed and no more, I'm not protected whatsoever in the presence of Tracy Banks. It is occurring while I'm with Tracy Banks, everywhere that I'm going with Tracy Banks. While this psychopath monitoring with a communication device is engaging in the P.O.C. while I'm documenting it, okay? You're talking about literally sitting in the driver's seat, studying her phone while she is monitoring as I'm reading license plates and I'm showing you capturing audio of the helicopter or capturing video of the helicopter while the state is aiming directed light across my person, and I'm showing you what is literally asininity with directed light inside of the car, which doesn't even this is light activity that's never going to occur inside of the car, but it's just ongoing. It's just common sense that I break down for you. This is a third party in every way shown to be the threat that she is. And let me be clear, her and her demon-possessed son. Eric Corey Spencer also present, participating in a fictitious prosecution. Present pursuant to what is criminal summoning on more than one occasion with Tracy Banks. This is a demon that supports her while you are engaging in what she's never been confronted with. I'm going to document you and I'm going to prosecute you and show the threat that you wage as a third-party insider, meaning you literally open the door to the government and the people of the state, exposing that harm and exposing to that sexual violence, which is also speaking to the demented mindset that you maintain while you're sexually violating one that you're blood related to, doing so with absolute strangers, doing so on a systematic basis, while you are also of that condition, which is demon possession. All of this is relevant to what is Tracy Banks and that audible activity that she provided again today, while admitting about things that she has no human knowledge to know about. 227-88E3, unless Sarah Bartlett called her, right? Where is Sarah Bartlett getting her phone number? Because she's not listed anywhere on my library card. All right. So like I said, this is situations and circumstances that third parties can go ahead and continue to engage in manipulating together and creating circumstances when you're talking about what is the admission of engaging in what is surveillance. That's why you're speaking about things that you have supposedly no part of and you're absent from. I didn't talk to you about it. And you're also escalating that, which was and what is her point in doing that? First of all, that documentation is fully exposing what was an attack by a third party. She is one with unfounded hostility, making very specific accusations. And while I am walking out minding my business, Pippi Longstocking wants to engage in waging a threat, thinking that I'm going to hop on that. I'm not going to hop on that. Okay? You're not even worth it. You're a stalker. And so I'm documenting it. And you know that I'm documenting. That's why you're making specific allegations, which are unfounded. Also not commensurate with any level of rage that you seem to harbor. All right? That's what I documented. And then when you want to engage in touching, trying to snatch my property, that's a battery. Sarah Bartlett not addressing it. Let me remind you about what I already documented. All right. But what is Tracy Banks' point? Trying to point a finger at me. I'm the one to blame. That's my fault. While I am subject to a system of psychopaths, including her, that are targeting and monitoring, and you're just frustrated because I'm documenting it, and that was never part of the plan. That's what that is. You just didn't plan on that part. Thinking you're just going to kidnap your way out of it. I'm going to snatch you up and put you in federal prison and establish that as precedent. That's what you want to do. That's how the law shall treat you. That's exactly the animal that you are. You're going to be treated in the way in which you prescribe. You prescribe it based on your conduct. This is how Satan is conducting itself. This is how Satan is engaging in that system. This is how Satan seeks to avoid justice. And we're not going to allow that. I'm not going to allow that. That is not going to be the way in which that you are going to in any way avoid justice, if you will. So like I said, you were talking about what is bringing up that which she has no human way of knowing anything about. All right. And doing so as a way of seeking to blame me in the same way when the Ontario Police Department and Bill and Mike stole my vehicle, blaming me while she is monitoring. OK, the government following me with helicopter from the Ovid Family Community Library back to where my vehicle was stolen from, flying over my head while I'm standing at her front door, asking her if she would take me somewhere because my car was stolen and my food in my car was stolen. All right. And she's holding her phone in the middle of her chest, in between her fake breast implants, all right, and talking about she can't help me, while she's literally holding back a smirk on her face, and her car is not even parked. You can tell this demon just ran back to her apartment while she's creeping around in corners. She leaves it in the middle of the parking lot. It's not even in the parking stall, all right, and she is in her apartment with her pajamas on while her car is not parked in its parking spot inside of the parking lot of Woodside Senior Apartments, while this entity is flying in a circle over me in helicopter while her front door is open and she's holding her communication device squarely on me while she holds it in between her fake breasts. All right, talking about she can't help me. All right, taking pleasure. All right, this is the psychopath. This is the same one that then wants to engage in that audible activity. This is all documented. All right, this is documented in list of police encounters. All right, this is documented as a matter of video documentation where you see, in fact, the entity was following me with a helicopter, and the entity is indeed following with the helicopter. When you're understanding the totality of the pattern of conduct, the directed light remains while the entity is remaining present over me with a helicopter. The entity is engaging in what is stalking with an entire environment while stalking with a helicopter. The entity engaging in what is a pattern of documented presence via helicopter, while I am showing you what is the absence of coincidence, street for street and turn for turn, a helicopter remaining over me, including while the entity is then flying over my head by helicopter while I'm in front of her door. That is the third party Tracy Banks at Woodside Senior Apartments. Okay, so like I said, it's 9:21 a.m. I just want to run through all of that because I'm going to prosecute her. That's precious documentation. You're talking about what is awaiting the judgment of, because like I said, this is criminal conduct, but this is also demonic. This is speaking to what is spiritually going on. 9E7197, I believe. That's Coca-Cola. And so you're talking about what is a long time coming with regard to this particular demon. This puppet of Satan that actually raised me and engaged me and subjected me to all sorts of malicious forms of abuse. But you're talking about doing it with a smile on your face. You're talking about doing it while telling your child that you love them, and you're ignorant about the malicious ways that Satan actually conducts itself. You're talking about what is a long time coming with regard to the ways in which that is going to be judged, while she's engaged in all manner of criminal activity with the people of the state. 6 DOR 407. It is currently 9:22 a.m. and that's P.O.C. Everything that I'm referencing is with regard to documentation that is already published. Okay, the theft of my car by this entity is October 2nd, 2019. It's also referenced in the list of police encounters. The fictitious prosecution is the People v. Erica Lorraine Spencer, case number MWV 200000640, and the kidnapping by this same entity, and also including Tracy Banks, which is documented, and it begins with case number FWV, and that is May 4th, 2019, I believe. And this is published as well. This is all documentation that is not new. I'm just speaking to what is the pattern of conduct that I'm documenting it right now. It continues, and it has been continuing as I've been consistently documenting that. And this is the third party that has zero credibility, and that is already surrounded with all of that evidence, speaking to the true nature of what is a psychopath, harboring malice, engaging in criminal conduct, engaging in what is sexual violence, outside of what is any ordinary conduct of an absolutely loving mother, not in any way engaging in the conduct that she does. All right, sleeping in the car is a act of what is hostility by one that actually is hostile, because I documented you inside of your apartment while you want to also engage in exposing me to the P.O.C. while I'm inside of a vehicle sleeping outside. It is also what is engaging in that which is contrary to what is a loving mother's conduct. If you are in fact not engaged in the P.O.C., not engaged in what is criminal summoning, not engaged in what is stalking by helicopter with the entity. P.O.C. Alrighty, I do want to get some more license plates. License 34314C2, and it's currently 9:24 a.m. License 6STB579. 86702X2, 8203H3. And what you're going to remember about yesterday, when I'm inside of Andy's Burgers and I capture that light activity of what are demons, that's why that absolutely impossible light activity is present. All right, and then I step outside and I show you what is the location based on where I'm at on that side of the B&G Plaza where the Andy's Burgers is. Again, arriving this morning, the State's Fake Sun is where it is where I am dropped off at, and that is showing what is the light source that is on the opposite side of the parking lot of Andy's Burgers. And as I showed, the State's Fake Sun is remaining over me based on where I am relative placement over me, 8YIU 907. And you're going to recognize in the video where I'm present, 8KZD331, where the State's Fake Sun is remaining over me on this side of the parking lot, 8USN224. It is not at any time at 8:51 going to be on the opposite side of the B&G Plaza where the Center Ice Arena is, as I showed you yesterday as I walked outside, 5839711. All right, it's remaining over here by the S.I.I.S liquor where I am, where demons are crossing path, 8VPU671, and direct light is appearing in the shade on the side of S.I.I.S liquor, 6SGA625, and it's not ever going over there to that side of where Andy's Burgers, on that side of that parking lot of the B&G Plaza. All right, which is where, again, on that side I'm referencing standing outside of the entrance of Andy's Burgers, facing what is Brian's Automotive, showing you Center Ice Arena on the opposite side of Transit. The State's Fake Sun is not over there on that side of the building. It's right over here as you see it over the B&G, where the Clinica Medica California, where these demons are lined up outside facing the S.I.I.S liquor. That's where the State's Fake Sun is, and that's where it remains. It is not moving, and it is not deviating to being over there. It was over there yesterday. That light activity is inside of Andy's Burgers because that's where I was at. Not only is that impossible light activity, that's the specific placement of the Fake Sun over that Andy's Burgers, which is not in conformity to any of that light activity. It's never occurring anyway, period. all right? But you're talking about what is understanding. Remember those details. While I'm documenting this demon, Tracy Banks, 8E99418, there's no point where the sun is moving over there while I remain at the Shy Rose Liquor. It remains over here over me at the Shy Rose Liquor part while I remain at the Shy Rose Liquor part. 4RYU010, and it's 9:26 a.m. 8J56379, 46303L2, 0194182. And this is Omnitrans. This is license plate 1370398. This is bus number 1327, and this is same African. Oh no, this is a lot. Alrighty, just capturing what is again bus 1327, and I read that license plate. It's 1370398, and that is molestation with directed light, which is impossible light activity. And then minions just get on the bus, cross the path. They're all monitoring together, and the state's fake sent. It's 9:27 a.m. where I captured those images. All right, and while they open and close the door, you have what is directed light moving on the outside. Remember, when I'm on the bus, you have what is directed light that's swiping on the inside of the bus. All right, that's just the ongoing presence of the demonic environment with directed light, and it's also the prosecution of what is a sex offender while the government engages in touching you with that directed light. And companies such as Omnitrans acting on a massive scale, systematically engaging in that sexual violence and that criminal conduct, facilitating monitoring with communication devices. It's 9:28 a.m. and I did capture that demon's images. Just loitering in relevant position, creating light activity. I'm sorry? This is the psychopath talking about am I writing while he's monitoring. It is currently 9:28 a.m. This is P.O.C. I did capture that demon's images. Alrighty, license plate. (9:28 a.m.) 5AMP851 8UJG272 4YGN376 8SFD727 ETC GRG 89174Z2 4KZU802 8WYV. I can't see the rest of them. 6X00671 719NBV. That's out of state. 6SXG828. And you have what is lines of directed light just appearing in the shade underneath the Omnitrans bus. I'll show you this shaded area. All right, appearing in the shade underneath the bus, and you can see the license plate 1370398. All those minions on the bus are monitoring, including Omnitrans. 8XDX631, 8EQ. I can't really see the rest of them. But I've shown you this before. You saw what was the molestation by Carreras Tours. You saw the ongoing directed light while Medline would cross path, and these are third parties engaging in what is touching terrorism with what is absolutely impossible light, while the fake sun was remaining south of this location, and doing so with third parties such as Omnitrans. Error mark license 46218M1, license 7UMW918. All right, and that is speaking to all of them that are monitoring together. That's why directed light is appearing in the shade on the side of the bus. 48724D1, YPT7728, 7MYS938. All right, and that third party that's driving Omnitrans is also a sex offender touching with that directed light while he pulls up. All right, license 3WMB948. It's all impossible light activity, and that is the same directed light conduct with which the entity is touching. And I captured that demon's images driving that bus. Also, then while I'm standing, what is on the sidewalk in the back of the bus, the state engaging in what is directed light on the shade. That's speaking to ongoing light while they're crossing path. 8XZ. I can't really see that one. 260. Can't see the rest of that one. But anyway, it's 9:30 a.m. And this demonic conduct is directly relevant to the demon that is in the vehicle while directed light and a fake sun remains over me. 7JA5AZA. That's Arizona. And I'm speaking to what is Tracy Banks. 4WXW216. All right, and so that's the ongoing audible activity by a demon who was terrified, and she should be, because I'm going to keep on thoroughly publishing that documentation. 7DOU524, that kidnapping. 8WXW890, that she directly participated in. 11519X2, 7XQG724, SYE185, 7XMV346, license 6UMH438, 8NXB887, And you're talking about the ultimate act of terrorism. Again, let me reiterate. Directed light across this demon's face while she's engaging in that defamation. 7TZS 819, 8TNZ 455, 8UWK 384, 8MUV 751, 8YIP 556, 8SDY 684, 8ZBA 186. 7FLZ 723, 6UMG 380, 7GDD 684, 8PQU 633, 6XJM 840. And you're going to remember while I'm capturing this video, the fake sun 2250, I'm sorry, that's 22250X2. While I'm showing you the fake sun that is moving from Laurel and then onto Hope Boulevard while she is driving again south on Laurel and then east on Hope Boulevard, you're going to remember where the light source is not moving anywhere while it's remaining stationary over me at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. While you're looking at that light source that's moving. That's the ongoing documentation that I'm capturing. You're talking about what is just getting more and more fearful as I'm documenting more documentation. But again, you're talking about what is just, delusional. I've already established this just because Satan didn't anticipate what's going to happen with that documentation. When I showed the fake sun over me at Mercy House last year, and then how's it also then over me when I'm remaining all day long at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, sitting beside Panda Walk? And how is third parties such as Amazon Prime and FedEx able to touch with what is this light that's touching all over my body? 7NVR375. This is already public. Just because you can't anticipate it. 6YKA059. 34456K2. 5J86986. 70938V2. Snap-on. Directed light. 8VBK012. 70TF640. 17383. T1, I can't really see the rest of that one, but that's a commercial actor sitting in the middle of the street. 6Z66395. 7LEB 727, 6HOX 419, license 7X26653, 8TTJ 159, 8SSK 463. So not only, it's not just the not just the Starbucks, but again, January 22nd, January 30th, the state is keeping its fake sun over me where at the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. But yet you're seeing at an earlier time, this is the same time of year, you're talking about what would be already the presence at that end of Holt and Vineyard if that was the actual sun, and the inability for it to be present over 630 North Fern. But then again, that's coexisting with documentation that I already captured where after 10 a.m., after 10:30, after 2:47 in the afternoon, well into what is the 4 o'clock hour, you have what is keeping alignment with me at that same address. All right. But then again, that's coexisting with documentation that already exists with the perpetual presence. And by perpetual, I mean all day long. You're talking about what is keeping it over the address of 215 East C Street, which is the Ovid Family Community Library. And what is also still relevant is it is not expired. It is directly relevant to same time of year when you're just showing what is not the sun. All right. When you're talking about being at 435 South Bonneview, which is Mercy House, where I'm present, I've been there as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. All right. And remaining until after 4 p.m. in the evening, stay keeping a fake sun there. 8CPF 706. And that's the overall big picture of what it is that I've documented. But again, when I'm on Laurel this morning, I'm showing you the fake sun at 123 West Holt Boulevard, which is the United States Postal Service, a state facilitated venue, and then turning what is east onto Holt Boulevard, 9463 7R1. 8VZS726, and you see that fake sun in motion, keeping in alignment with me at that location on the street. 7EBR265, 011293, 7VZW245, 6MMU171, 6189, I can't really see that one, 5GXE096, 8DVU565, 7KSP278, 7FBU026, 8CNM629, CB05L32 paper on a truck, 7RNJ349, 6, I can't see that one, ABP7433 out of state, 7AVF716, 5EEP178, 8KGV370. While you see that fake sun this morning, coming from the direction of the 630 North Fern. That's where it's coming from. It's not coming from any direction. It's not coming from any location relative to some Starbucks where it's already present at 7:35 in the morning, which is impossible to coexist while it's remaining, by the way, same time of year over me at 435 South Bonneview. All right. Or remaining, by the way, while I'm sleeping still at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Right, you're going to remember that. But nonetheless, while it's coming from that vantage point, as she's driving down Laurel, as she then turns east onto Hull Boulevard, RF20476, it is not the coexisting presence of that light source over those venues where it's already documented as present over me while at that time I'm at that particular venue, such as Starbucks, where I did not leave until after 9 o'clock. That's why at 9:47 a.m., all right, it's 9:37 a.m. right now, stationary presence. The State's Big Sun is moving over the B&G Plaza. All right, and I give you that in video so you understand exactly what I'm talking about. That's not the sun. 6C79205, 7S95693, 453, T37, excuse me, that's Nevada, 5VOL 440. And you have what is, while I'm showing you that light source, which is speaking to the absence of any, that's not the sun that's remaining over me, while on January 23rd, 2022, the State's Fake Sun is over the Starbucks at 7:35 in the morning and remaining, all right? Did not come anywhere near B&G Plaza, went past B&G Plaza, all right, and got off at Lemon and Holt, where Omnitrans is loitering right now, bus number 1216 at 9:38 a.m., all right? I was not at B&G Plaza, but you have what is remaining here in conflict with that day that is documented, all right? And then you have, again, this is common sense. While I'm capturing and you're listening to the audible activity of this demon, this is Satan itself that's speaking and calling me names, which is legally relevant. It's defamation while a pattern of conduct of state surveillance. It's referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring. The demon possessed engaging in what is interstate stalking. All right, that is Satan itself that wants to keep tabs on you, and Satan is present in the environment, and that's not the sun. That is Satan itself that's remaining over me while that puppet is speaking. That's what Tracy Banks is. 6TTM 461, I believe. I can't really see that one though. 8UDX735. And so while you're looking at what is that unmistakable presence of the light source over the vehicle driving south on Laurel, then driving east on Hull, and then remaining stationary over the B&G Plaza, that is the absence of any sun that could possibly be present, contrary to what I documented, while I'm already present there, January 22nd, 2022, and also January 30th, 2022. All right, and what are you looking at? 8:31 a.m., the fake sun, that is Satan itself, remaining through the window, just like you see this morning, at a different location, at 8:31 a.m., arriving at that Starbucks. And then it remains there, at that Starbucks, because that's where I remain. All right, the ability to capture what is the stationary presence of this light source, which I'm showing you is not possibly the sun, is revealing what is the presence of Satan itself. All right, that is speaking, giving context to what is a psychopath that's engaging in what is legally relevant. It's criminal defamation while she's engaged in surveillance, and also admitting to her knowledge while she's engaged in surveillance about what's happening in a different city where the pattern of conduct is underway. But you have no knowledge of that. How do you know what's going on in the city of Fontana when I'm not talking to you about it? And actually, it's a non-situation. All right, Pippi Longstocking and Sarah Bartlett were handily dealt with. Okay, so what is it that you're talking about? You thought I didn't know about that? So what are you talking in their alternate universe? What are you talking about? Would you have spies or something? What are you speaking of? What are you talking about? What is she even? You're dealing with an idiot. She's an idiot. All right. So anyway, like I said, this is P.O.C. and this is not the light source that's remaining over me. As you see that video, 8HNC690, and then as I capture that video, that's directly damning her. It's not just today though. She's done. All right. This is just one third party that I'm going to handle with regard to federal prosecution. 6KDT322, 8RMJ693. 8SQX551. Not only is this video speaking to the impossible coexistence at the same time, no, it's not over some Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, and that wasn't the sun. That's speaking to what is an ongoing comprehensive system underway, all right, where you are maintaining an environment. And guess what? It is the supernatural. It is Satan itself. And that's what is relevant to what's wrong with these people. These are demon-possessed people who are engaging in criminal conduct. And while they are monitoring, because that's the nature of the crime, you're monitoring what it is that I'm documenting as I'm seeking to enforce my rights against you as you're engaging in this criminal conduct. And then you engage in what is conduct that seeks to facilitate your criminal purpose, which is to obstruct justice. It's very serious what Tracy Banks engaged in as I documented it. All right, criminal defamation is an integral component to what is the entities seeking to avoid justice, to evade justice, to obstruct justice, trying to defame you. All right, license 8MUD1870933, 09333C3, I believe, 8ALU297, 7VBM027. All right, so you're talking about showing you that conduct. You're witnessing the presence of Satan itself. This is Satan that is speaking. Satan is speaking about itself. That's what Tracy Banks is doing. 7HHS052. That's why I let the tape run, because I captured that video, and that is not the sun that's remaining over me. 8CUV667 while I'm in her car. 8JMW877, and that is remaining over the B&G Plaza as I remain here. 7FLD805, and that is the evidence that I documented. In addition, again, like I said, like I went over, because it's relevant to prosecuting this minion that's engaging in what is speaking that which is malicious and untrue, and it is also facilitating ongoing surveillance. It's audible activity in engineered light, while that which is as a matter of fact and as a matter of record documented conduct with regard to the how the system works, the maintenance of what is a light source and not the actual sun, also revealing what is the supernatural while this terrorism is underway. This is Satan, all right, and this is a puppet of Satan that's engaging in what is criminally defamatory speech while she is hostile and harassing on behalf of an entity, all of whom are surrounding a relevant position monitoring. All right. And that's why I'm able to capture what is the light source remaining over me at the United States Postal Service and on Holt Boulevard, while the Ontario Police, the same demon-possessed entity that Tracy Banks engages in a routine pattern of kidnapping and criminal summoning and criminal defamation while crossing paths with the Ontario Police. All right. License 5GOE310. And that is literally speaking to what is a chokehold with evidence with which I'm going to prosecute her. 7MQD231. She is not a normal person. It is as treacherous as it gets with puppets of Satan such as Tracy Banks. This is a sick individual, and this is speaking to, again, this is a shared condition by the people of the state, but this is a very sick individual, and this, you're just talking about what you're just, period, you're just mad because I am doing what you thought was impossible. 8SHX366, 5BHX245, 6NSS497, 8NQF984, license 7X09243, 5MAD587, 81142B3, 81142B3, yeah. 09306Z2, 7ERT 772-96625E3. And so that is the reality of, you know, the situation with, and that's what I mean. You're talking about literally disgusting. She's a disgusting creature. Not only because she's a gargoyle, she's a demon possessed. 6YOZ533, hideous in the spirit. Okay, all right. You're talking about what is the inability to see what is that spiritual form that the demon possessed. And you're talking about creatures, tentacles. They don't have hands. You're talking about what is Satan is doing nothing but hiding in a human being. Satan is a spirit. All right, they are disgusting, nauseating creatures, okay? You think you've seen scary movies, the demon possessed, and that's not any movie, that's real life. And so, like I said, but for documentation, there's no context. There is nothing that you can land your eyes on, that you can see and witness objectively in order to understand anywhere that's any ordinary target individual is coming from, or with regard to what I'm speaking to, the criminal conduct, which is relevant to what the demon possessed are engaging in. That demon possession is relevant to what is this impossible environment that seems to perpetually remain present, day and night. All right, that's how you have what are double, triple shadows. All right, and this is ongoing while I'm in the presence of that demon, Tracy Banks. 7YKE423. License 8XNL777. And so, like I said, this is the only way you deal with a psychopath is you gather the facts, and that's how you deal with a psychopath, because there's no reasoning with crazy. Satan is speaking about itself. Satan knows what is undesirable about being revealed through the people of the state. Puppets of Satan. 78178D3 or 7803. But like I said, you're talking about what is literally trying to muster up anything that you can. Oh, you're crazy. You need medication. You need to go to the hospital. Everywhere you've been banned. You thought I didn't know about Fontana. You're talking about trying to come up with some verbal arsenal in order to assault me with 6HYY358. While you're talking about every single last one of them that engaged in what is harassment by an entity while they're monitoring, surrounded with that ongoing P.O.C. You're talking about what is the fake sun that's remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library, in direct conflict with ever being present over 630 North Fern all day long. Remaining present over the Obit Family Community Library, which is relevant to when you're engaging in what is, second of all, making specific accusations about what you already know I'm doing on my phone. All right? You already know what's going on my phone while you're monitoring. All right? While impossible light activity is present inside of that venue. Directed light 1541900. That's the demons of the sheriff's department, touching with directed light in the same way like the rest of these minions. So you have what is engaging in what is referencing those which are all minions that have been documented while they're engaging in what is the pattern of harassment, because you're hostile as you're being documented. So you want to name Fontana Lewis Library, fake sun over that venue, directed light filling inside of that venue, indirect conflict with, by the way, when I'm going to Pomona. So what was that over the Fontana Lewis Library on January 12th, January 11th, going from the front of the library facing Spring and Sierra Avenue, and then over the entrance door of what is the Fontana Lewis Library, while you're remaining over the roof all day long, and then aiming light as though the sun is setting, sunlight is remaining, moving upward onto the wall inside of the depths of that computer lab of the Fontana Lewis Library. 8YKG433, really. And she's referencing that. Also admitting as to the fact that you are indeed engaged in surveillance, because didn't nobody talk to you about that. All right, and it's a non-situation. I'm documenting it. You know, these minions don't have any credibility. You're remembering the P.O.C. that's underway. All right, that's not the sun that's over that roof. And how do you know that's not the sun? Because while I'm already en route to the Fontana Metrolink train station right now, getting off and documenting the minions in the city of Fontana, where then the state is placing the fake sun. That's how I'm able to capture UPS under the fake sun while I'm on the grounds of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is not the first time that I've captured the fake sun. Not only present at that time, but then remaining all day long. Okay, I've documented that already. This is how you're understanding. You can engage in, just like she did today, you're engaging in defamation. You don't have any credibility. You're just a demon. You're Satan. You're defeated and you're mad about it. And you're engaging in more conduct, which is to your own demise. Okay, you are an entire psychopath. So you want to run down on minions that are engaging in a P.O.C. and engaging in harassing and targeting, because they're all together engaging in criminal conduct that's being squarely documented. 7MBK502. It's the same with the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. Are you kidding me? How many days and hours? And you're talking about for the, you're talking about Ovid Family Community Library. That is a heavily documented venue, heavily documented venue. So you want to reference that, that's fine. They don't have any credibility. That is not the sun whatsoever. Ongoing acts of criminal summoning while you are directly engaged in P.O.C. There's no question. 8PCH822, 883-5R2, I believe. I can't really see that whole license plate. You can stress that one. License 7ZHF3006. 8MWE524, I believe. This is Omnitrans, Route 61, Bus 1218. That's can't really see that one. License plate 1234524. So it is 9:49 a.m. and touching with directed light. Again, they approach the curb based on where it is that I'm standing over here. So if I'm standing closely toward the bus sign, you'll have what is focusing on approaching the curb closely there. And this is for purposes of what is directed light. All right, 6NIV193. And again, the directed light has nothing to do with being in the shade or being in the underneath the fake sun directly. That's why it's appearing in the shade while I stand in the shade on the side of the building. But again, you're talking about what is being present for purposes of crossing paths based on where I'm standing on the sidewalk, where the bus benches are. That's where they focus on. So where I'm standing near the driveway, they'll start pulling in right, driving very closely toward that curb all the way up. Where I'm standing at the opposite side in front of the sign, you'll have what is more casual pulling up. Again, that's license 1234524, and that's driven by a male. It's 9:50 a.m. and that's bus number 1218. They're concentrating based on where I'm at, and that's for the ongoing predatory conduct of touching with impossible light activity. But like I said, anyway, 7KAS 486. You have what is engaging in citing venues where the pattern of conduct is underway. And let me run down the names. You can engage in criminal summoning at the Upland Public Library, where the state was keeping a fake sun over that Upland Public Library, which is a matter of heavily documented record. Okay. And again, while it's remaining over the Ovid Family, up the Upland Public Community Library, it is not also remaining above the Ovid Family Community Library. And there is no time of year where all of a sudden the supposed sun is just going to hop from Euclid Avenue over the Upland Public Library and then just remain present over the Ovid Family Community Library, which is exactly what the entity did when I stopped going to the Upland Public Library on a daily basis. Don't forget that. All right, so you're talking about what is engaging in criminal summoning that's relevant to the ongoing pattern of conduct while it's being documented. Engaging in criminal summoning while you are also engaging in what is an implied admission. First of all, those study rooms are amplified. Second of all, I was engaging in what is literally humming to myself and engaging in what is harassment, because Satan can't stand to hear the joy that I maintain while I'm humming to myself inside of a study room, which, let me be clear, you actually cannot hear. Just because they made them out of glass that you could see does not mean that you're going to be able to hear everything, including zipping up your backpack. And like I was showing you, that demon possessed, this is already documented conduct. So you're talking about what is amplification of audible activity, engaging in what is a method of harassment, and then escalating it, a non-situation, while you're maintaining false allegations and summoning the Upland Police Department while the fake sun is over the library all day long. But what happened when I walked out of that Upland Public Library pursuant to what is criminal summoning? The fake sun is no longer over the Upland Public Library. And I showed you that while I then went to the bus stop. I went into the parking lot. The state's fake sun, contrary to what I'm documenting, when I remain inside of that Upland Public Library, and all of that is contrary to remaining in the city of Ontario above the Ovid Family Community Library in alignment with the entrance. All of that is in conflict with remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library. All right, remaining over me while I'm on buses in transit to said locations. All right. And you are talking about referencing these venues as though again, this is what Tracy Banks's aim is, trying to point the finger at me. You are to blame. You are the nuisance. You are the problem. You're banned. You need medication. You need help. All right. Well, this is what I mean. But for documentation, that bullying conduct, that defamation is what the government uses to engage in framing the one who is alleging the criminal conduct that you're subject to. Well, actually, you might not even know what you're subject to. You just know that people are engaging in this very weird conduct, following, engaging, and pacing all around you. A weird light. I don't even know if you're talking about what is engaging in stalking via government actors as well. And perhaps not having a nomenclature, not having a body of evidence where you can establish what people are doing. Strangers everywhere that you're going. That is speaking to a system. All right. And guess what? The part of the system is to engage in harassment. You want to harass while you're being pegged, 7KSB083, I believe, while you're being pegged as the psychopath stalker that you are. All right, 7XQS598, molesting with absolutely impossible light activity. All right, while I'm on the sidewalk, molesting my body. All right, so, and it's 9:53 a.m. This is, I want to be clear, this is what the aim of this ignoramus Tracy Banks is speaking to. So this one I want to give context because I can break all of that down. Every single last one of them. Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Where was the state keeping a fake sun? Because the actual sun's nowhere near and at no way deviating to be over 507 North Euclid Avenue, the Starbucks, while it's remaining over me. 8XFP657 at 630 North Fern, while it's remaining over in front of the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. 7ROZ656, while it's remaining over the roof and over whatever side of the building of the Fontana Lewis Library I happen to be at. All right, it's the same thing at Ovid Family Community Library. I've shown you the fake sun while I'm facing the back, facing the College of Law, University of LORRAINE. The fake sun over my head at the back of the library. 7KRF26Z. That's what I mean by asininity. But understand, that's Satan. That is Satan that is maintaining that hovering presence. Satan is present through what is that light source that is not the sun, LFENAO. And that's why this fake sun is maintaining and I put this in air quotes, a personality such that it wants to look at me. That's the conduct of the fake sun. No matter where I'm going, always moving to a vantage point as though you're trying to look at me. You want to be there while you're touching with light. It is Satan itself, okay? And you're seeing that through what is the impossible placement of this light source, 8SVK650. 3UXD493, every single last venue, which again, venues that I do not even speak. I haven't spoken to Tracy Banks about that. I've told her about what is Ovid Family Community Library, which was September 20th. This is when criminal summoning of the many times that they engaged in that, while engaging in the pattern of conduct and engaging in also what is waging false allegations, also false allegations that are speaking to an implied admission of engaging in the pattern of conduct. 7SLM893, which, by the way, you don't need. When you establish what is directed light, that's absolutely impossible light activity. You are subject to surveillance. When you have what is directed light inside of the bathroom, you are subject to surveillance in the bathroom. You are a sex offender. 7RGG828, and you are engaging in what is the systematic maintenance of the tools of surveillance so that any random person, even while they include children in that sexually violent pattern of conduct, to engage in surveillance and facilitating a government's ability to engage in surveillance in that private space. That's a sex offender. All right, so you're talking about what is that documentation that already exists, the absence of any credibility, the fake sun is over every single, the pattern of conduct, in other words, is documented while said venues want to engage in what is harassment. That's going to what is federal prison. All right, so you're literally that's why I just let the tape run. Let this minion talk. 4VGH634. Let this minion talk. because there's no reasoning with the psychopath. This is Satan. All right. And you're talking about what is literally the fake sun over my head. I'm capturing it while it's remaining over me, street for street, turn for turn, from Fern Avenue to G Street to Laurel to Hope Boulevard to the B&G Plaza, where it remains over me. Never to be present while I'm en route in Pomona. 4JJC 148, which is what I documented. All right. I documented getting on the Omnitrans at 8:48 a.m. going eastbound to the city of Fontana, and it remains stationary over me while she is engaging in criminal defamation under that fake sun, 6 UTW 105, which remains where I remain sleeping at 630 North Fern. That's why it's there till after 10:37 in the morning. That's why it's there at 4:27 p.m. in the evening, because she is engaging in that surveillance with that entity that's engaging in that conduct. And I want to be clear, it is also Satan itself. These are the demon possessed. That's what Tracy Banks is. 7BYB 510. 8MOJ 108, 7WKJ 268. So you want to engage in surveillance and engaging in what is 8POK 291, criminal defamation while you are engaging in that surveillance. 6DMF 579, 8GEN 638, 6PNF 890, 6EXW 115, 8JQE 946, 34191F1. And it's so sad. It's so sad because Satan is literally lying to itself. 7YME 621. And while I literally captured that video, you're talking about what is engaging in that conduct. And so you are speaking to what is this. These are necessary restrictions. You want to engage in surveillance. Everything that you do while you're engaging in surveillance, 8GDH794 is going to be used against you. You want to surveil. You want to defame while you're engaged in surveillance. Oh, you want to stalk in the bathroom while you're engaged in surveillance. You want to engage in harassment while you're engaged in surveillance. You want to engage in kidnapping like you're a legitimate. Oh, you're going to federal prison. 8FWX653. 8T64118, 7GKJ 581. It's 9:58 a.m. And let me be clear, Tracy Banks speaks as the entity. 8BHB618. It is 9:58 a.m. I want to reiterate again, molestation by San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Those demons try to refrain from that directed light conduct when I capture video of them. It's enough to capture the fake sun. Molesting with directed light while I document on podcast, though, I want to be clear. And I read that license plate. 7LJD 505, 6MGD 198. Directed light is never naturally occurring whatsoever, and that's how you know you're talking about the ability to engage in it and refrain from it. License 6RSZ 884. 14339J2, and that is engaging and speaking to also knowledge of the exact thing that I'm documenting. 8DVW189, license 8GRL993. So I want to make sure I specifically document that. But again, crossing paths under what is not the actual sun, which is already a matter of record. It's already shown what you're doing. That is the ongoing terrorizing act. And I want to be clear, the sex offenders that are the Sheriff's Department crossing path and touching with directed light, streaming in bars of light over toward me, those are demons in positions of law enforcement who are waiting to go to federal prison as I continue to add more names while I'm reviewing my documentation, because there's more names that are on the document. But that goes without saying. I'm just being thorough and spelling it out in my recitation of facts as I'm documenting. But all of the documentation that I have published online, it's all evidence. Every name that's on there, every company name, every employee number, every badge number is a means of identifying those that I encountered. And it is also speaking to those, more than those that I personally encountered, that are going to be prosecuted. The state facilitating venues of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department are engaging in surveillance while they are exercising fictitious authority under the law, kidnapping while engaging in surveillance. 6VYJ493. All right, I just happen to document those that I'm going to specifically name. 8YKF104. All right, but that is speaking to the entire San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is infected with demon possession. And this government is acting through the Sheriff's Department to engage in kidnapping while you're engaged in surveillance. It is an entirely illegitimate law enforcement agency. All right, criminals. Stalking me, that's what Directed Light is speaking to. You know exactly who I am. License 8NVB 911. License 33346C2. 7KTU049, 7PDB673, 8WMB948, 7JOR953, 8GA 8GAX 892, license 7KWE 805, 8ZBL 944, 8FYR 338, license plate 26611G2, and it's the same with regard to, like I was speaking to, with regard to Omnitrans. With regard to Aramark 5RBY331-02577C1, they're intentionally engaging in surveillance outside of the walls of the facilities of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department where kidnapping was underway, knowing exactly who I am, engaging in what is kidnapping by the entity. And 82351T1, crossing path with directed light and touching on me, is speaking to also that ongoing specific knowledge and surveillance that they were also engaged in while I was kidnapped by the entity. And that's how that documentation literally is a chokehold, okay? Because being outside of what is the kidnapping possession of this entity, and then showing you how that entity is exactly engaged in that ongoing P.O.C. That's why you were kidnapped. 8LAG 105, while those companies are crossing path, engaging in the same demonic activity. 8EOJ 194. That's the significance of showing what is directed light while Ryder is crossing path. That's impossible light activity. This is, first of all, context. First of all, that's a demon. Second of all, that's a stalker, a third party acting on behalf of a state that's engaging in that satanic monitoring system. 7RVZ 695. And you can interchange that with Aramark. You can interchange that with Omnitrans, engaging in the same exact thing, documented, engaging in the P.O.C. while I'm kidnapped by this entity. Knowing exactly who I am, the surveillance did not stop. It continued, and they were engaging in that same P.O.C. While the only difference is I had chains on and I was wearing a uniform while this entity sought to obstruct justice and kidnap me and defame me. All right. So you're speaking to what is that documentation for prosecution by a company that is indeed engaged in surveillance and kidnapping and a sex offender. 8XVN 164. All right. And so I have what was the ability to witness it firsthand. In other words, inside of what is the chambers of those facilities, 8KWX 199, and see how surveillance works inside of those facilities. That's literally what happened. Satan exposed itself. 7S09918, 8EOF 938, license 7KKR 535, 2WO7842, 88231G3, 8UOZ 494, and it's currently 10:04 a.m. And the state keeping the fake sun again, stationary over the B&G Plaza. The state following with the fake sun as I left earlier than I did the day prior. Again, you're remembering the state keeping its fake sun after 10:50 a.m. 11:04. I'm at the intersection of Lemon and Hope Boulevard. 7NBY 548. The state's fake sun is not over the parking lot of the city hall like it was yesterday. 8RTR 083. That is following street for street, turn for turn, departing from remaining over the B&G Plaza like it did 48 hours ago when I remained here and did not walk until after 11 o'clock in the morning. All right, 6YOZ 533, 6BVG 492. And so you are literally talking about dealing with a delusional psychopath with which I'm going to prosecute, because everything out of the mouth of a demon-possessed stalker 25929E3 is that which is serving a legal relevance. It's facilitating ongoing surveillance with communication devices. It is defamatory. That is facilitating the ongoing pattern of conduct serving to disincentivize documentation to render illegitimate that prosecutorial efforts of the ordinary target individual. 5HFX 794, facilitating kidnapping. 7NUC 994. And the way that this infected entity works, because it has no credibility, literally you'll just have minion after minion, demon after demon, just hopping on some false narrative. Oh, she's crazy. Oh, yes, she is crazy. Oh, yes, I observed this, and this is in the background, and this is in the history. This is literally what the entity did, making up information, and then you just have a bunch of demons that just hop on it, on a lie together, making it supposedly credible because they're all lying together. 8KLM 536. That is how Satan operates, and that's exactly what is documented as the pattern of conduct. And this is exactly the significance of that. So let me be clear. That is a very specific criminal activity as I document it today. While that's direct evidence of what is not possibly the sun is over me in her car, following from where she starts that car at 630 North Fern. All right, and license plate OCA 71A, that's Arizona. 8AXZ 318, 43059F3, 8ZBA 079, 6AFPO 43, 7TO 6590, 7CFW 457, 6TXR958. And while you have what is remembering this conduct, this is speaking to what is also facilitating kidnapping. Kidnapping inside of a mental ward. 38249R2. 8RUC674. 8RUN350. 47418 handicap. That's why Lisa Rogan is going to federal prison. 7FBU770. License 8SUP690. It is currently 10:06 a.m. License plate 8GDS413. That's amplified audible activity while a state is keeping a fake sun that is nowhere near the Ontario City Hall, like I showed you in still images as I left this venue earlier yesterday. And it's over me as I show you on video as I am approaching the Ovid Family Community Library. That's P.O.C. and 8PQV833 is a demon monitoring to that creation of audible activity around me while a fake sun is remaining over the B&G Plaza. And at no time, by the way, at 8:51 a.m., as I show you the fake sun upon arrival at this B&G Plaza before 8:30 in the morning, did the actual light source move to be in at the corner diagonal from the Andy's Burgers entrance? Duh. You already know that. The state's fake sun is captured at that angle, at that vantage point, because that's where I was standing. All right, and at no time is it, oh goodness, this long nose, 6UXA411, she's hideous, and she's also a demon-possessed stalker who's monitoring. At no time is it ever also going to be over the Stater Brothers. That's why the state's fake sun is present in the morning and also in the evening. Never being over the Stater Brothers parking lot, by the way, while you document that. 3UDF339, this is common sense. Never over the Stater Brothers parking lot, contrary to what I'm showing you in the morning, while the state is setting a fake sun over the B&G Plaza in alignment, aiming light inside of Shire's Liquor, which is, I mean, just ridiculous. 7HZY690, and it is 10:08 a.m. Let me show you this deal. Alrighty, I did capture what is video of the light source remaining over the B&G Plaza, and again yesterday, like I was pointing out, I had already walked toward the Ovid Family Community Library, and that's where you are witnessing surveillance while en route to that venue. The entity engaging in what is moving the light source over me as I walked to the Ovid Family Community Library earlier in the day. And again, 48 hours ago, where I am remaining here until after 10:50 in the morning. This is why at 11:04 a.m. I'm showing you what is at Metro 102 Apartments, where this demon is sitting on their patio. And the fake sun is right over. You're witnessing demonic activity while that demon is raising their hand as though they are praising the Lord, okay? It's audible activity in relevant position, engaging in the ongoing surveillance in that relevant positioning under that light source that is at what is Lemon and Hope Boulevard as opposed to Lemon and Plum. I'm showing you the still images while the demon possessed are following, while Satan itself, the light source, not the actual sun, is remaining over me. The ability to document that and show that direct evidence of that, as opposed to just making vacuous accusations that you cannot even objectively demonstrate, is in no way bearing any reflection on myself. That is the ability to do what literally this demon and all the rest of Satan itself hoped that would not be done. Let me be clear, doing what is literally the impossible. But it is not impossible because it's actually not even sophisticated. It's not intelligent. It is not rocket science to understand, as I am facing south and you're understanding what is supposedly the sun. All right. It's not rocket science to understand the nature of the theory of global warming. Right. It's also not rocket science because we understand the sun as we know it. So what I'm stating is this is common sense. This is supposedly the sun that's over me in one city, for example, the city of Fontana at 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay, this is supposedly the sun at 10 o'clock in the morning, where I also happen to document what is very peculiar light activity. That's supposed to be sunlight. Okay, that's fine. We'll leave that there. 10 o'clock in the morning, when I do not go to the city of Fontana, and that you do not see what is the same presence on the same time while I'm at a different location. It is not coexisting. This is supposedly the sun. So you're talking about what would be not the ubiquitous presence. That is not, because if it was ubiquitous presence, the sun would not be engaged in some orbit around the earth. That is speaking to, by the nature of the sun, the star as we know it, that is not maintaining ubiquitous presence. It is engaged in constant motion. All right. And so you're talking about what is not maintaining presence over at the same time everywhere that you're going. That's exactly what the entity is doing with a fake sun, though. Maintaining ubiquitous presence. And how is that? Because when I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library at 10 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock on the dot, and it's directly over my head, when I do not go to Fontana the next day and I go to, for example, Pomona, all right, and you're talking about what's relevant to time of year. So basically it's going to be the same time schedule, if you will, on December 31st, 2021 and let's say January 12th, 2022. This is the same time of year. So literally what I did on December 31st and what I showed you on January 11th, 2022, that is showing what is not the possibly the sun. And not only that, and what happened, I came from American Inn. The state is keeping a fake sun aiming direct light inside of that motel room of American Inn. I remain on Euclid Avenue, a specific street. I remain at that portion, and then I walk south on Euclid Avenue. I remain in Ontario the whole day. I go to B&G Plaza where the state is present over with the fake sun at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's 8 in the morning where the state's remaining here. But remember, December 31st, I didn't arrive here until in the afternoon. All right. And you're remembering on January 11, 2022, January 12th, I've heavily documented Fontana Lewis Library. It's the same time of year. It would be the ongoing identical conduct of what's supposedly the sun. If at 10 o'clock, the actual sun is over the Fontana Lewis Library parking lot, like I'm capturing where UPS is standing in the parking lot, delivering a package to what is a shut down Fontana Lewis Library when they're citing COVID-19 as their reason for that. You have what is engaging in presence directly over my head. But it's not just at that library. It remains over my head the entire time I'm coming from the city of Ontario at this same B&G Plaza where the state's light, the supposed sun, is present over me in the morning and not present in the afternoon when I'm coming from American Inn on a specific street. That's Euclid Avenue and H Street in Ontario. So it's not just present over me in Fontana, it's remaining present as I go from Ontario to Fontana, back to Ontario from Fontana, a specific building where I am in said cities, even as I engage in what is a supposed anomaly, which is, it's actually not an anomaly because I have documented video of what is the state's light source. You see that fake sun as I'm documenting the group stalkers engaging in the same conduct you see at 630 North Fern, the United States Postal Service aiming light. This is Satan. It's a psychopath aiming light into the car, which, by the way, doing so does not create a shadow in the back seat. While you're aiming light from behind the car, that's not engaging in this reflection of light that's creating a shadow in the back seat as I am looking at this light that's moving in all manner inside of the car. You have what is the third parties, including the one that engaged in criminal summoning with Officer Jay Burnett and Avila and Gerber, while they are aiming light inside of the car, and you had one minion after another engaging in this ongoing repeat. That's what they were doing at Pomona on Valley Boulevard. And you're talking about what is a very large street, concentrating focus on where I was parked in the car. Okay, all of those people are not homeless. All of those people are not sleeping in their car. They would engage in loitering in relevant position, parking in front and or behind, remaining there for a prolonged period, arriving there pursuant to what I was doing as I was doing. And guess what I also documented? The impossibility of ever coexisting, which was documented December 2018, time of year analysis relevant, all right? You're talking about what is present in video documentation of what is the light source remaining over me as I'm documenting license plates of those third-party vehicles that would engage in that pattern of stalking in relevant position as I was living in my vehicle on Valley Boulevard. At what time of day is the light source ever going to be present? Well, I'm showing you in the fall, in the winter, in the spring, and in the summer, the maintenance of a light source that is not possibly the sun all day long. When is it ever going to Pomona? When the state is engaging in setting at all times of the year. Where is the state setting its fake sun? Setting its fake sun in alignment with the Ovid Family Community Library. Setting its fake sun in alignment with the Ontario Museum, where it's present in the morning, and then acting as though it's setting there. I documented that. Setting its fake sun in alignment with the B&G Plaza, where it's present in the morning. All right, I just documented that again recently. All right, but I documented that before last year. Coming from 435 South Bonneville. And why was the state doing that? Because where I was present at the B&G Plaza, for example, or coming from the museum, passing by this venue, the state is present with the fake sun over my head. As I go to Mercy House, keeping a fake sun all day long over me. As I leave Mercy House in the evening, and you're talking about what is getting to the end of the day, the state is keeping a fake sun over me, and so it is engaging and acting as though while maintaining that ongoing stalking presence with the light source, which is not the actual sun, engaging in what is setting while maintaining alignment with me. And that's how you have documentation of what is also in the evening at the same addresses all day long of this alleged sun setting. All right, you're talking about what is engaging and acting as though the sun is setting over the Ontario Village Shopping Center, into the depths of the grocery store, into the Starbucks at 706 West Holt Boulevard, where, by the way, the state is keeping a fake sun in the morning, documented. This is all manner of keeping a fake sun in the city of Ontario. During the day and the night during summer, winter, fall, spring. Okay, this is the ongoing term of years of documenting what is not the ubiquitous presence of the sun. That is not what it is. The global warming theory that they are parroting to you. Even the notion of the sun as we know it, by virtue of what is the orbit of that gaseous ball of fire, it is not ubiquitous. It's not maintaining ubiquitous presence. It is not omnipresent over everyone at the same time. That is why you have what is different times of day, which we are relying on with regard to what is the appearance of this light source. And you're talking about what is the orbit, the ongoing movement as it is moving around, rotating around. Okay, that is not ubiquitous presence. All right, that is the opposite of the definition of ubiquitous presence. Duh. Okay, so you were talking about what is it that I'm documenting though? The maintenance of some omnipresent light source that's supposed to be the sun. It's not even engaging in conduct that is in any way persuasive. Now, and it's not only not persuasive, it is not that of the sun. You're talking about what is literally showing obsessive conduct. But let me be clear. Satan, because that's what that is, that's the light source and not the actual sun. Satan is relying on your remaining ignorant and never questioning that which you are taught. It's not rocket science. That's not rocket science at all. Because not only is it revealing that there's a bigger picture, the light source as it's documented remaining in the city of Ontario, and then as I go from Ontario going to Upland, and then you're talking about what is the departure from remaining present in Ontario as I already documented while I go to Upland. Okay, and then you're talking about what is the departure from being present over Upland, which it's never going to be while it's remaining over me at a specific venue all day long in Ontario. That doesn't coexist. It doesn't. But nonetheless, doing that, and then when I stop going to Upland, back to where it is in Ontario. That's a departure from being ever present. How was it ever present over Fontana, over a specific venue where I'm at, following to and from whatever venues in Upland? Excuse me, not Fontana. All right, it's the same analysis for Fontana, but I'm talking about Upland, and that's just one example. But guess what? The bottom line is, if I got on some mode of transportation and went to, like I've already done, some different city, that's what you saw going to Palmdale. That is literally the ongoing evidence. It's already published. 8 ESR 269, I believe. You have what is the impossibility of this being the actual sun. There is no sun, and there is no intelligent response to that. And that's why you have minions. This is Satan itself that is unprepared, that is scared to death, that is literally has no intelligent response for the ability to pay attention to detail and show you what is that which you cannot fathom. But let me be clear, just because you can't fathom it does not mean that it's not actually occurring. It is happening, and it is that which is unfathomable. And that is why, let me be clear also, third parties who are engaging in the violation of your First Amendment rights and stating on some classification because it's some harm to the public, it is inherently relying on what is the validity of the government. And it is still a violation of the government because the government is not bound that presumption of what is telling the truth, relying on the government, like we're some engaged in some third world country where we're supposed to believe whatever it is the government is spouting out to us. And let me be clear, doing it through a third party who are engaging in what is the politicization of social and economic issues that are affecting our country, all right, that they are stating, you cannot speak to any, in other words, you cannot maintain any opinion that is contrary to what the government is stating, to what people are stating, because people are dying and because it is harmful to the health. This is the policy, right? This is what third parties, large companies that are bigger than life are engaging in, facilitating that pattern of conduct. You are being lied to. Okay, and let me be clear, violating the First Amendment right, because that's what that is. You're doing it on behalf of the state. Understand what that is. It is literally doing it as a proxy. Third parties, which are large actors in the United States, well, not necessarily in the United States, but companies with large pocketbooks, engaged in the ability to censor, engaged in the ability to limit your speech. And why? Because of the power that they maintain, the platforms that they maintain, and limiting your speech rights. And let me be clear, that's exactly what they are doing, and doing so pursuant to what are agendas of the government. And let me point something else out. The reason why that is relevant is because the whole notion of First Amendment speech is founded on the fact that we are not given some right of freedom by the government. It's not delegated to us. You're born with it. All right. Contrary to what the government is practicing, the P.O.C. in and of itself is, diametric opposition to that very notion. And also, let me point out the satanic system. These are the demon possessed. Let me be clear. Satan cares not about your God-given anything. OK, literally defecating on the notion. Let me just point that out to you. This is the hypocrisy at the heights. This is the illusion of free society. That's how America is doing it. Okay, the same system of surveillance maintained by government bodies, it's doing the same thing, but you're talking about doing in America, we're doing it under what is the guise of free society. But let me be clear, while you are engaging in what is limiting speech, because that's exactly what it is. You're limiting speech and you're doing it under some company name, on some platform, power and money that you hold, and it is based on that same false assumption, which is literally in direct opposition to the notion of our constitutional right to freedom of speech, that you are able to limit speech where it is in disagreement with what the government is stating. And why your form is, the reason why they're stating is because, oh, it's an exception, because you're harming the public. You're spreading misinformation that puts other people in harm's way. You are still relying on what is the necessary validity of what the government is telling you. The government is telling you that information. All right. That is the same conduct in violation of your First Amendment rights. That is being engaged in on behalf of the government. Let me be clear. And that's not by any accident. Politicizing issues, making them larger than life in order that they do become politicized, in order that third parties such as companies where you are engaging in any manner of speech, in doing so is a way of limiting that speech. And let me be clear, it is the absolute hypocrisy. For that to be occurring, and that's exactly what's happening, this is not a free society. Do you understand what is happening before your very eyes? It is happening in front of your face. Because the government is saying so. Because the government is saying, oh, it's this serious because this and this is happening. And who is relying on it? You're relying on what the government is telling you. You're relying on what people are. The very people I'm showing you are the demon possessed. That is not even the sun. That same government is telling you about what is global warming. And so you disagree with that? And guess what? Where does the freedom of speech right say, oh, you are limited, you are given your freedom of speech, except for when you disagree on it on an issue that we gather to be, or we consider to be so important that you cannot exercise your freedom of speech. That's literally what the rationale behind that conduct is. All right. This is antithetical to what is free society. And this is happening in the United States. All right. So I want to be clear. You can engage in whatever it is. Let me be clear. This surveillance conduct by the government, this is not subject to that sort of policy. Like I said before, and I mean it, you're going to watch what's going to happen. You want to get in the way of what Satan is doing. Get in the way of what Satan is doing with regard to trying to obstruct justice. You want to get in the way in that regard. You want to try to obstruct justice. You're going to be prosecuted, because this is an exception that you are not getting around. This is showing that the government is not above suspicion. This is showing that the government is not to be believed with regard to however important or how vital with regard to life and death the government wants to name it. And because the government says so does not make it so. The P.O.C. itself is showing that. Okay. And this is subject to what is going to be the ability to document and prosecute, period. And you want to engage in infringing on the First Amendment rights of speech. It is engaging in what is that prosecution of that entity that is threatening your life while you're subject to that surveillance. Third parties are doing that. All right. 7ZXH490. It's 10:28 a.m. Fake sun remains over the B&G Plaza. P.O.C. Alrighty, showing you the video and what I'm going to use to prosecute them for kidnapping. That's Omnitrans 1535754, bus 1364. Arriving and present pursuant to what is not only my use of my video camera showing the fake sun as it is south of the B&G Plaza at this time at 10:30 in the morning, which is the absence of any light source. 7RBN 944, I believe. I can't really see that one. BM22SA5 paper, which is contrary to being present, contrary to what I showed you yesterday. The state keeping its fake sun over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, as I come from a different route. I came from the Ontario City Hall, which I also was reminding you of. Remember the day prior when I come from Lemon and I walk up what is Lemon from Hope Boulevard, and you're looking at what is the fake sun that's on the opposite side of that apartment building. All right, you're looking at what is the state's fake sun yesterday coming from the Ontario City Hall on polar opposite sides of those apartment buildings, remaining over my head as I am approaching that venue that is the Ovid Family Community Library, where ongoing surveillance is present all day long, and then the state is keeping a light source in alignment. Let me be clear, like I said, that is indirect. That is to be reminded. You're supposed to remember that when the entity is placing a light source in the city of Upland. Right, like I documented, engaging in an ongoing grand departure, because what I documented yesterday and what I documented today and the day before yesterday, the entity's been engaging in this for a term of years. I've been documenting the Open Family Community Library since 2019. All right, so you're talking about what is literally a foundation for understanding what is stalking with the fake sun, while the entity was keeping it over me while I was living in my car, and then walking to the library, and then engaging in keeping it over me with regard to that pattern. And as I branch out and showing you more and more as you're understanding what is stalking with the fake sun. And this is common sense. It's common sense because what I showed you with regard to one particular venue as opposed to a different location. But just to be sure, there's no question, okay? I'll go to a different city. I'll go to a different county. I'll remain in that different county all day long. I'll travel, show you while en route to that different county. All right, and you were talking about what is a necessary departure, and then engaging in what is a grand departure, a necessary departure, because the sun is not maintaining ubiquitous presence over anything. By virtue of what we know as the sun is engaged in constant movement. Okay, that is not ubiquitous presence by definition. But what am I showing you? Maintaining ubiquitous presence over me. But you're talking about what is movement. How are you maintaining ubiquitous presence? Because you're constantly moving over me. That's not the sun. That is Satan. That is understanding what are the times that we are in, and also understanding the criminal activity that the people of the state and the government are engaging in. All right, so anyway, I did capture that video, and I'm just reminding you about when I'm going up what is plum versus when I'm going up what is lemon, okay? 8WFZ997, and doing so also at what are different times. That's the same thing I'm showing you when I'm going to the Pomona Transit Center in Los Angeles County. And I do so on different days at extremely different times. And you're looking at what is the same stalking conduct in the vehicle. All right, molesting with directed light. This is third party 52321D3. It is currently, by the way, 10:35 a.m. 7J98660 8LVL 565 6YVC 821. 8FMR 814. 5KJA 884, I believe. 5CDF 935. 8MBU 106. 8KNY 998. Alrighty, it's 10:35 a.m. All right, showing you what is the fake sun that's over me, and capturing that video at 10:36, 10:37, and I'm reminding you about what happened on January 23rd, which is just an example. All right, JMR 419, that's an Iowa license plate at Metro 102, where the state's fake sun is captured in video. Again, not anywhere near what is the Ovid Family Community Library, as I'm already there yesterday at this time, but also January 23rd, as I want to use a specific, you can use, time, specific time, hour, minute, 10:37 a.m. as I showed you at 10:35, and then 10:37 a.m. on January 23rd, the state kept its fake sun over the address of 630 North Fern, aiming precisely over me, and while I'm in that vehicle of 630 outside of 630 North Fern, which again, you're looking at what is the unmistakable movement of that light source at 8:15 in the morning, 8:16 in the morning, arriving 294JA handicap. There is no remaining present over 63094, nor is the actual sun remaining present. But like I said, my video documentation showing the fake sun this morning within the 8 o'clock hour, moving necessarily so in order for me to capture it while I'm in movement in a vehicle, driving on Laurel and then onto Hope Boulevard, capturing the demons of the Ontario Police Department while crossing path, and directed light is moving all across the buildings of the REA money transfer and the United States Postal Service. That is not remaining stationary, nor is it remaining over the edge of some visible roof of 630 North Fern while I'm at the B&G Plaza. That is the maintenance of that light source. All right, 8PGK163. And doing so, leaving from that location, necessarily so, keeping in alignment with me, as Satan is doing in the sky space under what is the unpersuasive form of what is supposed to be the sun, 5UJZ932. All right, and then doing so as I remain at the B&G Plaza. All right, and so as I move, again, from the B&G Plaza, that is where the state's light source is then moving. And it is the state's light source because the state is engaging in what is criminal surveillance. The state are demon possessed. While you are stalking with light, while you are engaging in demonic conduct, this demonic environment, it's facilitating that surveillance. And that's why it's referenced as that. Well, let me be clear, this is demonic activity. This is literally Satan itself that's hovering. Satan is present in the environment. Satan is using government actors. Satan is using the people of the state while this surveillance system is underway. And that is why it is referenced as the state's light source, because that's what it is. It's the state's light source. It is the source for what is the maintenance of light, while literally puppets in positions of government, in positions of law enforcement, the people of the state that surround demons such as Tracy Banks, who represent the people of the state. All right, she's speaking on behalf of the entity. The fake sun's remaining over me, and I'm doing so, showing you at 10:37 a.m. where the state's fake sun is over me while I am leaving from B&G Plaza, and on what is in front of Metro 102 apartments at 10:37 in the morning. All right. 48 hours ago, the state's fake sun remains over me while I remain at the B&G Plaza, showing you as I'm facing south, it's over that parking lot. Yesterday, I arrived at the Open Family Community Library over an hour earlier than that. And I'm showing you what is in images. The already presence, the supposed presence of what's supposedly the sun over my head as I walk through this same parking lot. It was already there. So how come the light source is not in front on the opposite side, not while I'm facing south in the B&G Plaza parking lot? How come it's not in the opposite direction? All right, because you're talking about what is maintaining deliberate positioning with regard to where the state's light source is. And as I walk in a specific direction, the state doesn't keep it in front of my head, and the state keeps it directly over me, advancing over me as I move. All right, and let me also document 294JA is driving in circles in the parking lot. This is a fat face, triple chin, old bag of bones, group stalking in the parking lot and touching with direct light because I'm standing still in the parking lot. It's currently 10:42 a.m. And so I just want to be clear, 10:37 a.m. on January 3rd, 2022. Not only is this the day where I'm showing you what is the state's light source, the actual fake sun. This is Satan itself, not the actual sun. It's not only present setting as I capture it in alignment with that same B&G Plaza where I just walked away from. 10:37 a.m. The state is keeping the fake sun over me. You see it moving in real time as I remain at 630 North Fern, the address from which the light source was over this venue, over this car, over that venue at 630 North Fern, leaving at 2 hours earlier than that. You're talking about what is 8 a.m.? 8:13 a.m., 8:15 a.m. And this is why I'm capturing on Laurel and on Hope Boulevard. That's an absolute departure from that location, but nonetheless, it's documented remaining stationary. So you do not have the actual sun that's engaging in that vacillation of orbit. It's the actual sun is not engaging in what is maintaining ubiquitous maintenance of presence over me, moving as I move, in other words. The actual sun, though, contrary to what the entity is doing, is not doing that while also remaining at the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, while also remaining over that same address of 60 North Fern until after 10:37 a.m. But even before that, I captured on January 1st, 2022, I stayed there in that car in front of that vehicle all day long, documented it. And then the second I didn't, January 2nd, went to the Fontana Lewis Library. And what do you see? 11 o'clock in the morning, the state's fake sun is over me. You see the demons of Southwest Airlines stalking on the 10 freeway. State's keeping the fake sun directly over the window on the 10 freeway while driving east on the 10 freeway. Driving through Upland in order to do so first, all right? That is, how is that occurring? At what point, while I'm remaining stationary at the B&G Plaza, is that ongoing movement of that light source occurring? It's not coexisting. All right. And so, like I said, that is understanding what has nothing to do with any global warming. First of all, that's not connected to the sun. But second of all, you have just plain conflicting presence of this light source. It is not over my head, over the 280 North Living Apartments behind me while I'm facing what is south and showing you what is that clear object in plain sight. All right. It is not at the same time behind my head. No, it's not. It's not over my head. It is to the south while I am facing south. All right. And that is not also at the same time over my head at the 280 North Living Apartments, the tip of those apartments, and also east of that location, remaining at the 111 North Vineyard Avenue, over that parking lot, directly over the S.I.I.S restaurant while I remain there, and then advancing in the window of the Omnitrans bus while I then go to up Pomona. No, it's not. No, it's not. And that is asininity, literally asininity. All right. So you're talking about what has nothing to do with some global warming theory. OK, you're talking about what is the ongoing conduct of that which is not the sun, but let alone you're talking about conduct that's just a grand departure from being anywhere near where I just documented 24 hours ago. If that was the sun, well, then how the heck is it anywhere over and remaining over the Pomona Transit Regional Center? I mean, at what point is it also coexisting with being over my head? Remember, over, not just in the sky space, over my head, and remaining all day long, not the sun, in the city of Fontana at any point when you engage in that. All right. And you're talking about what is the ongoing revealing of that stalking with the light source, and demons such as Tracy Banks that are monitoring with these psychopaths that surround in this Star Trek-like light activity, engaging in monitoring with communication devices, having no credibility whatsoever. License 7JIT124 going into the Ontario Senior Center, 7VXU590, 7HCX720, BEEEBZZ, license 7CEZ651. Paper plate BT92Y51, 6JXB573, 7NHT882. I already read that license plate. Sun Power is license 8NSZ312. And these demons 7ZVW448. All right, this minion over here is sitting in the parking lot while the other triple chin old bag of bones that I was documenting while she's touching with directed light. 8XDM144 is group stalking in the parking lot. All right, meaning maintaining presence in the parking lot. That's surveillance conduct while a fake sun is over my head. Alrighty, and you see that it's 10:46 a.m. Remember, I remain inside of the Ovid Family Community Library at this time. I already arrived, walked through this parking lot much earlier than this time yesterday. Maintaining presence in relevant position while a light source is over your head while directed light is molesting is called the P.O.C. It is group stalking conduct, and it is also the identity of what are the demon possessed. Also showing you what is the engineered light that's in between the cars in the shade, which is impossible light activity. The fake sun is hitting, for example, on the passenger side of the vehicle. So you have the shade of that vehicle, which is casting to the driver's side, but yet you have what is directed light manifesting in that shade. That is that same engineered light that is surrounding on the grounds, while demons, such as this third party who I captured with the fake sun over his vehicle, a psychopath acting like he's doing something else. That's what Satan does, okay? And that's what you're not going to be persuaded by. It doesn't matter. You can act like you're doing whatever you want. 6XDM144 is a demon-possessed stalker monitoring with a communication device. And the fake sun, that undeniable direct evidence, is what you are looking at. 7KEE261, because that's not possibly the sun. All right, and that is not sunlight that's appearing all around. That's engineered light. License, that's City of Ontario, I believe, right? Yeah, 1469611, 7GQL610, 8XNT939, 8UAE491. 7WYC830, 8VDJ811, 7X88210, GUZMAN3, 5RNC830, 7XTU849, 8BHL385, and it is 10:48 a.m. All right, it is currently 10:52 a.m. I'm showing you what is the arrival of the state's fake sun, whereas yesterday I was already at this venue. So you're talking about under any circumstances, let's say, for example, I was inside of the library and for whatever reason I didn't document leaving the library and I went somewhere else during the day, let's say even I don't know, like 12 o'clock or something, and I went somewhere else. Guess what? The state's fake sun would have been right over me, 8JDR780. I've shown you what is the demonic attack with directed light through that shaded area where the 280 North Limit apartments are. That's what just occurred right now. It is one of the first videos published on my YouTube channel with regard to directed light. That's exactly what that third party did right now. And I've shown you that before, driving through the turn circle, and then you literally saw, it looks like a claw of directed light that is upright, moving across in a circular fashion around me while I'm sitting at the shaded area of the 280 North Limit apartments. It's demonic. You're seeing Satan in operation, and that is directed light. Let me be clear, while that third party is crossing path, that is a stalker that knows exactly who I am. It's literally a minion of Satan, while the fake sun is over the library at a later time. But like I said, let me get back to my hypothetical. If I would have left, for example, and for some reason didn't document it on my podcast or on video, let me be clear, it is equally the same conduct of what is revealing what is not possibly the sun. You have what is arriving at the same location under what is supposed to be the sun, which is engaging in what is an ongoing, consistent, and predictable, reliable, that is, conduct of what is supposed to be a star that is not maintaining ubiquitous presence by definition of what that star is, engaging in the conduct that star, that is the sun, that where there is only one, engaging in that ongoing conduct on a daily basis, which we rely on and identify through what is also time and time of year. You have what is arriving at the same address at 215 East C Street, taking the same path as I did yesterday, and also showing another vivid illustration to contrast with as I walk as a deviated path, walking from the B&G Plaza up Lemon, and showing you what is not and not coexisting with being over the parking lot of the Ontario City Hall, like I showed you today, like I showed you yesterday in still images. While I took the same path today as I did yesterday at a later time today than I did yesterday, and I'm showing you the video of the fake sun that is not already present pursuant to that schedule that has existed by documenting that presence of that light source at that time yesterday. I arrived here yesterday closer to 10 o'clock in the morning. We're going on what is 11 o'clock in a minute. It's 10:54 a.m. And I'm showing you this video, and it is showing what is the presence of that is not already ahead of me, in other words, over the edge of the 280 Northland Apartments. As I'm walking around that corner, showing you this directed light, it is maintaining presence over me as I arrive. In other words, right over me, right on the steps of me as I'm taking them, as opposed to already being present, which would be the sun, the presence of the sun, if that was the sun. Okay, that is that predictable and that reliable conduct of that star, as opposed to what is the demonic stalking with a light source that is not the sun. That is revealing the supernatural. It is Satan itself. And you're also witnessing what are the tactics of Satan, that impossible light activity, as you see it underneath the structure of the Ovid Family Community Library, 8 MSB 941. And guess what? The entity that's aiming that light on the side, while you have after 4 p.m., after 5 p.m., the state is aiming directed light inside of the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library, which is also the maintenance over one single address and concentrating light over one single address to the, everyone else is deprived of seeing the actual light source while it's remaining concentrating over the Ovid Family Community Library. So let me break it down even more for you. The state of Nevada has no such sun over their sky space anywhere, while light is being supposedly sunlight. It's not sunlight, it's directed light. While supposedly sunlight is being concentrated inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. It is not having any light source over that sky space, but that's not what is actually occurring. In the state of Nevada, you see what's supposedly a sun over you. In the state of Arizona, you see what's supposedly a sun over you. In the state of Florida, you see what's supposedly a sun in the sky space. And that is in direct conflict with common sense. And it is impossible. The sun as we know it, and there is only one as we know it, as you have been told, as you have been taught, all right, as these theories with regard to what's going on in the environment are parroted to you by those who you are supposed to just give them the presumption of legitimacy, all right, where then the third parties that have a lot of money and platforms able to restrict your First Amendment speech because you in any way disregard or disagree with what is politicized. All right, and not going with what is the narrative that the government is forcing you to go with. I mean, you were talking about what is before your eyes, the breaking down of free society. It is actually the ongoing fallacy. That is not the sun that's over any sky space in Arizona while the state is cycling what is directed light in the morning, maintaining directed light into the afternoon and into the evening at one single address. By the way, while the state is doing that, there is no time where the actual sun, if that was the sun, is over the parking lot of the Stater Brothers. Contrary to what I'm showing you, early in the morning, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning. Indirect conflict with common sense. That documentation already exists. While the state is keeping it present over the Ovid Family Community Library and then keeping it present into the evening in alignment with the Ovid Family Community Library, that is not in any way present over the Stater Brothers parking lot. It has not even advanced to that location. It has not advanced to that location while also keeping in alignment with the B&G Plaza in order to aim light on me through the Shiro's Liquor while I'm sitting on the bus bench onto the apartment buildings of the Ontario Town Square Town. It's very targeted with that light conduct. But then again, that light activity does not coexist at all with remaining in alignment with me at 630 North Fern, as I documented on January 1st, 2022, where I'm showing you before, you're talking about what is 8:30 in the morning and remaining all day long. I go to the B&G Plaza and then I return to 630 North Fern, where I'm showing you what is the maintenance of a light source over me as I remain stationary at one address. It's the same thing I'm doing at Ovid Family Community Library, documenting a whole entity. All right, I'm documenting the entity while I stay inside the vehicle. But let me be clear. You're documenting understanding how that system is working. These demons are pacing around and in possible light activity inside of the building. Okay, just psychopath demons. Psychopaths. Just like you heard this morning, engaging in what is criminal defamation. Well, you're going to put a chokehold on that demon with that audible activity. Okay, she's already going to federal prison. 6GYM262. All right, while she's engaged in terrorism. That's what the fake sun is about. You're documenting terrorism. You're documenting what is sexual violence while you're molesting with that engineered light, touching because you want to monitor with surveil with communication devices. It's documentation of the sex offender that is the state of California. All right, you're documenting what is the conduct of a demon-possessed one. That's also relevant to that prosecution for what is terrorism. That directed light that's inside of any bathroom, that directed light that's inside of any public establishment and or private establishment, I've documented that as well. Tracy Banks, what sites in your apartments. You have what is, again, that ongoing evidence and then the audacity of some demon-possessed stalker, some puppet of Satan that has no credibility and literally has no leg to stand on, while that evidence that I have and all she has is what is the audible activity of some demon, an unintelligent one. Okay, it has nothing to respond to 7EGC067 with regard to an intelligent response to what is a matter of documentation, to which she can't just dismiss. That's what Satan wants, and that's what Satan relies on, the ability to dismiss and defame as opposed to address and confront what is direct evidence. All right, and that's why you just let the tape run. Oh, is that right, Satan? Okay, well, we're going to revisit that. License, this is CEMEX, C-E-M-E-X, California 412855. License 62702M2 or 6270... Yeah, 2M2, I believe. That's CEMEX with McCarthy at the structure site. Light activity, ongoing presence of the fake sun, patrolling by these demons. I'm telling you about the directed light. CEMEX is monitoring, okay? It's an ongoing conduct by an entity. And like I said, I was just giving you examples. While the state keeps a fake sun over this address where I remain, it is not even advanced to what is, to being anywhere over the parking lot of, for example, the Ontario Village Shopping Center over the Stater Brothers. It's not even, and anywhere it's not in alignment, it is not coexisting with being over some upland public library. All right, like I reminded you where I went, I believe it was January 21st or January 22nd, 2022. That is literally a grand departure as I go to Upland on January 22nd. But that's just showing you what is stalking with a fake sun, because while the state's keeping it over me on Route 61, up and down that route, going up to the Metrolink train station, street for street, turn for turn, and then getting on the Route 66, on Foothill Boulevard, going through the city of Fontana, going through the city of Rancho Cucamonga and to Upland and getting off, and the state kept its fake sun over me. Let me be clear, at 11:01 a.m., the state, at this time, it is still directly relevant to what I already documented about that day. The state's fake sun is not over the Ovid Family Community Library, remaining all day long, which is the documented pattern, and also maintaining presence over the intersection of Euclid and Foothill, while I'm documenting the fake sun over me at 11:50 a.m. at that Chase Bank, over me at the Vons inside of the Foothill Town Center. All right, remaining, you have what is the fake sun remaining over me while I'm documenting the fake sun over me while I am reading the license plate at the intersection of No, it's not coexisting. It's not remaining over me while I'm on the bus, Route 83, going southbound, getting off at Euclid, and showing you what is directed light while demons such as 30234F3 are crossing path while I am approaching the Upland City Hall. 7DGB283. It is not remaining. It is not ubiquitous presence. It is not the same position of the light source while it remains here, which, by the way, followed here at a different time when it was already supposed to be here, and also maintaining presence in the city of Upland. All right, so this is common sense. And this is what no demon can address whatsoever. Why do you have three shadows? No demon can address that. They can't. And so you're talking about what is the inability to, so you're talking about you're going to try to call a targeted individual crazy while you have three shadows, which you don't want to address that. You just want to, oh, you're crazy. Okay, that's why you're going to federal prison. That's what you're understanding, what is the terms of criminal defamation. And then you'll have what are third parties that just jump on that bandwagon. Oh, yeah, she's crazy. Oh, yeah, I heard she's crazy. Oh, yeah, did you know this shit? That's literally what they do. That's literally what the entity does. That's what the entity did. I documented that. While they are all lying together. Okay. And so, like I said, you were talking about what is very serious criminal conduct while you want to engage in publishing, because you're monitoring and surveilling. 5YAL492. That's why that demon is crossing path with directed light in the shade on the curb. Okay. While they're crossing path, you are engaging in publishing the publication of defamatory conduct, which is serving to threaten the liberty. It is the ongoing material with which demons are, all of them are lying to themselves, and they're delusional psychopaths while they're monitoring, and then engaging in what is some sort of attempt to try to attack me while you got a fake sun over your head, honey. You can't do nothing about that. You cannot do anything. There is nothing you can address, and that's why you're spouting off what are third parties that engaged in shows of harassment, because they are surrounded, just like you are, by the pattern of conduct. You have irrefutable direct evidence of that. All right? There is no intelligent response, so you can't respond to it at all. Okay, 11 o'clock, it's right now. The state's fake sun follows to the Ovid Family Community Library. Okay, well, on January 2nd, 2022, where was I at 11 o'clock in the morning? Guess where? After getting off the 10 freeway and then going to Sierra Avenue and Foothill Boulevard, where I captured that Circle K, and the fake sun remains over me the whole time. And then we went to the Fontana Lewis Library. There is no addressing that in any intelligent manner. That is not the ongoing ubiquitous presence that is following. And on that particular day, which is to the departure of any presence, which would be the actual sun, which would be over the 280 North Limit Apartments, if that was the case. And if that was the case, then it would not be over my head, as I documented on January 2nd, 2022, over me in the parking lot of the Fontana Lewis Library, where it remained all day long. It remained all day long, as though the sun is setting in Fontana, which is the pattern. That's the pattern. All right, so like I said, it's 11:04 a.m. This is P.O.C. These are demons that are pacing around at the turn circle. Wells Fargo is engaged in the P.O.C. 240 North Euclid Avenue, while demons are pacing around, and directed light is fanning onto the surfaces. Directed light is fanning onto this to the curb over here. That is speaking to the Ontario Town Square townhomes. That is speaking to what is McCarthy and what is CEMEX, what they are doing. That is speaking to relevant positioning which spans beyond this immediate environment. But I want to document that because these demons are crossing path and fanning directed light on onto surfaces. services, okay? It is currently, by the way, 11:04. Let me get this demon's license plate, 4703 5T2. Direct the light on the shade. That's an overweight Latino male with a beard. He's got a low buzz cut, driving a white Frontier truck, a Nissan Frontier. It is, again, 11:05 a.m. Doing so under the fake sun. This is P.O.C.
These officers are here.
Who did I film, Thrasher?
I'm not going to talk to you about that.
Why? You're here to give me a piece of paper, but you don't want to tell me who I allegedly filmed?
You need to leave.
Who did I film?
They're asking you to leave.
No, I get it. I'm asking him a question. Who did I film?
I don't know. You have to bring that portion up with him later. Okay, so after May 4th.
Who did I
Greg,
film
can you
and
grab
when
your
was
stuff,
it?
please?
Who did I film and when was it? It's in the letter?
Yep.
That I filmed on January 21st. Security guard reported that you were using a mirror to spy on people in the security guard reported that I was using a mirror. Okay, that's a lie. And on January 29th, you were observed following teen girls into the bathroom. And that I was filming them on January 29th.
You were.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
January 29th. You're talking about when Officer Morris came and gave me a, And so you're talking about when they were looking through some teenage girls who are talking about they saw me peeping underneath bathroom stalls, which I was not. So how are you, and they weren't even in the bathroom stall, so what are you talking
Let's go
about?
talk about this outside so we're not disrupting all these people.
Well, no, it's an issue, officer, because when you're talking about...
Let's step outside with us. Let's
Can
not
you-
interrupt everybody else here in the library. Let's step outside.
Well, this is the problem, let me be clear.
Okay.
And I just
I
want
don't
to be
care
clear.
what the problem is between
Well,
you
it's a
and
matter
me.
because they've called you, so let me be clear before you're
Let's step
engaging and
outside.
removing me from the building. My issue is...
He's already...
Yeah,
He'll
and
talk
that's...
to you outside. Come on, let's go.
Let me ask you a question, because you're getting to what they want before you have a right to do that. When you are talking about
You
lying...
told me you're not allowed here anymore. So
I know,
technically
and you're talking
trespassing.
about giving a reason,
So either you
which
walk
is a
outside
lie.
right now, and we
You're
give you
talking
no
about that's a
trespass
lie,
letter,
though.
Or then we go the other route and take you to jail for trespassing. Your
Okay,
choice.
when you are lying, though.
Your
So you
choice.
don't want to address that.
Your choice. I'm not lying. I don't know what's going on with him. Okay, he said you're not allowed here.
Yeah,
That's all
but
we need to
officer,
know.
what I'm telling you is when they're calling here and they're talking about this
Then you can
is
take that up
happening.
with their staff. Okay.
He is
Let's
the
step
staff,
outside.
and you see how he doesn't want to answer the
step
questions
outside
while
and we
you're
can
here.
talk about outside.
Okay, but what's your name?
Officer Oaks. Badge number
Officer Oaks?
20466.
20466?
Yes. Let's
Okay.
go outside. Thank you.
Alrighty, so this is referencing, by the way, January 21st, January 29th, when Securitas is in relevant position, the same one stalking in the bathroom,
Let's
standing
go.
in
We can
relevant
talk
position.
about it outside,
I'm
okay?
getting my stuff and I'm documenting this while I'm
Everybody else.
inside.
That's fine. It's been on camera.
It's not a matter of interruption. They're all monitoring together. They're standing in directed light. Officer Oaks.
Let's go.
He's standing in directed light. It is currently 11:26 a.m. And that was again Thrasher. And Securitas is in relevant position monitoring as well. Officer Oaks, what did you say?
Hang tight so you can sign this piece of paper. Just stay right there for a minute.
Okay, I'm not signing any piece of paper, but I did walk out of the building like you wanted me to. But my question is, why are you trying to escalate a situation while I document you?
I'm not.
You are.
You are.
No, you are. You are. That's exactly what you're doing. So what are you trying to get for me to sign?
Piece of paper.
No, that's not. What's the significance of that piece of paper?
Let me explain.
And go ahead. To Officer Cho, you are a criminal. Get out of my face. They're all here monitoring. I'm talking to Oaks, who wants to escalate a non-situation. So, no, I'm not talking. I'm asking you a question. So I want to talk to with regard to. You could face me and talk to me, Oaks.
Erica, how are you?
What's going on, Guerrero?
How are you doing?
What's going on? This is Guerrero that was pursuant the other day inside of the library. What's going on?
Do you remember the county resources that
Why are you trying to change the subject? I'm talking to him right now. Your partner's over here trying to escalate a situation, make
No.
one out of another one, which I documented on your body cam when you were present, and you have what is engaging and what is allegations when you are necessarily looking through what are bathroom walls,
Erica,
and
were
you
you
literally
already-
make a
were
vague.
you already handed a piece of paper?
Hmm?
Were you handed a piece of paper?
No.
No?
No, your officer is trying to escalate a non-situation. They asked me to step out and I stepped out, but I'm also going to document, like you already know, I'm going to document while I'm stepping out.
That's fine.
And what I'm saying is you want to escalate. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 police vehicles. Why, Guerrero? Why?
We're here to talk to you.
All 4 of you at a library here to talk to me.
Yes,
right.
we're here to help
All
you.
right. So let me be clear. This is POC
Do
and
you want
Officer
any help?
Oaks.
Do you want any
No,
help
your
from us?
officer, you're changing the
I
subject,
have-
Oaks.
I have a county-
Oaks is here.
I have a
Guerrero
county-
is changing the subject and it's audible activity. This is POC. Oaks is here escalating a non-situation when Thrasher said he wants me to leave. He's engaging in what is the POC. You're making up information. You're citing what is the security guard who has her phone in the
Did you see her
bathroom.
get the copy of the paper that they was given? Okay.
No, the paper, no, he is doing a different piece of paper.
No, I'm talking about the paper he gave.
Yeah, he gave me the paper.
Okay. That paper is a ban for 3 months. The reason I'm here is to see if we can give you any resources.
For what?
Marcel has also been in touch with your mom.
Okay. Who is my
Tracy?
mom, Guerrero? Let me be clear. This is all one entity. I'm glad you guys are finally conceding that you're monitoring together. He's referencing Tracy Banks by name. Go ahead.
So I just want to let you know that obviously we know a lot more.
A lot more
before
about
we
what?
get here, about how we're trying to help
You know a lot more because this is state surveillance. Tell me, answer this question. Common sense. How does Oaks have a shadow going to the left and going to the right? Do you know that?
Mercy
Do you
House?
see your shadow right here?
Do you remember
No,
where
this
Mercy
is
House
relevant.
gave you a room?
Answer this, Guerrero. Answer this, Guerrero. You want to be a
remember-
homeboy? You want to be cool?
remember-
You want to be
remember
here
Mercy
with
House
me?
gave you a
Answer
room?
a common sense question. You got a shadow right here, right? This is relevant to surveillance. You got a shadow in front of you, right?
You remember me?
You don't want to address that? Okay, so how do you have inside of the building, like I showed Melnick and what is this, Oaks? They got shadows going like this in opposite direction. Do you know that that's impossible light activity? Inside of a building, nonetheless?
Can you let
Did you know
me
that?
try to help you and get you another
Okay,
room?
so that's called light activity. This is surveillance that's underway,
do you wanna
and then
go
you
to
are
the-
calling the police while that pattern of conduct is underway. That's why Sean Thrasher is engaging in criminal conduct. He's going to federal prison.
Okay.
You can call the police all you want. You can bring a criminal that's been documented in multiple acts of criminal summoning, theft of property, and kidnapping. That's what Officer Ticho is. All right? And you want to engage in escalating a non-situation. That's what Oaks is doing while he is in directed light. And then you want to change the subject, Guerrero.
The shadows? Does that mean it's fake? This is fake? Is
What?
This fake? With the shadows, does that mean it's
It's
fake?
very real. Do you want to see the video of yourself?
Yeah. Do you have one?
I'm not talking to you, Cho. I already told you when you were group stalking at City Hall, we're going to revisit your act of kidnapping on August 6, 2020.
Have you ever,
No, you're not.
you ever
No,
seen-
you are not. Your partner is over here escalating a non-situation.
have you ever seen
And
the
he doesn't
Truman
want to
Show?
answer the question. Why don't you address your partner for me? And then we'll talk. How about that?
Because some of the stuff you're describing sounds like the Truman Show with Jim Carrey.
Right. It
have you
is
seen
like a cartoon environment.
not a cartoon.
It is.
The
Your
Truman
shadow is going to the left and to the right inside of that building.
saw it.
Erica.
Oh, you saw it. Good.
Saw it?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the paper I'm talking about. So no trespass letter, okay? I just need your
That's
signature down
already
here, basically
established
stating that you
by
can't
that's
come here.
established by a letter that he gave me.
Okay, do you want to sign this, yes or no?
He gave me a letter already.
Okay, that's fine. You don't need to
Did
sign
he
it.
tell you to give me a piece of paper? Huh? What is that? What's that piece of paper, Oaks? Okay, Oaks is walking away. He's filling out a paper for what is referencing trespassing. Yeah. And you hear what he's saying, do you want to trespass? And you have San Bernardino County. This is all manner of the entity engaging in what is trying to obstruct us. What do I do at Ovid Family Community Library? I document. You want to ban from that entity, from that establishment while you're monitoring, okay? They have directed light in the bathroom, directed light. That's why I'm able to capture Melnyk, Melnyk, badge 20133, literally his shadow going to the left and to the right. These are psychopaths. The pattern of conduct is underway. That is that impossible light activity, the hallmark, while you are present in the position of law enforcement. Using what's the pattern? These demons engaging in presence, using state actors that have already engaged in kidnapping before. That's what Morris is here for. That's why Morris was here. That's why you have what is Cho here. All they're doing is engaging in what is mocking, and I'm going to put you in federal prison. You're going to federal prison, bruh. I hope you think it's funny now. You're going to federal prison. You engaged in kidnapping on August 6, 2020. That's why. And guess what was happening at that time at Woodside Senior Apartments? No, I'm rendering judgment.
Can we talk
when
over here?
we were at Woodside Senior Apartments, you were monitoring with Tracy Banks, the same one you're
Can we
referencing,
talk
Guerrero.
over here,
Guess what was over our head?
Erica.
This light source that's right over you right now.
It's called the sun.
No, that's what you want to call it, the sun, right? Right? That's what I thought. Okay. But anyway, let me document. Hold on. This is Officer Cho 20040, Officer Melnyk 201.
See, I'm checking your memory.
201.
You know mine, right?
33.
I know you know mine by heart.
And this is Officer Guerrero. Officer Oaks, who I documented, I got them on video, but this is 11:37 a.m. I'm going to reference. This is San Bernardino County, who was monitoring. They're present with the Ontario Police Department. I've entertained them before, and they didn't even call back
Can you
Guerrero.
listen now? Can you stop that? And can you listen?
Okay, if
we're
the
trying
pattern
to
of
help you.
conduct was stopped, then I would stop, but I'm not going to. And
Pia
everything
wants to
that you're
ask you some
saying.
questions. She's
What's your
from the
name?
county.
My name is Pia. Wait,
Pia?
social worker?
Pia?
Yes, I'm
Pia has nothing to offer me. You're talking about what is.
So, Erica, I'm here to see what resources you need.
We don't have any, okay?
No,
Because
what
this,
do you need? What can I help you with?
as far as what is,
Like resources, housing.
yeah, housing,
You know, housing? Okay. Are you currently
homeless.
You're
Yes.
homeless? Okay.
Okay, so I understand why you're subject to surveillance, answering a bunch of questions that they already know the answer to.
This is my first time meeting you.
Oh, sure, of
Erica.
course it is. Of course it is. I know that.
First time.
All right, that's the significance of a system.
So, as part as I know that you kind of stay in the city of Ontario, correct?
Yeah, Guerrero should have already told you, right?
So, have you heard of Mercy House?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you willing to get resources so we can get started there, and then we can support you together with Mercy House? We can support you with some more resources. I know you've talked to Inroads too, correct?
Yeah, I had a contact with Inroads while I was also not a part of the Inroads program, because with Inroads, which I looked into.
I think you were with them and you were doing great.
No, I wasn't. Inroads is a program.
Didn't you have a job at one point?
Yeah, but this is the thing. The lady that I knew, who's affiliated with Inroads, I told her I'm not going to feign some. You got to have either a criminal record, you got to have a mental issue, you have a drug addiction problem, and none of that applies to me. And I'm not going to feign it in order to get assistance. All right, whether I'm sleeping outside or not, I don't care. I'm not going to do that. But you know, she actually did what she could in order to help me still in the ways that she could. But she was actually affiliated with Inroads, and I was not a client of Inroads. No.
Okay, so why don't we do this? If you want, we can start with let's start with Mercy House. I will come back next week. We'll try to follow up, try to see what housing we can support you with to try to get you those resources. I mean, we can start, like, we're going to have to start from square one. If you're okay with me helping you.
So this is the thing. This isn't a colossal. I don't mean to be. I'm not being rude to you. This is just. We did this already, and she did not call me back. So I'm standing outside in the heat for no reason. You're talking about you're gonna call me next
you
week.
did get a room because I walked you into
Oh,
the room.
I mean, you're talking about when you took me over
Yes.
there, but that wasn't waiting till next week for her.
That was through Mercy House.
I know that.
So
We're
Erica,
gonna try to do that again.
Oh, I see.
Would
what
you
you're
let
saying.
us? Would you let us do that again?
when I tell you that I'm going to come back next week, I will come back next week and try to provide you with services. This is my first time meeting you.
I get it.
And so I'm here to support you, to try to support you and see what it is that you need. So you work with me, I'm going to work with you. And like I said, I'll give you my county cell phone. I'll give you that. You
I'm not
call
gonna
me.
bother you.
Would you get in the car with me?
And I'll,
Okay, so let me be clear. I'm going to get in the car with Guerrero, but it's the pattern of conduct is underway. It doesn't change his identity. It does not change what I'm subject to. You're talking about what is someone who I know by name, who we've coked and joked before, but it does not change the seriousness of the pattern of conduct that I remain subject to. Yes, I'll get in the car with you, Guerrero.
Would you go to Mercy House with me in my car?
You want to do that right now?
Would you?
and then I'm going to
Be okay
follow
with
to
that?
support. Is that okay with you?
And she's,
What are
she's
we
coming
going to
too.
Mercy House for? What are they going to just start?
I'm not sure if you're already a client, but I want to let them know that, hey, it's very cold at night.
Already, and you recorded that on your body cam, right?
I did.
Good, because we're going to document that. Okay. Thank you. That's Cho on a communication device. And who is this? This is M. Arana. I'm sorry, not license, but badge number.
We're gonna
5. Oh, I'm sorry, is that 15036 or 15036? And I got you, Oaks. And I already got you. I got you multiple times. Let me get your number one more time, sir.
I already gave it to you inside.
I got it on video, but what was it?
He's my partner.
He doesn't have a number on his badge, but
No, he's first day. It's his first day.
he's well, is that why you're trying to escalate a non-situation? Because you're.
First day, second day.
Well, I will say I like your looks.
Yeah?
I like your looks,
You
yeah.
didn't like me last time at Starbucks. I held the
You
door
weren't
for
being nice at Starbucks. You did open. I mean, this is like I tell Guerrero. Putting a smile on your face doesn't change, but it's fine. I mean, like I said, is there anything else you need to tell me, sir?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay, because they gave me a letter, and that's why I was asking you. They gave me a letter, and I understand that. I'm going to document as I leave the establishment.
Okay.
But you were pulling out another piece of paper, and I'm trying to ask you a question. What
I
was
didn't
it?
give you a piece of paper.
I know.
Go ahead, Erica.
Is there anything else? Nothing?
No, there's nothing else.
Oh, okay. All right, Oaks. I don't see no number on you, but A. Oaks. Okay, thank you. Oaks is spelled O-A-K-E-S. License HCTP 568, monitoring with OPD.
Okay, so
All right, it is currently 11:42 a.m. All right, 1614325, that's A. Oaks, that's driving vehicle 1045. All right, and engaging in what is, again, that harassment, bringing out that piece of paper when Thrasher's already given what is a note for, and again, what Thrasher's doing is not right, it's not appropriate. You're talking about what is exclusion, which is harassment while they're engaging in pattern of conduct. But I want to be clear, Oaks is then trying to engage in what is escalating, doesn't want to answer my question, why am I signing another piece of paper? I'm already outside of the building. It's because I just captured your shadow on the left and right side of you. Here you go. It is 11:44 a.m. What is that, Cho? What?
The shadows on the left and right side.
Yeah, it's called directed light. That's abnormal light. It's impossible light activity.
I'd like to learn more about that.
Yeah. Okay, so says a minion. What's the today is the
Yeah, more time, Erica. I'd like to
4th,
learn
right?
more about that abnormal lighting.
You already know about abnormality while you're standing under a fake
So I
sun,
guess
minion.
she can't take it, but we're gonna follow you, and we're gonna put it in my car, and we're gonna follow you.
You're gonna take my property?
We're gonna be right behind you.
Here, I'll take my bag. You can take my sleeping bag. Don't break my cart, though. Take my food.
hold your bag?
As long as there's nothing in there that's sharp.
Wait, you're talking about separating my self from my property? Is this some sort of seizure? Some underhanded, backhanded seizure?
No, I'm be right behind you.
Okay. Well, if that's my sleeping bag, there's nothing sharp in there, and this is my food.
Okay, I promise it's not gonna get lost.
Okay, and we're going to.
I'll see you like in 2 minutes. We're going to Mercy House right now.
Okay.
It's very close.
Okay.
All
Well,
right, we'll
you
take
can
good
still
care of
fit
it.
that in the car, though, but whatever. Okay.
All right.
Alrighty, I am inside of a San Bernardino County vehicle, license plate, 15222-102. Oh, I'm sorry, 1522102, and it's 1145 plate. All right, license 1462883, vehicle 1823. That one's driven by Arana. There's a white female with blonde hair in the front seat, and another third party a state actor in the back seat of that police vehicle. Crossing path at 11:47 a.m. Thanks. I'm showing what is the light source directly over me while sitting in the back seat of this vehicle, San Bernardino County, and license 1591659, vehicle 1021. And again, McCarthy is monitoring in relevant position. They're standing around in the street and in relevant position. Third parties are crossing path, and I read some of those license plates. And the entity is keeping that light source over me the entire time you're listening to that conversation. All right. And you're also talking about what is moving around to what is the front entrance. This is where I'm sitting in the vehicle. Vehicle 1021 is driven by Guerrero, I think. Yeah, driven by Guerrero. It's 11:48 a.m. and so the light source is remaining right over the vehicle. I'm inside the San Bernardino County vehicle. All right, and so this is P.O.C. Everything that is the pattern of conduct is ceaselessly underway, engaging in what is exclusion from the establishment while the pattern of conduct. I literally just captured that of Officer Oaks and Officer Melnick, who again, Officer Melnick is documented engaging in group stalking at what is Starbucks at 706 West Holt, and present at the venue in what is directed light, and you are looking at what is Securitas, the specific actor who is monitoring my documentation of her stalking in the bathroom, where I am engaging in what is documentation on my podcast. And this documentation that is here present says that on January 22nd and January 29th, while it's referencing documentation that is speaking to the implied admission of what is the ability to see through bathroom stall doors and walls, right? And so you're talking about what is the exclusion on the 22nd from the library, the exclusion from on the 29th, where Officer Morris arrives and giving me what is a number, an incident number, while they're exercising fictitious authority. This is all manner of the pattern of conduct, while this is both hostility to that P.O.C. as I'm documenting and publishing it, and also engaging in what is an effort to exclude from the venue that I also use where I'm present to publish that documentation. That's also over its interest, 8W U.S. 802. All right, directed light is being aimed inside of the vehicle, the San Bernardino County vehicle, all right, that I'm sitting in. All right, impossible light activity, 6167882. And that is the license plate of, let's see, this looks like Connecting Communities with Concrete Solutions, 9G24044. They're loitering in relevant position, keeping flashing lights on that large truck, which is light activity while police are present monitoring. And I'm also aiming directed light onto inside of the vehicle. This is San Bernardino County that is monitoring, engaging in that P.O.C. This is the same conduct on Omnitrans. It's the same conduct while I'm standing outside. All right, it is the same impossible light activity, and the light source is moving over me while inside of the vehicle, departing from remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library entrance. All right, and so it is P.O.C. It's 11:50 a.m. You're also listening to audible activity. I want to note this for you. When you're listening to, what was that? Double shadows, directed light. I've never heard of that. And you're looking at what is demons who are commenting on the documentation as I capture them engaged in that P.O.C. All of this is the facetious conduct of what are psychopaths. Okay, they're in that directed light. This is the pattern of conduct while you're present pursuant to criminal summoning. That's what Oaks is doing in directed light. And you're looking at Securitas. This is the demon who is engaging in what is a show of hostility while she's crossing path in directed light, present and knowing what I documented about her stalking in the bathroom. All right, because I didn't take any pictures in the bathroom, and you're talking about what is publishing what was already documented. She knows exactly what I documented. And so she's crossing path monitoring with OPD. all right, and engaging in what is crossing path and directed light. You see that demon's directed light. You see the directed light of the Ontario police officers, all right, and this is the exercise of fictitious authority while you are engaging in that system of surveillance, and the hallmarks remain present. The light source is remaining over me while inside of this vehicle. Directed light is occurring inside of this vehicle while the entity is crossing path, and you also have what is, again, citing the specific name of Tracy Banks. There's never any separation. I'm speaking to what is the ongoing entity. This is an entity. They're acting as one. All right, this is state surveillance, but you're also understanding what is engaging in literally concessions. You're referencing the name of Tracy Banks. How do you know her? Oh, because Marcel. Oh, right, got it. So everybody knows everybody now. I just want to point this out. You're talking about what are superficial separations, all right, upon what is actually an entity that is monitoring and surveilling together. Okay, so I want to speak to that. It's 11:52 a.m. All right, showing you in images at 11:54 a.m. You have what is the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department that are lining Bonneview. Their vehicle lights are on while I am in the vehicle of San Bernardino County. The state's keeping a fake sun over my head. And you have the heavy-duty presence of Ontario Police that are at Mercy House as well. Let me get the license plate. So let me be clear. This is the pattern of conduct that's underway while this same entity is then stating, oh, can we help get you a hotel room, get you some assistance while they are monitoring. Okay, Ontario Police, Ontario Fire Department lining the path on Bonneview with lights using those vehicles to do so. And I took still images of that. License 1591669, 1516972. I know. Do I remember this place? What do you think? You just said I'm smart, right? How smart do you think I am? So you have what is, hi, can I document your names?
No, they're not part of this.
Oh yeah, they are. We're under the fake sun at 45 to Bonneview. What's your name?
Don't worry about that.
They're public and now you telling me what I could speak and not speak, Joe? Get out of here.
We're here.
Hi, what's your name, sir? You're a public servant. You, turning around.
That guy?
No, you. Hi, how's it going? You got something to hide? What's your name? Oh, he's not cute. No, okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll get it. You don't want to give your name? Oh, no?
Come with me.
What about you? What about him, Guerrero? What about him?
Guerrero.
How come none of your
His last
friends,
name's
why are they
Guerrero.
being shy?
His last name's Guerrero.
You're lying now. I thought we were cool. You're lying to me. Let me get my.
Never lie to you.
You just lied to me right now.
Never lie to you.
You just lied to me right now.
Baby girl.
All right, you got my luggage carrier?
Over here.
Okay. These are Ontario police officers that don't want to give me their name while they're engaged in P.O.C. Alrighty, it is 1:13 p.m. I did capture what is the stalking with audible activity and for purposes of massive monitoring at 435 South Bonneview while I'm on the property of what is Mercy House. This is a venue where the state surveillance system is underway, and I'm showing you what is the fake sun. 7DEP 687, 8JHX 600, 8HQW 946 are third parties at this venue of Mercy House. The state's fake sun is directly over my head as I'm showing you this, and this is documentation that coexists with the maintenance of presence of that which is not the sun over the 280 Northumberland Apartments as I am at that venue and as I remain, and the state engages in also aiming light as though the sun is then also setting in alignment with that entrance. I showed upon my exit of that venue where the Ontario police, who are demons, you are literally looking at the demons standing in direct light, monitoring with the entity that is relevant, and you're talking about what an entity is doing. They're monitoring while engaging what is criminal summoning. Okay, you're talking about all methods of just trying to stop my ability to publish documentation. Let me show you the Ontario police who are maintaining relevant position. I already captured these demons images and still images over 435 South Bonneview where the Ontario Fire Department are maintaining lights on Bonneview. This is light activity while the state's fake sun is over me, using those emergency vehicles, literally a parade of lights while I'm being escorted by San Bernardino County and the fake sun is over my head. This is the ongoing surveillance system, and it is also terrorism while the entity is monitoring together. And you have this maintenance of presence while Union Pacific is in relevant position as a means of audible activity. The fake sun is right over my head as I showed in this video. These same officers who I captured their pictures and in still images and those license plates which are also visible in those images, they're monitoring with the people of the state, those third parties whose license plate of Mercy House that I recited, understand the entire entity is monitoring together. So understanding that context, this is the P.O.C. At no time of the day is the actual sun present over 435 South Bonneview while I'm on the property inside of the gates facing south, showing you what is that light source, which I've already documented in 2021. All I did was in this year, which is relevant to time of year, time of day, when you're acting like the sun is setting at B&G Plaza, when you're acting as though this is the sun that's remaining at a single address, and then departing from that, being over me while I'm in the city of Pomona, coming back and going to the Ovid Family Community Library at no time of the day as on January 27, 2022, nor on January 30th, 2022, is the actual light source, which is not the actual sun, but I'm nowhere near 435 South Bonneview. The light source is not moving over this property. 435 South Bonneview is south down Bonneview away from Hope Boulevard. This is the movement, just as you saw, coming from Ovid Family Community Library in the vehicle of San Bernardino County, which is documentation of San Bernardino County, again, engaging in terrorism. And what is the form while they're monitoring relevant position and engaging in what is presence in concert with the Ontario police, demons who are surrounding, all right, that I'm conversing with while I'm subject to that surveillance. And they're present pursuant to what is criminal summoning. All right, the pattern of conduct is underway while you're hearing everything that's being exchanged, including those who engaged in kidnapping, Officer T. Cho, okay, present to engage in monitoring. And then while they're standing in directed light, oh, what's directed light? Guess what? You don't need to have a demon define what directed light is. You show that ongoing impossible light activity, which they are standing in. They're under the fake sun, which it immediately moves, remaining over me while I sit in the vehicle, while I am driven to Mercy House. And at no time is this presence of this light source, which is not the sun, ever present over 435 South Bonneview. And that's what I already documented, January 21st, 2022. Recall that. You're looking at what is January 22nd, 2022. You're looking at what is, again, not only the documentation when I remain in Ontario, coming nowhere near Mercy House. That is movement in the same pattern of a light source remaining over my head as I move. And that's why when minions say, oh, a third party set fire to a nearby vacant address, and that's why the fire department are lining up on Bonneview. That's why they're using their police lights. That's why they're standing outside their vehicles while that which is the fake sun is remaining over my head is the absence. There is no, in other words, there's no form. There is no outward appearance of anything that you are engaging or claiming to be engaging in. Like I said, I've already documented these same demons of the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, engaging in supposedly putting out a fire. You can be actually putting out a fire, which they weren't on January 7, 2020. But you could be actually putting out a fire. Guess what? While the fake sun is over your head, that's not the actual sun. While directed light, while those demons who are putting out a fire and they have multiple shadows, it's impossible light activity, you are subject to surveillance. It doesn't change. All right, these demons with license 1516972 monitoring me while my panties are down inside of the bathroom, monitoring, which is why Union Pacific is immediately used as a means of audible activity and sensational activity the moment that I engage in new activity. What's that new activity I engage in? I walk out of the door of Mercy House. All right, I captured these demons' images. You heard them on podcasts refusing to identify themselves. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct. The fake sun is over 435 South Bonneview. The state is amplifying plane activity. In that video, you also see the state hovering in a plane. All right, that's that ongoing pattern of conduct, relevant positioning in the sky space while that massive comprehensive surveillance system is underway. And by the way, while I'm capturing at 435 South Bonneview, facing south on that property, which is not maintaining any presence over 280 North Lemon Apartments, anywhere near the property of Ovid Family Community Library, you have what is the necessary departure, impossible to ever remain. And you're talking about what's supposedly the sun that's going to, at some point at 3:07 p.m., at 3:48 p.m., and at 3:59 p.m., remain in alignment with the Ovid Family Community Library entrance and aiming what's directed light through the depths of that Ontario Ovid Family Community Library? No, it's not. And that's never the conduct of sunlight anyway. And that is speaking to what is the reason that entity, again, Sean Thrasher, who you hear on my podcast, refusing to answer a question. Who is it? When did I film somebody? Actually, I haven't taken any more pictures of what is relevant positioning in directed light since I want to speak to. I haven't captured any more images specifically because everything that I had was I already have the video of the directed light inside of the bathroom. And so you're listening to the audible activity while they're in that directed light. So I published the video. And this is what is so funny. While Securitas, this demon, that was a celebratory act of criminal conduct. You have this demon that has two shadows. This African-American, she is a demon. And she's a stalker. She is the one that's audibly captured in the bathroom on the first floor. And I reference what is the documentation that is already captured inside of that bathroom on the first floor. And you have what is referencing by Sean Thrasher, referencing what is that which is impossible for a third party who was not engaged in surveillance to know. So in other words, while you are bathroom stalls away and capturing what is relevant positioning in the bathroom stall, how is it that you are speaking to what is an allegation of documenting and necessarily I'm peeking under and you're talking about Securitas that's talking about I'm using a mirror? That's a lie. While first of all, I'm in the bathroom stall and also focusing on my vision while focusing her vision on me inside of the bathroom stall upon her entrance. Let me be clear, these demons of the police department, they're patrolling around the vehicle, 1516972. They're engaging in light activity there in engineered light. I'm getting ready to document them visibly. But you have what is pacing around while they're monitoring. So I just want to be clear, this is all relevant. What Sean Thrasher is engaging in, you're talking about what is, you were filming again. And first of all, I'm documenting what is surveillance that I remain subject to, and I'm going to do that, okay? You are understanding what is federal prison. While they are literally listening to me remind you this morning about the absence of any credibility by a third party named Tracy Banks, who was then referencing who are other third parties and state actors who are monitoring and have zero credibility while they engage in harassment while they're monitoring your documentation under what is a fake sun. All right. And doing so, you have what is Sean Thrasher that's referencing January 22nd, 2022 as it's admission of what is harassment and terrorism while the P.O.C. is underway. That directed light of those Ontario police officers, that is directly rebutting what are false allegations by a sex offender, all right? Engaging in conduct and speaking to what is an implied allegation. No, I'm not reaching under any bathroom stall doors. That's ridiculous, and I don't need to when I'm inside of the bathroom stall, and all I need to capture is either your voice or what is relevant positioning, and I actually don't even need to do that because I already have the directed light, all right? The directed light, which is in the bathroom. All right, and so showing what is subject to surveillance, but I'm showing you because you need to see these demons in the raw form. They are stalking in bathrooms. That's literally what they're doing, okay? That's why that directed light is there. And they are, again, embarrassed and ashamed while they're shown in that raw form and then engaging in what is making false allegations. The fake sun is over your venue. There is no light activity where anytime your shadow is crisscrossed in front of you, going in opposite directions. That's what Officer Oakes and Officer Melnick had today, and the Securitas employee. Engaging in what is speaking to, she reported that there is a mirror that I had. You have what is the not addressing that while Officer Morris was present, and I was supposedly aiming, reaching underneath bathroom stall doors in order to document, which also is impossible. That's not necessary, and it's also in my very documentation speaking to the opposite of that, and it is an admission of what the very thing that you're engaging in. You already know that I'm documenting you, and I don't care. I'm going to continue to document you, but like I said, while they engage in these acts of harassment, it is speaking to an entity that is literally reviewing my podcast, reviewing and monitoring in real time, and then using that documentation as a means, oh, we're going to reference, because I did specifically document on that day. This minion said something about a mirror, and she knows I'm documenting, and there's no mirror. And what am I looking at in a mirror at you in the hallway? I'm the one that's in the bathroom stall, okay? So in other words, with regard to invasion of privacy, I'm the one that's secluded inside of what is the bathroom stall inside of the bathroom. You're in the hallway. All right, so you're talking about what is, I'm supposedly using some mirror to look at you in the hallway, where I am, that is a false allegation, like I said. But you're talking about what is Securitas, who is dripping in directed light. Fake sun over the venue. Indirect departure from that. Maintenance of presence. Sun is setting at 4 o'clock in the evening. That's what I documented. It's at 1 p.m. It's 1:23 p.m. right now. The state's fake sun is directly over me at Mercy House at 435 South Bonneville. All right, and that is the ongoing presence. You're seeing the fake sun on Sultana, turning east on the Hope Boulevard, in the vehicle of San Bernardino County, Ontario Police Department in relevant position, Officer Guerrero driving that vehicle and taking me to what is Mercy House while the pattern of conduct is underway the entire time. Officer Oakes engaging in harassment while I capture that demon in its raw form, engaging in what is waging a threat. You're threatening to engage in kidnapping while you're monitoring. All right, and then referencing the law, which you are in violation of. None of this is what is actually the case when you are engaged in surveillance, but you're seeing how this ongoing illusion of authority, all right, and these are indeed delusional because they are going to federal prison. You're talking about what is dealing with Satan while it's operating on that which it has no more, which is grounded. You have no authority. All right. It just takes one like myself to show you what this system looks like, how they engage in it, the malice with which psychopaths are doing so. And there is no separation between Tracy Banks and the Ontario Police Department. That's why you're referencing them. They are one entity. All right. So all I'm doing is pointing out common sense. Officer Guerrero today is referencing Tracy Banks. Oh, really? When did you guys meet? All right. Officer. I'm sorry, not officer, but Marcella with San Bernardino. Oh, she's the one that spoke to you about that. Really? That's relaying some personal information. All right. Where even though I'm not even a client of Inroads, but I just want to be clear. This is a superficial separation. They are one entity monitoring together. That's why you have Officer Guerrero referencing Tracy Banks, who was a third party monitoring with that agency. Tracy Banks, let me be clear, knows exactly what went on today at Ovid Family Community Library, just like she knows what's going on at Fontana Lewis Library, where the fake sun is over that venue, which, by the way, January 2nd, 2022, the state's fake sun remains over me. January 22nd, January 21st, where I'm coming from the Fontana Metrolink train station. All right, after I go to the Fontana Lewis Library, you're looking at what is the closure. The state's fake sun remains over me as I go to the city of Upland, as I return to the city of Ontario, not anywhere near the 435 South Bonneville Mercy House venue. You're literally talking about what is including yourself and what is showing the impossibility. There is no point of day where it is maintaining presence both over this venue and this side street where the Ontario police are group stalking on Washington and Bonneville. Monitoring while my panties are down inside of the bathroom. Okay, maintaining ongoing real-time knowledge, engaged in surveillance in this dead-end street, this cul-de-sac on this street outside of 435 South Bonneville, where the fake sun is right over my head. All right, it's 1:26 p.m. I want to be clear. This is OPD engaging in what is monitoring inside of a private space. And I am here present while the entity drove me here to remove me from Ovid Family Community Library, which again, I agreed to go to Mercy House because they're, oh, will you let us help? Will you let me? This is all audible activity. I'm dealing with a bunch of demons, okay? Psychopaths who are monitoring and all that heavy duty presence. Let me be clear for what is some ordinary removal of what is supposed to be a third party from, a third party that's requesting my removal. Actually, Sean Thrasher represents a state actor. Ovid Family Community Library is affiliated with the city of Ontario, so that is classified as a state actor. But I would just want to be precise. You're talking about a state actor that's present with Ontario police while he does not want to explain his conflicting and impossible, actually, to factually exist under, even in their alternate universe, all right? You're talking about what is it, and that's why you're listening to the, on the podcast when I ask you, when did I film? And he has no answer for that. I'm not going to talk to you. Well, you're talking to me now and you're giving me a piece of paper and you're literally just engaging in, we're going to make this up and I want you to leave and I'm going to have the police force you out. That's literally what Sean Thrasher is doing. That's what they continue to engage in. And it's not a coincidence that it's happening on the morning that you hear the demon, Tracy Banks, speaking about what is, you are a problem everywhere you go. You're being excluded while she is monitoring, and so are these venues. All right. That is no whatsoever. Let me be clear. That is no coincidence. Fake sun over me while you hear that. Fake sun over me inside of that venue. Fake sun over, directed light all over what is that venue where you're looking at that pacing light, that impossible light. You're looking at demons that surround. This is demonic activity. This is the conduct of Satan. That is the conduct of psychopaths who are also surrounded at the same time while they engage in that. They're surrounded with the body of evidence. All right. And that is speaking to what, again, federal prison. That's why I get their faces. That's why I get what is it that you're alleging? Because it's untrue. So while you're engaging in that criminal defamation, you want to engage in, like with a mirror in the bathroom, directed light is in the bathroom. Guess what supersedes legally? The directed light in the bathroom. I'm not in the bathroom engaging in what is P.O.C. I'm revealing what is the surveillance that I'm subject to while that impossible light activity is in the bathroom. And then you are engaging in surveillance and then using the fact of what you're monitoring, my documentation, while you are engaging in that sexually violent pattern of conduct to then engage in what is literally, those are false allegations of speaking of what is the invasion of privacy that I'm subject to while you are monitoring in the bathroom. Let's be clear. Directed light is inside of that bathroom, inside of that public establishment. Directed light is not inside of any bathroom or any venue that I'm maintaining control of, that I'm engaging in controlling the lighting there. That's not what's going on. All right. Like I said, Sean Thrasher also engaging and interested in removing me from a venue where I'm using the computers and publishing documentation. It's not stopping anything. I just want to be clear. Understand what all that the entity is seeking to engage in at the same time. All right. Well, they are looking at what I'm publishing on the internet. They are listening to every word, every syllable that I utter, listening to me pull down my panties like OPD license 1516972, maintaining its surveillance with Mercy House, that this is harassment by the entity acting together. They're engaged in surveillance. All right. And doing so while, again, removal from Ovid Family Community Library by state actor Sean Thrasher with Oaks, all of them demons. OK. And that's exactly why I captured that video. And I have the uncanny ability to capture that very damning, ongoing, consistent pattern of conduct while you have the exercise of fictitious authority and credibility of an entire entity. You're talking about what is a criminal and a sex offender in direct light. And then whatever you're saying, oh, well, you know, you're violating rules. This is the superficiality of the entire existence of the people of the state who are engaging in surveillance and the government that is engaging in surveillance. When you're listening to San Bernardino County, hi, I'm Pia. I'm here. I want to help you. I've never met you before. I don't have to have met you. You're talking about what is a system. She's stating that on purpose, though, because she knows exactly what I'm documenting as well. This is not individualized. The fake sun is over my head. This is a system that is done on behalf of a government. And you are in relevant position. Your audible activity is that you want to help. Okay, well, you're not helping while you're monitoring. And then taking me in relevant position while the state keeps a fake sun over my head, the P.O.C. is underway. regardless of what your identity is and what you want to claim as your form for being in the path and creating audible activity and facilitating that system. Demons are constantly patrolling around in the C circle with directed light while the fake sun is over your head. All right? And the pattern, the demonic pattern of including an officer that has previously engaged in kidnapping. Officer T. Cho engaging in the August 8, 2019 kidnapping by in concert with Tracy Banks. All right? I'm sorry. That is August 6, 2020, I believe. And so you have what is engaging in that pattern of conduct with the entity that is routinely engaging in those specific patterns as I identify. It's not a coincidence. It's also not a coincidence where the hallmarks are present, but this is the demonic pattern. This is what Satan constantly engages in. Those officers that I've documented before, and again, what does law enforcement represent? They represent what's supposed to be that lethal threat. While surveillance, you're subject to it. They're supposed to be the ones where you're kidnapped and you're not getting out. Every time they kidnap you, you're speaking to what is establishing precedent. They're going to federal prison. All right, so you're disarming what is the most lethal form of this surveillance system by virtue of law enforcement. That's what they represent. These are demons, the demon possessed, literally the army of Satan itself, and that's supposed to be the most lethal form that you can confront. And I've confronted them, I've documented them, and they're going to federal prison. I'm going to place them in federal prison as well. All right, you're talking about and doing so with evidence of what this system is engaged in, what this system looks like, how it operates, and the minions, because that's what's also relevant, not just the criminal conduct, but the ongoing condition that you are, and that's revealed. That's why Officer Oaks and Melnick have directed light. That's why their shadows are in front of them and zigzagged in front of them. That's why that's there. It's revealing, first of all, surveillance, and second of all, relevant to what is criminal summoning, and third of all, they're demon possessed and hostile while being documented. And that demon that you see, Securitas, that's the one that's going to federal prison as well, waging false allegations while she is in fact stalking. She is in directed light in the documentation published yesterday. And that documentation published is already dated with what is a previous date, because all I had to do was reference what she already did the other day. She is stalking in the bathroom, playing Adele on her phone. She's in the bathroom stalking, and she's in directed light. She's got double shadows. All right, she's stalking in the bathroom. She is in every way a predator, a demon-possessed one. All right, so you're talking about what is, again, Satan playing checkers. This is not a game. All right, but if we were, you're playing the wrong game. You're playing checkers. This is chess. You lose. All right, so you're talking about surrounding with that evidence, and I'm going to summarily round up those demons with what is legislation that is necessary. You understand how that system works. You understand the malice of psychopaths like Tracy Banks. All right, you understand the malice of law enforcement. Officer Guerrero representing one who wants to appear as though they're helping me, and then you have Officer Oaks demonstrating a more raw form of that hostility. And let me be clear, that hostility is present while a fake sun is over your head, while directed light is present, while the state is stalking with plane and helicopter. Smiling in my face is not in any way neutralizing that threat. Let me just be clear. He's also lying while he's recording on his body cam. All right, turning that body cam on and off and engaging in what is the intentional creation of some, I'll prosecute you with that. Everything that he is saying. So let me just be clear. Officer Guerrero just engages in smiling. All right, this sex offender, they're on camera inside of Mercy House, 7KPN 477 pacing and 6SQP 195. They're monitoring inside of Mercy House while Union Pacific is the means of audible activity, while the fake sun's over my head, which I capture on video, while the Ontario police are monitoring, surrounding the bathroom, surrounding the venue, maintaining presence, engaging in surveillance in a visible form, an ongoing terrorizing threat, all right? And I just want to be clear, that is what is going on. These are the minions of, again, Satan itself, literally at the forefront of what's supposed to be some lethal army. Satan is inferior. And that's why you have the ability, I'm going to show you that inferiority. Not only are you a demon, but I'm going to show the world that you're a demon while you're standing around in this directed light, which is revealing that, all right? While you're a terrorist, monitoring American citizens while their panties are down, under what is not possibly the sun. This is Pacific Standard Time, by the way. All right, so that is at 4:34 p.m., which would be, again, Eastern Standard Time. There is no light source in any other state. Today, it's at 435 South Bonneview. It's not coexisting with remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library, where I'm already present in the morning, where I'm present after I go to Pomona on January 30th, where I'm already present and remaining as I go on January 27, 2020, where I am present after I come from Fontana Lewis Library on January 21st, 2020. The state's fake sun over me while I go from Ontario on the bus to Fontana to Upland on Route 66, the state keeping a fake sun over me, and then I go to the Upland Public Library, never going toward what is 435 South Bonneview. That's the evidence that is surrounding what 435 South Bonneview is engaging in, monitoring, which I've already documented. The state was keeping a fake sun over Economy Inn at 2301 South Avenue, where Mercy House would engage in the pattern of conduct there, as well as this venue. including yourself in this documentation today, which again, the entity does knowingly. All right, taking me to 435 of Bonneview as though that's going to include, oh no, it's not impossible that the fake son, no, it is impossible. You literally just injected yourself, because while I'm in Pomona, there is no point or anywhere whatsoever this light source, which is not the sun, is maintaining mutual presence. You see what is not mutual presence. You see what is movement in real time, street for street, turn for turn. That's not ubiquitous presence. That's stalking with the light source and moving at the moment that I move, in conflict with the already documented presence of stationary maintenance in alignment with the Ovid Family Community Library. All right, so like I said, that is surrounding with evidence which you're not able to address. That is insurmountable, and you're talking about what is a game of a defeated entity. You're playing checkers and this is chess. All right, you're going to federal prison. All right, you're talking about what is trying to remove me from a venue. That's not stopping anything. Just like when you engaged in kidnapping, and all the minions are listening together. You had a whole crowd of them want to be present at Ovid Family Community Library, remaining at what is Mercy House where I'm at. While what's in common with that? The fake sun is over my head. This is ongoing surveillance, and you lose. You're going to federal prison. All right, you're a sex offender. This demon pacing around the vehicle, walking to the front and the back, that's pacing, 1516972. It is currently 1:36 p.m. I just want to provide that context to you. At Mercy House, where the P.O.C. is underway, you're going to remember this, where, again, the state's fake son weekend, and since they injected themselves in this way, San Bernardino County taking me to this venue, you're going to remember when I'm present at this venue at 8 o'clock in the morning, which I've documented, coming from the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, by the way, not coming from 630 North Fern, where the state is, by the way, on January 1st, keeping a fake sun over that vehicle. No time ever is it ever possibly present over 435 South Bonneview, like I just showed you while I'm standing south on the property of 435 South Bonneview at Mercy House. All right, you're talking about what is doing time of year analysis, but now we've got a direct, ongoing, same time of year, current year analysis, as opposed to 365 days or time of year from 2021 to 2022. 2022, there is no time ever where if that was the actual sun, it's going to be over 435 South Bonneview, period. You're talking about as I remain December 31st, as I remain at American Inn, and I go in the afternoon to B&G Plaza. And then you're talking about what is remaining present over me. There is no time at 1 p.m. when I'm walking from Euclid Avenue to the B&G Plaza and I remain there. Is the actual, is this light source, because that's not even the sun. Is the fake sun anywhere over 435 South Bonneview? And let's be clear, even if that was the actual sun, let's approach it from that vantage point again, because I'm showing you how totally thorough this documentation is. There is no point where I'm facing south and it's remaining directly over my head, and there's no question about that location. It's over me at the precise area of the parking lot where I'm at, just like you saw this morning. And just like you saw yesterday, while I'm at Andy's Burgers, it's over my head over there. While I'm at Shiro's Liquor, it's over my head over there. Doing so early in the morning versus being present and following over me en route to the B&G Plaza as I arrive after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on December 31st. Being present last year in 2021 at Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview as early as 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, where the state's fake sun is present. That's relevant to it being present while I'm facing south after 1 o'clock. By the way, not present over anywhere near this venue, following while I come from Ovid Family Community Library. That's what's relevant. Where I come from, not only where I'm at in that time, which is impossible, 8 a.m., and so what, you're staying present until after 1 p.m.? Oh, no. For the duration of the day, that's the pattern. It's already documented here at 435 South Bonneview. But you're also remembering where I came from. The state was keeping its fake sun, where it acts like the sun is setting. All right, as I leave from that, following remaining over me to what is 435 South Bonneview. That's directly relevant, and it is more documentation, not that I need it. Mercy House is already prosecuted. Engaging in the pattern of conduct where it is inside of a private space, any venue where they are allegedly providing support, where you're subject to surveillance. Engaging in monitoring and surveillance with the Ontario Police, who are engaged in surveillance on this cul-de-sac street. Monitoring while my panties are down, while the fake sun, which is the direct evidence of that conduct. That's why the fake sun is here and not over the Ovid Family Community Library. It's not even in the direction of the Ovid Family Community Library. I am facing south on that property. That's not also at the same time over my head behind me in the direction of Ovid Family Community Library. It is what it is, just like you saw when I was leaving that venue on Sultana and turning onto Hope Boulevard, street for street, turn for turn, remaining over me. It is currently 1:39 p.m. and this is P.O.C. Alrighty, I did capture that video just so you can see. 1:41 p.m. in the state's fake sun while I'm in the cul-de-sac. And Ontario police are engaging in surveillance. 6 THT 606. Yeah. License 8TEA 817 31217U2 6JGE 009 7NCH 721 7DDH 468 6TLM 631, 31217U2, 8NQY 447, 7TGK 069, FLYCRW2, 8BSY 094, and I don't see any less weight, 8SO4549, 6JGY 656, 7VOX 617, and direct the light on the vehicles while they are driving by. Ontario police remain in relevant position engaged in surveillance. Alrighty, and it is currently 1:42 p.m. Alrighty, I just want to show you an ongoing contrast. You see my movement from where Ontario PD is engaging in surveillance, 7ZDY 262. Claiming we're engaging in another investigation. You see directed light in front of me. You see the fake sun remaining over me as I move away from them. CA13C37. That is that which is not even the sun. That is Satan itself. 6HRX109. And you are looking at what is the maintenance of presence. 885841. 1407505, and you're looking at in that video demons that are repeatedly crossing path. 8C79342 while directed light, impossible light activity. 1617907 lines of light that are aiming forward. They are driving on the street, driving what is north on Bonneview. You are looking at what is directed light that is aiming at a forward angle toward me, while the fake sun is directly over my head, no longer over the Mercy House property, right over my head while I'm standing in front of the door, right over me while I'm standing in the street of Washington, where the Ontario police are engaged in surveillance. 8RQS 896, and surveillance, state surveillance, which is in violation of Title 18. 6JNZ 637, there is no form with regard to that P.O.C. There's no form. You're not doing anything else. That's why the fake sun is over my head and moving second by second as I move. OMSD, that's why you have what is a directed light while demons are crossing path. All right, and so that's why I document that, and that's what you're looking at. Look at that difference. It's within seconds. You see Amazon Prime intentionally crossing path, hovering, wanting to be a distraction, but also understand that's the P.O.C, stalking. But understand, while I capture that video, they want to be a distraction. 8XWG192, license plate. 6R34485. That's direct evidence. That's what the Ontario Police Department are doing. That's what they are doing while the fake sun was over me in the vehicle. 93352Y2 of San Bernardino County. 8YGV251. 8WHK272. That's what you are looking at. Not the legally irrelevant claim where the elements control, because you're dealing with Satan. All right? Satan is a liar. 65378P2. Satan is a psychopath. All right, that's what's wrong with Sean Thrasher. 8PUT063. He's going to federal prison. I'm showing you their faces because that's where they're going. 4ULK947, 45772M2, hoping that removing me from that property and engaging in what is an ongoing threat to liberty, while you're doing so, engaging in state surveillance, and you want to threaten liberty, you're going to lose yours. You're going to federal prison. 1560779, 00696F2. That's the city of Ontario. And another third party at State and Bonneview at 1:47 p.m. The entity engaging in what is conduct over Mercy House, never ever occurring where I'm remaining at the Fontana Lewis Library, which is already documented. 92374H3. 69611J2. California 503837, touching with directed light. Again, that's license 69611J2. That's a tow truck. So I just want to be clear what you're listening to. When I play, I just let these demons talk. That's what I just started recording. I didn't even get to give really much of an introduction. 78UK745. With regard to, not an introduction because this is not entertainment, but I mean, with regard to, you know, it's February 4th, 2022. It's time. I have to start immediately recording because this is a real-time criminal act when Tracy Banks starts engaging in what is defamatory speech while you're subject to surveillance. 8BHG899. The same while Sean Thrasher starts engaging in the P.O.C. 8TWD406 of harassment. 1016OB2. Engaging in targeting while the P.O.C. is underway. So I immediately start recording so that you can hear that because that needs to be published and you're understanding how a system works. I mean, literally manufacturing information while you are documenting what is state surveillance that you are subject to. I mean, when you want to talk about a psychopath, when you want to talk about the inability to address, so you just are making what is false out, you're just trying to flip. There is no flipping it. There's no flipping it. There's no flipping. There's no getting out of it. You're engaging in conduct which is relevant. It's relevant. while you want to try to engage in trying to flip it because you don't like the fact, you don't like the fact seeing the true form of what you're actually a sex offender, in case you didn't know that. That's what that is. You are a sex offender. And so while you're engaging in that sexual violence and I'm documenting it, you want to engage in what is lying while you are engaging in the P.O.C. and you're doing it in a bathroom. And then you want to engage in waging false allegations while you are monitoring the documentation of what is your sexually violent monitoring conduct. That's dealing with Satan. AVYL 628-34531F3. That's Innovative Air. License 6RUVO62. 8HNC690. 8NXE280. 6YAG394, 4JTD363. And so what's relevant is I'm capturing how much of a coward he is. That you cannot he can't intellectually hang because it's common sense. He already knows. It's not about some argument. I'm not trying to argue. I'm asking a logical question. Oh, really? So when was I recording? Because actually you're talking about what is... I already know the answer to this question, but you're talking about what is dealing with the psychopath who's monitoring everything that I'm documenting, 6JTJ293, who is very scared of the fact that they are being revealed as a sex offender, that they are, also understand that, and also everything else that I'm documenting, trying to block access to that venue where I'm there working on a case, 8UBZ138. All right. So you're talking about this is relevant as well. But like I said, I'm asking, he doesn't even want to answer a question. So you want to engage in calling the police. Understand the lack of that doesn't make any sense. It's important enough for you to call the police, but you are not able to explain. So what is it that I did? OK, when did I record? What are you talking about? 5UHH989 8G58373. So he's a coward. Okay, that's what I'm saying. And also, they also know what they are contending with. They listen to me document. You want to state something? You better be able to, in common sense, in your alternate universe, you're dealing with freaks who are psychopaths. And I will reveal that 4ZFA616. And that's why you're not able to answer a simple question. It's important enough for you to call the police, engaging in a threat in that manner, but you can't answer a simple question. You wrote up a letter, so what are you talking about? 8ZNT336. All right, because you're sitting up lying. So you just typed it up in a letter and then called the police and just want me to just be scared and walk out the building. 8UVE408, 1509310, City of Ontario. 7WNH769, 4ZKW389, 6TPN404, 0144OV1, 8ETW424, 7YKK972, 7VHC239. All right, and that is literally the type of cowards that you're dealing with. 8TVE365. You're right. I'm gonna give you the letter. I'm not gonna talk to you. What are you talking about? Well, all I'm asking you was a question. When was I recording? When was I supposedly recording? All right, and actually I wasn't. You're talking about, but not. Let me be clear. This is not. You are monitoring in the bathroom. I'm gonna show you how the government is a sex offender. Period. Okay, but you're talking about actually I wasn't. So when was I recording? That's why I'm asking that question. When was I recording? Oh, you're referencing January 26th. Oh, you're referencing the past. So when you're engaging in creating information, you're talking about just, let's just use that one and we'll say that she reported that. We made that an issue. We just held on to that. We're going to repeat 8JTK421. We're going to repeat this issue with which is, again, false allegations, and even by my documentation, which is documentation showing surveillance inside of a bathroom, which is also not corroborated by your quote-unquote complaints, which are very vague. They just say, they say anything and say, okay, well, we got complaints, we want you to leave. 6VWJ894, 04322L2. All right, so and that's what you need. It is literally, all right, the way that you are engaging in what is a fictitious prosecution, 8NMS989, and the ways in which they engage in what is trying to exclude you from a venue where you're documenting, because you know what they're all doing now. You represent a threat. Understand that. That's what it's about. You represent a very real threat when you are no longer ignorant and you're aware. So I'm documenting, and I'm showing you how you can document on a whole massive level, all right? And showing how you are able to prosecute. And then understanding what is also necessary legislation, because the government that's monitoring, oh, you think you can threaten, you think you can kidnap, you think you have authority under the law, 8RRA 754, all right? You don't. You're understanding what is that fallacy that is existing while an entire government is engaged in criminal conduct. An entire government. 6V85281. You don't have any authority under the law. You're literally a demon. You are literally a pathetic, a demon-possessed stalker in directed light, wearing a law enforcement uniform, wearing a badge. And I know that you're a minion, and I'm showing the world that you're a minion. That's why you got crisscross shadows in front of you. All right? While you're monitoring with this blackface demon, like I said, it has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. All right? That's a minion targeting another African American. They're monitoring together, and they're demons. 8XSX 701. 7MNH 063. 6BVS 836. T174FO. 55488F1. 8TLU 214. 8PSB 071. 8HGA 977. 8CHD 600. 7RQB 662. 6AU 650, I believe. 6VFJ 725, directed light appearing on the street light, 7F2 4574, 8MPB 056, 5XEX 341, 8TWK 437, 5RNY 306. And it is currently 1:55 p.m. 8YHK 943. 7KBU 260. Monitoring at Dollar General. Dollar General is at 844 Hope Boulevard in Ontario, California. And let me show you the fake sign over that venue. No longer over Mercy House. No longer anywhere near Ovid Family Community Library, all right? Maintain presence over me as I go, just like I showed you in that video, standing in front of OPD. As I walk forward away, where does the fake sun go? Remains over me. It's not remaining over OPD over there. It remains directly over me as I walk, and that's seconds later. That's a very rapid migration, not over the property of 435. It's directly over me. And what also do you see? Impossible light activity, directed light, while minions who are targeting together are crossing paths. That's demonic. 7XQN264. Alrighty, I did show you that fake sign and the license plate 8TWK437. You see them standing outside of the vehicle. They're first of all getting out of their vehicle while they're using it as a means of stalking with light. 8NTR661, 6V78545. 7UMB931, 1544470. This is Ontario Montclair School District and Student Transportation of America. You see those demons crossing path, patrolling, repeatedly crossing path on that specific street while the fake sun is over me. An impossible light coming from forward. That's like if directed light, if sunlight was actually even possible, is this supposed to be also bouncing off of your car and then it's like bouncing forward in front of the car, but away from me toward the angle? It's absolutely impossible. You're witnessing demons, and they're driving these school buses. They're right here group stalking at the parking lot. I'm sorry, not the parking lot, of the crosswalk at Holt and Bonneview right now at 157. And I showed you the fake sun where you see them group stalking at Bonneview and Washington, all right? Crossing path there with directed light, and they are stalking here as well. That is literally the inferior that are engaging in nothing but crossing path and doing so on behalf of the state. 4FYP245, 8YJZ480, and they are monitoring with the Ontario Police. As I capture that video, you have what are demons who know where I'm at, so they engage in intentionally crossing path at that street at that time while I'm recording video, monitoring with OPD. Understand how OPD and the third parties are monitoring together, like I captured in that video. 6WVH257, 7W64889. I can't see that one. So it is currently, by the way, 1:58 p.m. 6N28409. And I did capture what is the fake sun that's directly over the Dollar General. And I'm, again, it's 1:58 p.m. And that's after coming from what is Mercy House. That's the ongoing pattern. License 1302412. That's Chaffee Joint Union High School. Group stalking at Allen and Bonneview. Allen turns into Bonneview. So this is Bonneview and Holt Boulevard. All right. And it is 2 p.m. on the dot. Impossible light activity by UPS. You've seen UPS attack me with that directed light, by the way, on the ground. It's swiping across the building of U-Haul at 831 Holt Boulevard. Right now at 2 p.m. while UPS is on surveillance cameras at that U-Haul at the intersection of Bonneview and Holt Boulevard. All right, absolutely impossible light activity. 8VER654, that's a demon engaging in terrorism and state surveillance. License plate 31566U2. BM80E09 paper 6YFL148 77644G3 8MEC751 6SKN429. Those are third parties that are crossing path monitoring. Omnitrans bus 1331 is arriving while that directed light is moving across U-Haul. Omnitrans is monitoring. Omnitrans is proceeding westbound on Hope Boulevard right now at 2 p.m. on the dot. And like I said, like I've already stated, third parties that are using U-Haul vehicles, it being rented out to some third party is not in any way stating that U-Haul as the company is not. No, you can identify the company brand name. The people of the state are using rented vehicles, are using vehicles that they own, are using minions who they know. It doesn't matter. They're crossing path. And U-Haul itself is also a facilitating venue and a third party representing the people of the state. This is state surveillance. So like I said, any way that you document U-Haul is documentation of U-Haul. But like I said, they are in relevant position, and that's why directed light is moving across that venue at 831 Hope Boulevard. While UPS engaging in that conduct of stalking in relevant position, and directed light while they are engaged in movement. And they're not acting by themselves. That's just a vehicle that is in motion, 8SME254, on that property, as though that's sunlight that's going to occur in front of the vehicle on the upper portion of the self-storage moving supplies custom hitches sign where you're parking in the parking lot. And it's not. All right, it's impossible light activity. It's the market demon possession. It's the ongoing indicator of surveillance that you are subject to. It's 2:02 p.m. License plate 33010S1, and that's why that, by the way, that's why that directed light is occurring while I'm showing you the demons of the Ontario Police Department who are group stalking in that cul-de-sac, that dead-end street of Washington, right outside of Mercy House. It's also why the fake sun is over my head, which, by the way, was present while that entity engaged in criminal summoning. All right, in no way verifying any minions' audible activity, such as Tracy Banks. Those are minions that are monitoring together. License 5YTH198. License 6POB158. License 12591P2. 5NHK252, excuse me. 8SVZ307, 7RGC246, 8TRP288, license 8UVM023, touching with directed light, all of them, 7ACN423, GIVENS, 8EXW556, 8ZODZ83, I believe. 7YVA360, 7YPT166, 7GHZ503, and it's 2:05 p.m. 8YNU582, 19514A3, 8X, I can't really see that one, 8PHC255 or 225, let me see, 8KXD407. CIF 209 12353U2, 7JJM575 student transportation, 8ZUU 980, HAMN 878, RKDS MOM, 8TPA 270, 8SOG 453, 96732T2, and it's 2:06 p.m. License plate 5MRH735. Six CRZ 980. I'll tell you what else is so pathetic. Not only is third parties like or state actors like Sean Thrasher minions and cowards. Okay, you're talking about what is a minion? Let me be clear. The entity engaging in this this P.O.C. does not want me to publish in my video documentation, especially today as well. I just want to be clear. Like I said, I'm going to publish it, but I just want to be thorough with regard to what's the ongoing focus by a demon-possessed entity, by a psychopath, by a criminal. BF21R55 paper 8YWS009 87456T2 79538X1 57118J2 7126. I can't really say that one. 60562Y2 6MZY913 8WYJ939 50591D3 67433L2 16402. That's a short looking license plate. I don't see them. 8NDJ929 8ZUN208 6LGD313 K397TO 8WVC374 8VLN770 46553L1. That's U-Haul. City of Ontario crossing path in a vehicle. And Jaime's trucking crossing path. 78344L2. Jaime's Trucking is carrying a dedicated Fleet System Incorporated trailer. The license plate is 4NL5069. All right, so let me be clear. You have what is Student Transportation and Ontario Montclair School District and UPS, license 8SPN548, and O'Reilly's in relevant position. Directed light underneath the covered structure of that venue is located at 907 Holt Boulevard. And they are engaged in surveillance inside of that parking lot, sitting around. Directed light is all around, and while minions such as UPS are on the property, and directed light is flying across U-Haul, directed light across the street while they group stock in the path. All right, and while directed light is underneath that shaded structure, they're monitoring. 4HYR566. This is massive state surveillance. All right, let me identify these demons of UPS. License. Hold on. Showing you the fake send. We're license 1178U2. 11178U2. And the fake send, you can see it clearly. It's captured at 2:09 p.m. That's at the intersection of Allen, Bonneview, and Holt Boulevard at 2:09 p.m. 8N37041, 6WMP218, 6CQW920, 8B57485, engaging in surveillance inside of the parking lot of O'Reilly's. Monitoring at U-Haul, license 7AUZ786, 8ZAX847, 7WBL629, 8P73389, 6RZD073. I've already read that that license plate several times. They're not doing anything but stalking right now at U-Haul while they are present, while that direct light and fake send is present. It's not different with every other third party, but I want to be clear. Heavily documented that third party's license plate. They are engaging in group stalking. That's why direct light is occurring. The fake send is over my head, by the way. 6RZD073. License 06114M1, 4FTC671, 212. 15J2 94748D2. Central Transport PB14263 70023U2 8VCW832 46762883 5UUF 786 MRNOL 8FAF 406 8LYR 578. Alrighty, and again, showing you what is the fake send above me while a UPS is stalking in the path at Allen and Holt, 6VQ315. Allen and Holt is east of what is the B&G Plaza in the Oval Family Community Library. 6AYX660. It is also north of what is Bonneview. That is the state keeping the fake send over me as I walk up Bonneview to get to Hope Boulevard. And there is no time actually where the light source is going eastbound as I go from the B&G Plaza to the library, as I go from the B&G Plaza to get on the bus. And in the morning, I'm going toward already past this location where the state's keeping the fake send over me in the window of that bus. Understand this is all P.O.C. 4DBS405, 7B BJ 565, 7WGL 106, 7HUM 159, 6BVS 836. There is no time. We're remaining over Ovid Family Community Library, and then it's east of that location over Dollar General, TRK4SOX, or over the U-Haul, or particularly over the UPS vehicle while I'm at the intersection of Bondview and Holt Boulevard, more precisely. 8XCG986. And doing so, it's 2:12 p.m. 6BJF140. 6UKN968. 8WAB860. 7GVF935. 5FGK876. Next Gen 40112D3. 11721F2. 7GVHD63. 7ROT647. 7ZYR874. 5D39662. 6GQH096. 8SHJ153. License plate 16158J3 77987H3 6XOZ745 6149 AE91135. That's U-Haul. That's Arizona plate. License 3706 3W2. XDK149 71031A3 1496960, I believe. City of Ontario, nonetheless. 8GQX472 8WIN369 8FOB287 7322872 7AWU125 8XPW552 8WJJ671 7YLV342 93264C3 8YQZ688 8KWL937 95707U1 7TUR665 CA98F47. That's paper. And the state is keeping a fake sun stationary over me at Bondview and Holt Boulevard. I'm standing in front of Alonso's Barber, Raul's Trim at 828 East Holt Boulevard. 8CDS565. That is P.O.C. It's 2:14 p.m. 2GMA027. BF18N73 paper, P745BL 0140682 7BMN814 8UO5489 6ZXC339 5MFG869 8ZAU874 7WRG390 8U56271 CA54N91 paper 7ZRB617 6MBL718 8CVP859 8MCX064 BLOOTL 6CWC177 8TDR494 6MUD735 U-Haul crossing path again. This is license 8RTX392 AH11472. That's Arizona. 6SMP921 MOMLVZ5, I believe. Ontario Police crossing path 8CIS678. And it is 2:15 p.m. 8TTJ490 5V00240 6BIK626 8XBY409 8PJT879 RAMOSP 047ZH handicap and 52650L2 6GYB351 7CKR795 7BVT662 06545F3, I believe, 67775W1 52645N1 8KXU684 TRVMOBL 8LGD722 1465923 City of Ontario 8PRN 400. License 7 P.O.C 436. 7A PL 042. 6ZSZ 021. License plate BM56P34. That's a paper plate. All right, showing you what is the fake sun. United States Postal Service crossing path. And again, I'm at 828 East Holt Boulevard. I'm facing, and my back is to what is U-Haul at 831 East Holt Boulevard, where the state's fake sun is remaining present. 8XBK392. This is east of the B&G Plaza, where the state kept the fake sun over me, and then followed to Ovid Family Community Library. 22576N2 NEW NORM 32544D3 is not speeding away from documentation. 8PYF 888 SoCal Gas. 7JDP 254 8UNG 981 6WVY 089 7LLP 200 55488F1 7PEH 060 8CBR 445 8WRZ 929 7AQV 989 8UYK 292 7HCT 191. And I did take an image so you could see that fake sun hovering directly over me while I'm facing Raul's Auto Trim, facing Alonso's Barber, and my back is to U-Haul. License 5RXC350. License 8YDH979. License CA15X91. That's a paper plate on a white Mercedes SUV. And understand this is a molestation. 7MVZ377. While I'm standing under what is this directed light, while the fake sun, that's Satan itself hovering. Let me be clear, this is a molestation. That's why when I'm in the shade, you're talking about what is molesting with directed light in order to maintain the light. This is a molestation. This is achieving the criminal purpose. The demons of Student Transportation of America, 7JJW 575. All right, crossing path going westbound on Holt Boulevard under the fake sun at 2:19 p.m. I want to be clear, 7ZRN321 14682G3 AWJJ, I can't really see that one, 55597J2. License 88CP870, I believe, or 88PC870. This is Holt Boulevard, where the state's fake sun is over me on the 27th and the 30th, as I'm just giving a single example with regard to Starbucks at 101 North Vineyard Avenue, where I'm at that venue, and I do not remain anywhere in between this venue, for example, and the B&G Plaza. I go from Starbucks to the library at 10:06 a.m., as I documented January 27th. I go from Starbucks to Pomona, as I documented as I left at a later time from Starbucks, 8XEK657, and I go to the Pomona Transit Center, and then I go to the Ovid Family Community Library. I'm outside, and I'm east of what is the B&G Plaza. This is impossible placement. This is just showing the ongoing conduct. This is the ongoing motivation of an entity that wants to, in any way it can, while providing more documentation and identifying more criminals to be prosecuted in all the ways in which it will be, while it is seeking to obstruct justice. 6FHD635. That's what Satan engages in. Literally just trying to run around in circles. Alrighty? 7AKN222. BV7853. That's out of state. 8NGM165, 8WZZ626, 5TCY052, 7KYX636, 8WYE581, 8EKS136, 6TSV511, 7XHD102, 12456H3, 04239D2. License 6RCL202, 8W49856, 8030983, 7XIN205, 8HVM724, 8TKE746, 8YEX200, and it's 2:21 p.m. License 8VCR214, 8LOG256. JGU191, VIVARIO, 6FYD848, 8RNV842, 8BAF962, 5ZEN289, 8LJR578, 23428Y2, 8JKK789, 6HCD163, Omnitrans 1545, 862, bus 2348. All right, at 2:21 p.m. Showing you the state stalking by helicopter. P745BO is in relevant position with their hazard lights on while the bus stops at campus, and
Sun, Hope Boulevard at 639 Hope Boulevard. Again, that's license P745BO, creating light activity in front of the bus. And I captured what is the state flying in a relevant position by helicopter. All right, the state's fake sun is moving in real time while I'm on the bus, going now westbound on Hope Boulevard, back over the B&G Plaza where I already was this morning, going back west up Hope Boulevard where I showed you the San Bernardino County is monitoring with the Ontario Police while I'm in that vehicle. All righty, and it is 2:23 p.m. All right, again, that's Omnitrans monitoring, license 1545862, bus 2348. And the state stalking by helicopter, state stalking with a fake sun. All right, just showing you what is ongoing directed light while this minion that's driving the bus is monitoring. You can see directed light while the shape of the bus that's manifesting a light, and you have what is just inexplicable light that's arriving on the side of the bus, which I step into it so you can see my shadow. The state is stalking by helicopter while continuously, as I documented, while I'm on the bus, and I'm also showing you what is the light source that is present. The light source that is present, 5SRF915. I'm showing you what is the fake sun that's remaining present over me while I have passed over the B&G Plaza and gone to get off on the bus at Lemon and Hope Boulevard. All right, and so that is the state that is flying 8XYA 690 with the state that's stalking by helicopter 8FXB 121, 5HYF 538, 7CUP 765, Birdtech crossing path, 8LAG 153, monitoring the Metro 102 apartments, monitoring with Ontario Town Square Town apartments, where you're seeing the fake sun over me at the intersection on the opposite side. All right, that is no migration of any actual sun. All right, this is the ongoing pattern of conduct that I remain subject to, while then this entity that is monitoring the documentation, this is exactly what I captured today, is engaging in what is in all manner of a terrorizing threat while they are hostile and also seeking to obstruct justice, arriving with law enforcement officers who are demons monitoring 7JQR931. The surveillance system is underway while you have the crisscross of your shadows in front of you inside of that building, monitoring with this African-American predator, the sex offender who stalks in the bathroom while directed light is inside of that bathroom, and then engaging in what is the waging of false allegations, and also speaking to what is your admission that you're engaged in that surveillance in that bathroom where directed light is present, by the way, while you are engaging in waging those allegations because your document is showing you as a sex offender that you are, 6CAU 019. And that's exactly what you have while this Sean Thrasher is referencing January 22nd, where I was subject to the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring state surveillance, and January 29th, where I remain subject to this criminal pattern of conduct of state surveillance, while you're hearing what is the state flying over me by helicopter, while I'm under what is not possibly the sun that is regressing, going over Hope Boulevard, remaining over me after I capture, remaining over me, remaining at the B&G Plaza, walking up Plum through the parking lot of the City Hall in conflict with ever being captured over the opposite side of that apartment building, precisely over Lemon as I get on, leave from B&G Plaza and walk up Lemon and document the light source remaining over me, which I did at a different time. All right, we're talking about what is documentation of remaining present outside of the entrance while the Ontario Police Department are present. And doing so also while I'm showing you leaving from that venue in real time, in alignment with me on Sultana, turning east on Hope Boulevard, getting on the bus, going west on Hope Boulevard, and passing over B&G Plaza where it remained there all present this morning. Like I said, 3615 through K2. That is literally the patrolling conduct under a fake sun on one street. Up and down Hope Boulevard, that's a specific street. Going up and down Hope Boulevard while I arrived there this morning on video. While I leave, while I walk away and go to the Ovid Family Community Library, while I leave again, getting on Sultana onto Hope Boulevard, while I get on the bus and then again driving back up toward what is Lemon and Hope Boulevard. That's not the sun. And it is 2:28 p.m. You also know that's not the sun because I'm showing you what is remaining directly over me while I'm in front of the Ontario Police Department. I walk away. I walk up to the opposite end of the street, and what do you see? The fake sun over my head while those demons of the police department are in relevant position. 8KJV 185, 8PTC 191, 6LZB 262, 8VOJ 493, T3A 6PC Arizona, 6HAB 969, BF 15P31 paper, Ontario Police license 1361011, license plate 38741T2, license 7 SRD 156,
I mean, literally, it does not, like I said, when you are engaging in that pattern of conduct, it's not just a pattern of conduct. Like I said, there's more than just federal stalking that the government is engaging in. You're understanding what is necessary legislation for every criminal and demonic method employed for what is relevant to what is obstruction of justice. The government is not only engaging in surveillance, doesn't want you to know it, and also wants to seek to oppress and silence one who is subject to it and seeks to prosecute, document, reveal it, report it. All right, that's what Sean Thrasher is engaging in with the Ontario Police. That's what they're engaging in. 8 LRM 792. And that is a very violent sex offender. That's exactly how it's going to be treated under federal law. That's a very violent sex offender. All right, wants to sexually violate, perpetually violate, and then try to engage in what is obstructing your ability to enforce your right to not be violated as a person while you're subject to surveillance. Interstate stalking. 8 NBE 825. All right, reaching out, intentionally touching while they're listening to me, document that. Sex offender, 7 HDA 790. A demon driving a Porsche, okay? Under a fake sun is no impressionable circumstance whatsoever. A stalker, a puppet of Satan. A sex offender, 6T DJ 356 TOROL. All right, and let me be clear, that demon crosses path and touching with what is impossible light activity while the state's fake sun is remaining stationary over the intersection of Holt and Euclid, where I showed you this morning it was present over while I'm inside of the car and at facing what is Rio money transfer in the T-Mobile. 8EBP 771, that's where it was this morning. The intentional conduct of a demon to reach out and touch while you're listening to me. This is what I'm saying. While Satan is playing checkers, this is, first of all, it ain't a game. But while Satan is playing checkers, this is chess, and they're losing. And this is exactly why that prosecution and that federal law needs to exist. BD 23228, license 7YJF 526, FGH 4764. That's a Texas plate, and it's 2:31 p.m. License plate 7JXN320, CA78E78 paper, 8H38527, 8N87311. Rolling Green Incorporated, 63264Y2, 95570Z1, 5DEL394, 8VDD463, 7UYR743, 7KEE261, 99211F2. And that's what you're going to remember. This video documentation, which the entity, wishes to death that I'm going to publish it. You're talking about I'm going to publish my documentation, period. And I'm going to prosecute demons such as Tracy. 313-6106. That's an Indiana license plate. That's Penske. That's also touching with directed light. All right, these are different methods. You see the directed light in the street. All right, you see what is my double shadows in the street, and also touching with light that's supposedly reaching off of a vehicle while you're crossing path. Those are different methods of directed light, and that's a sex offender, Penske truck, doing so, touching me while crossing path. 8F98422. And documentation of that and speaking to and revealing that bears nothing whatsoever with regard to my mental state. My ability to show it to you, document it, even create a nomenclature so you can identify this demonic, psychotic conduct. It's called directed light. It's so much of a pattern. It's got what is necessary to what is monitoring with communication devices. That's what I'm going to prosecute. This documentation, I'm going to prosecute Tracy Banks with. All right? You're engaging in criminal defamation. You're a psychopath. All right? That's the pattern of conduct, by the way. 81346K1, 5GTY685, 6YOZ533. They're all driving through directed light that I just showed you. 84964. That's not a handicap, but that's like a short and license plate. Meaning I don't see any letters. I just see those numbers, and those letters are like smaller letters. That's what I mean by short and license plate, like I referenced earlier. Driving in directed light, 7C22208, driving under the fake sun. That is over the same intersection that I document while I'm inside of the vehicle of that demon, Tracy Banks. All right, 7XOW495. And if you'll recall, December 31st, when I'm coming from an entirely different direction, I don't go to 435 South Bonneview on December 31st. Okay, I don't go to Sultana to get onto Hope Boulevard. I remain on Euclid Avenue coming from American Inn. License 17613E2, and then I go to B&G Plaza. And I want to be clear, at this time when I have gone to B&G Plaza, it's 2:36 p.m. The state is remaining over me coming from an opposite direction. This is how you're understanding what you're looking at with regard to stalking. 7DKE191. Remember that documentation. Coming from an entirely different location, 334593, where I came from today, where I was on that day, where I came from, where I went, 8ZXN997, 8EQN983, 1120728. That's a school bus, 8WCH205. This is the Truckers Company. License 54L3BK on the back of that truck. 8WNX254, 8PJL287, 8P6265, can't see the last one, 7PLU860, 5PVD237, 8YKV362. And so you're understanding Tracy Banks is in direct light and under the fake sun while she's engaged in that defamation. Okay? That's exactly what she's doing. 6TEF050, monitoring. That's exactly what the Ontario Police Department. But let me point something out to you. The entity is engaging, and this is what it's actually, this is what I mean. I mean, you're talking about the absence of any concept of how the law operates. You're dealing with a bunch of minions that are relying on what is word of mouth. They're relying on what's hearsay. They're relying on what's a whole bunch of people trying to claim the same thing. 6ZZW850, 6M70417. Let me tell you something. In a court of law, that does not establish credibility. All right. And you are talking about what is listening to the audible activity that was published. All right. Criminal defamation, 8YWL952. All right, engaging in what is, that's the conduct that Tracy Banks engages in. And then you have Sean Thrasher, who is monitoring, prepares a document referencing dates, January 22nd, January 29th, where I remain subject to the pattern of conduct. And he's engaging in what are false allegations. And that pattern of conduct that's continuously documented even as I leave that venue, while I'm inside of that venue, while I'm documenting them on podcasts, these minions of the Ontario Police Department and the security guard, Sean Thrasher himself, all of them have impossible light activity that they're standing in. 8NHM807, 5VYJ973. 00578M2, and you are talking about what is supposed to be, this is what I mean by the futility. You're talking about the inability to approach from a legally relevant position, the ability to contest what is direct evidence of state surveillance. You can't. So you have a whole bunch of minions that engage in harassment together, and that's supposed to corroborate what was her defamation this morning. Oh, you're getting kicked out. You're a problem. You need medication. You need a what is this minion talking about? XP19112. That is Southstar Logistics Incorporated. You need to see a medical physician. Like I need to see a doctor. Like and like I said, the fake sign is over my head. The fake sign is over the same intersection it was over as I showed you on video this morning. It is after 2 p.m. Okay. And that's coming from a different vantage point. I showed you this while I am coming from December 31st from American Inn. After 2 p.m., I had already gone to the B&G Plaza. The state's fake sun is advanced at this intersection beyond where I went on the 31st. But that's just an example with regard to my location, 8RXP147. You are remembering what is the inability. Minions are relying on this gang conduct to engage in what is legally irrelevant. It doesn't matter what your audible activity is. You're monitoring with communication devices. That's why that direct evidence of what is not possibly the sun, that is a matter of fact, which you cannot address. And so you engage in what is criminal defamation, engaging in what is harassment. Sean Thrasher is going to federal prison. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Officer T. Cho, he's going to federal prison. AV19062. They're going to federal prison. All right, that's why this minion with this license plate is sitting in the car in direct light, engaging in surveillance. Let me remind you again, 7YJF526. Alrighty, I'm capturing what is stalking in the path. 8NNP366, I believe. Can't really see it, but you're talking about what are minions that are driving in direct light, sitting around stalking under what is a fake sun, because that's what you're doing while the fake sun is present. It's serving surveillance. You're monitoring with communication devices. That's why you're sitting around. That's why, and that's the legal relevance of what you are doing, whether you are on a clock doing it, whether you are sitting around on a bus bench doing it, whether you are inside cooking, flipping burgers and you're doing it. You are in that directed light under that fake sun and engaging in that pattern of conduct. That's what state surveillance is. You can come up with a whole bunch of demons that want to say that she's crazy. Guess what? My crazy self will present that evidence and I'm going to prosecute you. We'll see who's crazy. All right, we'll see who's crazy. 8G0982, but this is my point. What Satan is saying, it doesn't matter. Satan is talking about itself. Satan is already lost, and that's literally what you're listening to. That is a puppet of Satan. 8LRZ902. Okay, so is Officer Guerrero, 8RGT605. They're all demons, but let me be clear. These are demons, and Satan is using different people with regard to the ways in which, however they want to interact with me. But I'll be clear, you get more engaging like you have some sense while I'm documenting. I suggest you keep your mouth shut. You better watch what you say. You want to engage in threatening. All that's being documented. You're going to be dealt with accordingly. You're already a law enforcement officer. You're demon possessed and you're stalking and you are engaging what is the exercise of fictitious authority. All of those demons, that heavy duty police presence for what's supposedly the removal of little on me. I ain't got no guns. Excuse me. I don't have any guns on me, on any weaponry. And they know that. But like I said, I don't have any of that. I've never engaged in any show of violence. This is not what's going on. You're talking about heavy duty presence while those police officers that are monitoring my documentation while I'm prosecuting them on the internet. You're talking about what is a show of a whole bunch of demons that are present to engage in P.O.C. All right, 5BAF9008, FK8259, 6KEK286. All right, they sitting on the internet looking at the same thing that I'm speaking to with regard to the creation of that policy, and you understanding how this system works, understanding the exercise of fictitious authority, understanding criminal summoning, 8YPF231, understanding what is the criminal assertion of false allegations, engaged in by third parties, engaged in by law enforcement, while you are subject to surveillance. You're understanding how all of that works. 89604D3. License 6PYC169. And what are demons relying on? Because an officer says it, it's so. That's what they're relying on. Okay? And what is a third party? Because one third party says it. And let me be clear, these are demons of one mindset, knowing what each of them are alleging, also engaging in surveillance. Because one minion and another and another and another and another, in other words, a gang of demons agree on a lie, so it is. That's literally the operation of the system. That is literally what it is. All right. And while you're listening to those lies, while they even try to tell you about things such as Black Lives Matter or global warming, you're going to look at that fake sun that's over them. 70QX159. Satan is a liar. Satan loses. It doesn't matter. They can engage in all manner of what is. You see me interacting with Guerrero. All right. You see me interacting and telling Cho straight up he's going to federal prison. I'm not going to joke around with him. It was nothing funny when he was present with Tracy Banks at Woodside Senior Apartments, engaging in what is the kidnapping by an entity with the fire department, with American Medical Response, with San Antonio Regional Hospital. That is documented in what is the list of police encounters. All right, that's already documented. You have what is engaging in what is the P.O.C. at the Ontario City Hall, where I'm showing you in the morning the state is keeping the fake sun over my head. Guess what the entity is doing on that day where I documented? Officer T. Cho, group stalking, 5KLE667, 7GYU435. And he's present because he's supposed to have form. It's the City Hall. So, hey, I'm here doing my job. That's that demon's form. 5UGV289. But what's going on with regard to form? It doesn't exist. The fake sun is over my head at that Ontario City Hall. 5CLD833. The entity is aiming and maintaining directed light at that City Hall, 8RKJ891. The entity is flying over the City Hall with commercial airline plane and or helicopter, just like you hear in the background. Guess what? That video you're seeing with my directed light, my shadow on both sides, that's the state that's stalking and monitoring. There is no form. That's why that environment is present. And you're talking about the absolute, there is no credibility. License 8SNL815. All right, so I just want to be clear, and this is what you're reminding of, and you're talking about what is, you are so unprepared if you think that that's going to work. If that's what you think is that's what you think is happening. And this is what I'm doing. These are demons. VSTAHOE. 6XJN985. P342CG, that's out of state. 7GZA105, 6HXD809, 8RFU006, 6LKW853. 7LYR314, 8LNJ103, 8UUW839, 6LGJ240, 8GUS778. Why do you think it's important to understand? Because you're talking about what is knowing what is the whole story, not some portion that Satan is dealing with moment by moment, all right? 6VDB912, like the treacherous criminal and the short-minded, pathetic loser that it is. It's just more a hustler trying to get by second to second to second to second, all right? There's a whole big picture. Knowing how this ends, that's the chess game. You lose. That's why I'm capturing documentation. Those who are present pursuing the criminal summoning, the P.O.C. is underway. There's no question about what you were doing while you were doing that. You're engaging in fictitious authority. You're speaking of you're going to federal prison for that, all right? You're engaging in criminal defamation. I'm gonna make sure I get that fake sun over my head while you are on in relevant position, and while that directed light is present, while you want to engage in that speech, which is relevant in facilitating not only your documented pattern of criminal defamation, 8FGY173, not only your documented pattern, 8PJL997, your documented pattern of kidnapping, criminal summoning, criminal defamation, and harassment with an entity. All right, you're talking about, and right now I'm referencing specifically Tracy Banks, but this is a pattern of conduct, so you can apply the P.O.C. to anyone. But I know this demon's name, Tracy Banks, who you heard this morning, while the fake sun is over the same intersection it was over this morning, which I showed you on video. That's why you document, okay? 6NIY566, you are talking about what is the short-minded, the treacherous loser, that is Satan itself. Minions, you are no match. 9FO1599, no match whatsoever. 70LH047. All right, you have to understand what is the big picture, and that's the chess game that Satan is not prepared for. All right, everything that you're hearing, that helicopter, I have two shadows in front of me. that's impossible light activity. U993912, 7VWT838, 6KGR346. And guess what? You remember the other night when Officer Jay Burnett that engaged in kidnapping with Tracy Banks on May 4, 2019, that same officer that arrived with Officer Gerber, Officer Avila, guess what else? I had double shadows on that night as well. And what did you hear? Helicopter activity, 7MZR072. All right, the P.O.C, that's the ongoing pattern. That's a pattern right in and of itself. But like I said, this is a long documented pattern. I can point out one after another after another. I have the documentation. I have the evidence. That's why I let the tape run while a psychopath like Tracy Banks wants to engage in what is criminal defamation. I'm going to put a muzzle over that mouthpiece. She's a puppet. 6LUN 806. 7BCP 772, 13122J1, 6SOE 908, 8VFH 925, 6653 8MGZ 466, 7JWE 375, 7GDY 863, 6NJG 960, Western Allied, license 93394B3, and it's 2:47 p.m. 8FFX 665, 8XOE 774, 5THR 097, HTRS, yeah, I guess. 7P57571, 4AZK 562, 8NCP 618, 8YHC 816, 5WYF 513, 61714F2. Let me be clear. I took images of what is this group stalker that was sitting across the street from me, engaged in surveillance. That's the same thing that the Ontario Police Department are doing. What do they do? Because they're wearing uniforms. So they are engaging, oh, we're investigating something else that has nothing to do with you. That's the pattern of conduct. The fake sun is over me there. The fake sun is over me here. Directed light there. Directed light here. Stalking by an entity. The ongoing pattern of conduct is underway. But I just want to be clear. That's how all law enforcement engages in stalking. Documented conduct in the list of police encounters. The 8 UYW 377. The November 16, 2018 list of police encounters. Those are the methods of stalking by law enforcement. All right. And it is also done with the help with what are third parties that engage in criminal summoning, that engage in what is assertion of false allegations, license 4WEW 302, that engage in all manner of what is including the law enforcement that are engaging in the pattern of conduct with them, demons alike. 7BNR 543. All right. And so like I was stating, my point is I'm bringing up this license plate. Let me get this 8YNU 582 and 7PGD 319. I'm bringing up this third party who I'm showing you engaged in surveillance across the street from me under the fake sun and directed light. You're talking about these demons that are sitting at the bus stop. They're doing the same thing. 5AMC971. You see them on video. That is the same surveillance. I'm just pointing that out. 8WUK734. There is no exception. That is why you are understanding what is terrorism. The government itself is maintaining presence through everyone around you. They are monitoring together with communication devices while they're playing LALIS16, while they're playing Lil Nas or whoever it is on their phone. They don't have to be, they're not some 4XNV 456, I believe. There's not some group stalking app that they're pulling up in order to engage in surveillance. They are present in the path with communication devices, period. All right, creating activity, even using those. 7SPJ968. They are also demon possessed. This is demon possession. And this is not only a government maintaining group stalking presence by third parties and state actors. This is Satan itself maintaining presence all around you by the demon possessed. 09257J1. 7PVM938. Writer, license 14109D2. 7FWB631. 8YJ8291. 00092T2. 8TMC354. 84963G2. All right, all of them touching together. 4XTK457, 8XZE915, and you understand 6WYL507. What is the conduct of that sex offender? Not only is this not the sun over the same intersection that it was over at around 8:15 in the morning, 7UMN460. That's not even sunlight that's going to occur. Reaching out to touch somebody. 7T5943. I can't believe you see that one though. All right, that's not even the sun. Or you don't even have that as form, but now there is nothing that is any form for laser-like light that's occurring while you're driving in a car and reaching out, and they're all driving in directed light. They're driving in directed light. 7JAB454, systematic monitoring. 6WPF361, and guess what? That directed light is inside of the bathrooms where I go, including Ovid Family Community Library, where you heard the audible activity while I'm documenting criminal summoning, false allegations, and putting it in writing again. And you're talking about what is speaking to federal prison. Everybody that's in relevant position inside, including Securitas. engaging in sexual violence, and then engaging in what is threatening your liberty while they're hostile to what you are revealing, which is sexually violent. 33139E3, ATCM 466. There is no... All right, there is no forum for what is the presence of impossible light activity in a bathroom. 8WZN 622, 8CYF 953. There is no, meaning there is nothing else that is occurring that's impossible light. It is the demonic environment inside of the bathroom. 7XUR 356, 7XRG 653. And it is achieving what is surveillance with communication devices inside of a bathroom, where the government doesn't even have any business doing that, and let alone stalking you in a bathroom. 69616G3. Hilados, Mexico is a sex offender touching with directed light and driving in directed light because they're monitoring. 8N31270. License 5TER497. And it's currently 2:52 p.m. And so Student Transportation of America is on the opposite side of the street, group stalking on Euclid Avenue going southbound. All of these demons are lined up where the fake sun is at the same intersection it was at this morning. Just like I showed you on video, those are demons, including the Ontario Police Department. Those are demons out under the fake sun, 7ZHJ901, and that doesn't stop. So you're talking about what is the ongoing ability to consistently document what would otherwise be determined as impossible, CSC TDG, but for documentation. 8XBE 695, 389612U2, 7FJU 629, 7THS 607, 6XDR 132, 8MIB 370, 37521V2, 8UZG 639, 8RZD 269, 76525H3, 6XTS 208, 6XTS 028. License 8WGF 032, Student Transportation of America. Crossing path again. You have license, let's see, 7ARL087, JOZ 615, that looks like an Iowa, 18334, that looks like an out of state as well. And Student Transportation of America is license plate 6WGT220, vehicle 85151. 58900E1, that's a license, 5KUZ439. It's 2:54 p.m. License plate 8WYJ469, 6VNE495, 6YVA427. Copco, let me see. License plate 82565. Oh yeah, 65X2 Atlas Copco, I guess. It is 2:55 p.m. (7ANF 630) 8CTH 784, 8PMX 082, 8BDU 565, 8GJC 696, 31234E1, 26898K2, 4PHL 066, 7FJP 466, 24317F2, 42685G3, RICO CRU, 7TKR 957, 73585W2, 6PDH 985, I believe. I think I read that one already. 8UBS 706, 8CTF 069, 6PDS 968, 4LVA 401, 54607A1, 4NEH 917, MIZD-TOY, 8XFA 561, 7CPM 374, 8PXA 757, 7NKF 172, Burtech crossing path going westbound on Hope Boulevard. They're just pacing around. That's why fake sun is over. It's an entire society that's engaging in this demonic system. And it is the illusion of free society, the illusion of normalcy, that people are focused going about their business. All they're doing is stalking. And that's why I show you the directed light and the light, this conduct of what is not the sun that's over them while they're doing so. All right, this is a demented people. These are the demon possessed. The demon possessed are driving police vehicles. The demon possessed are driving school buses. The demon possessed are driving minivans with their kids in them. All right, demons have kids, yeah, have newborn babies. The demon possessed that are engaging in this state surveillance and sexual violence, stalking in bathrooms while you have kids, even including them. 98475R2, license 7XUZ769. The demon possessed, in other words, are not limited to some sort of identity that you can imagine in your head where it's somehow some exception. There is no exception. 8EBP771. These are the demon possessed. 7UBH227. The demon possessed are in a demonic environment. 5LFPO33. 8WRU768. That's what having both of my shadows in front of me in inexplicable light that's just appearing in the street. 8Z27045. That's what that's about. That's absolutely demonic. All right. That is revealing what is their condition. Where you can't see it physically, you see it in that environment. That is what is wrong with them. And criminal conduct in violation of Title 18 is underway. All right. So like I said, it is currently 2:58 p.m. And that is speaking to the ongoing pattern of conduct while I sit at a bus stop. And these minions just sitting at a bus stop, they're monitoring systematically. This is how an entity is engaging in that systematic maintenance by a government that's engaging in massive surveillance. 7VPW227, 1617540, Ontario Montclair School District, 8RKT694, 7EQV068. 7L98189, 6UCT733, 39232U1, 45742S1, 6GZV426, 8YJZ665, 8ZEY971, 7TKT988, ECL6219, 5MSY584, 5XAX106, GMA TRCK, 8UTF603. Let me point something else out that's some common sense. I could just go down the line. The state is keeping a fake sun over me in 2021, where it's not just 2021, but 8JAG994, where I am sleeping and waking up at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, 7WYX035. The state is keeping its fake sun over me while I get up there in the morning. And I'm showing you in video documentation and documenting on my podcast where I would rise up. Let me be clear. The Ontario Museum of History and Art is literally on this same intersection. It's at the transit is on the south side of Holt Boulevard. It's right there in the same way that C Street, Lemon, where the Ovid Family Community Library is on what is the north side of Holt Boulevard. Okay. This is one little same block. I just want to be clear. The state is keeping its fake sun over this intersection. It's 3 p.m. right now. The same position that I showed you, it's 3 p.m. The state has its fake sun over my head as I documented day in and day out. Getting up at the museum early in the morning and the state was keeping its fake sun over me. You're talking about what is not ever the sun. It doesn't matter what time of year or time of day. That's not the sun. 66424R1. It's at the same intersection. The same intersection, 3 p.m. Okay, this is what the entity is doing with regard to what is stalking with a light switch. That is Satan itself. Satan is hovering over Satan's little minion, Tracy Banks, while she's going off on a audible activity rant. All right, license BU4. I can't really see that one. It's a paper plate. In doing so while she's monitoring, okay? Monitoring and also monitoring while I'm prosecuting her and the rest of the government on the internet while they engage in an ongoing pattern of kidnapping. One identified as case number MWV2000640, 7ALS496, 8WWX834. Okay, and the entity engaging in acts of harassment like Sean Thrasher does while he's engaging in monitoring, while I'm literally being molested with directed light. That's why those demons of Ontario Police Department, that's why Sean Thrasher, and that's why the security guard representing Securitas, the people of the state engaging in surveillance inside of that venue, have crisscross shadows, double shadows on both sides of them inside of that building. They're inside of the building with that light activity. Let me be clear, no light that you are putting in a ceiling, no normal light creates any crisscross of your shadows. ATWL862, no upright structure of partition has a flat shadow on the ground. The upright chairs have flat shadows on the ground. You can see the imprint, the design of the chairs on the ground. I'm capturing all of this. This is why I'm showing you what is the light activity while they're engaging in the P.O.C. PACUECO, scared of what I'm going to publish on the internet. That's exactly what it is. While you're sitting around playing checkers. And that's why I'm surrounding you with that activity. You're going to federal prison. 6TVR211, 7HPR750, 8KKU250. All right, this is the light activity you're looking at inside of what is Andy's Burgers. Andy's Burgers is inside of B&G Plaza. It's 3 p.m. The state's fake sun is at the next major intersection of Holt and Euclid Avenue. all right, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 6TTK 527, 7JPE 161, 8HVF 653. That is, again, Pacific Standard Time. This is understanding what is not possibly the sun. As I have already established, I'm documenting those that they're going to federal prison. All right? That's no joke. State surveillance is not a joke. Understanding and creating precedent for legislation is no joke either. So you're talking about what is the maintenance of a pattern of conduct. The pattern of conduct is indeed underway. And while you want to engage in that, let me remind you about what's over their head. Let me remind you about what I'm being molested with. That which is not sunlight. That which is not light activity that's occurring under any ordinary normal lights inside of a building. That which is stalking conduct in incredible manners, such as by plane and helicopter. While that light activity is coexisting. 6UEM 421. And you have what is the maintenance of a light source that is not even at this location. You're talking about what is over the intersection at Holt and Euclid Avenue, 8XOE 138, 6VBA 858, 8ULU 498. While demons are crossing path, and you have light that's shooting out like a laser under a sun that's supposed to be the sun that's over the same intersection it was over at. You're talking about a little bit after 8 o'clock in the morning. That's not any light source. That's not the sun. 8VYR800. And it's also relevant to not being the sun over me at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. We're at 3 p.m. right now where the fake sun remains. And I'm showing you in the morning as I would wake up at the museum. Where is that light source? Right over that building. Right over the side of the building that I was sleeping on. Whatever side of the building that I would walk to. All right. And then as the entity listened to me scrutinize that, keeping it over the building and then just keeping it on one side and then engaging in what is migration north or south, depending on where I would walk on Euclid Avenue. All right. But what was the state doing before? Whatever side of the building that I was sleeping on, that's where the state's fake sun was. Keeping directed light underneath even the shaded walkway of that museum. 8GEN 731. That's never occurring when you're keeping a fake sun at the same time where I'm documenting remaining present at the Ontario Museum of History and Art. You're remaining over 630 North Fern. 8 o'clock in the morning, after 10 o'clock in the morning, 2:47 p.m., 4:27 p.m. That's what I've documented. Omnitrans. 6VRN830. Omnitrans license 1545945, bus 2361. It is 3:04 p.m. You're going to remember I've documented in the morning the state's fake sun over me at this same bus stop. This is bus stop number 7911 for Route 83 and Route 87. Go ahead. The state's fake sun is over the intersection as opposed to in between that building where the fake sun is in the morning. All of this is based on where I'm coming from. As opposed to what would be the presence of what is, under no circumstances it wouldn't even be present. But you're talking about what is not even presence with regard to the... Oh, okay. What's that about? A holiday or something? Oh, okay. Anyway, so like I said, you're going to remember that. That's the P.O.C. that remains underway. It's currently 3:05 p.m. Alright, again, that was Route 87, license 1545945, license 8UKZ491. And I'm showing you on video what is the movement of the fake sun directly over my head while I am going toward Euclid Avenue and what is this? D Street. Alright, 4RNJ386, 09925B3, 8A. 89325. And as I get off of that venue in front of what is the 4th sector located at 404 North Euclid Avenue, a third-party facilitating venue where I showed you on January 14, 2021, the state kept its fake sun over me all day long sitting at this bus stop. Okay, it's the same time of year. Today is February 4th, 2022. January 14th, 2021 is the same time of year. It's relevant. The state is in no way in any position at any time remaining present over this bus stop that's in front of third-party facilitating venue 404 North Euclid Avenue, where the state was keeping its fake sun upon exit of what is the Ovid Family Community Library location, that venue area. And I walk over to this bus stop, the state's fake sun is present. And again, where is it coming from? It's remaining over me, coming from what is Euclid and Holt. All right, coming from what is the direction south of it. And so remaining over, as opposed to that documentation where I showed you from morning time until afternoon. And then I walked north to the Chevron. And then I walked to the back parking lot. And what was the state doing with the fake sun at that time? It's not coming from any direction of Mercy House and coming from what is that. I went all around in a different location, and you're seeing what is the maintenance of a light source over me and coming from what are various directions. All right, that's how you are showing what is stalking with not the actual son, a fake son. 95898C3, and also you have what is a maintenance in alignment with me, 7SHR181, and 4NSM900. Let me get these license. 8GGT374, 5LXS099, 6SJH115, 6EFB991, 8KCC313, 6GLT385, 6X31359, 7LRX107, 8WIG823, 6WJB975. The entity engaging in this conduct with its light source, and I've documented specifically this venue of 404 North Euclid Avenue, sitting in front of the bus stop, and the state was moving directed light where it would be shaded. You're understanding that pattern as I was pointing it out even at that time, and I even included the signage. So you are looking at, there is no ambiguity with regard to presence just generally over the, no, it's specifically over my head at that street sign and remained for hours, 1617909. And then I was reminding you, when I'm at Mercy House, that is at 14632C2, that is not the maintenance of presence. That's not some the actual sun that would be present over 435 South Bonneview when I'm remaining at the same time on another day when I document, and I don't go to 435 South Bonneview, I don't go to Mercy House. I'll stay at the bus stop. Where's the light source? It's not in any direction like as though it's over 435 South Bonneview, Mercy House. It's right over my head. All right, 5BPV850, targeting with light, subject to surveillance. All right, just like I documented today. License plate 8E99418, which is in no way helpful and speaking as though the light source is possibly, the actual sun is possibly present over that address. 6XKX865. It is speaking to their engagement in a criminal pattern of conduct as I've already established and showing what is stalking with the light source. All right, you're talking about what is showing what is stalking, following with the light source, because you're not maintaining presence while I'm documenting what is the total absolute absence. I haven't gone to Mercy House in a long time. 8JCA109, and at no time am I going there. 8NXU652, and so you're talking about maintaining central presence in alignment with the entrance area, for example, of the Ovid Family Community Library, remaining over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, remaining in alignment with me while I'm on the public transportation of Omnitrans, going from city to city. At no time is that ever over the property of 435 South Bonneview, ever. I'm not on Bonneview. I'm not on remaining stationary at Holt and Bonneview, except for at a red light where the state is keeping it right over Holt Boulevard over my head on a bus or in the car. All right, you're talking about what is maintaining presence. 435 documented engaging in the P.O.C. Stalking with light is what Mercy House was documented engaging in today. LESGOCG 62422L2, I believe. 8TP8345 97554R2. 8ELL354, 7PGS419, 8MQH246, 7S62601, and that's also made clear, by the way, when you have what is remaining stationary for a prolonged period, and then the second that I move, that's when that light source moves. 8EZC140. That's when that light source moves. And that's why getting on Route 87, getting off just a couple blocks ahead, I was at Holt. Now I'm at D Street. The state's fake sun is no longer from that vantage point over that intersection where it was, by the way, at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's also how you know that's not the sun over Mercy Health. But you have what is moving as I move and at this intersection, okay? So it's currently 3:12 p.m. and that's where the pattern of conduct is showing you what is the demon possessed, vehicle number 1019. That's Ontario PD group stalking at the intersection of D Street and Euclid Avenue, showing you that in images where the fake sun is hovering over the intersection right where I am at 3:12 p.m. Okay, monitoring with OPD 8MZK 710, 6VNA 121, 8TIJ 733, 4KH 6217, 8YGE 057, 7FPL 368. BF85K27. And let me be clear, these minions inside of 404 North Euclid Avenue, this is referred to as what is fourth sector. They're monitoring, okay? They're engaged in pattern of conduct that's a facilitating venue. License 4CDY369, 8ETB061, BF2OG72 paper, 175ZMH, that's Nevada. Student Trent, Ontario Montclair School District. That is license 1511. I can't really see that one. It's vehicle number 181 though. That's on the back of that bus. It's a short bus. The only handicap that they have, it's a handicap of the spirit. Satan is on them. These are the demon possessed. All right. License plate. It's 3:13 p.m. License plate 8TGD138. Okay. Minions with tattoos on their faces. All right, wearing hats like they're cholos, like they're gangsters. They're demon-possessed stalkers. There's nothing gangster about stalking. 5V93727, 8ROD913, 8TQV736, 8KEV790, 8SVF822, 8XJK729, 8LJU805, 6TBF754, 6LEY611, 7JMY525, 6HGZ100, 42460Y1, 7RMC111, 7UOA803, 7EVX609, 68356E3, 7YXR300, and it's currently 3:14 p.m. Alrighty, you're going to remember my documentation that I already captured when I'm showing you the group stalking conduct by Ontario Police, like I just captured right now in pictures for you. The state's fake son is captured at 3:07 p.m. In alignment with the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. Understand, not only am I showing you what is stalking with the light source, that's the ongoing documentation as well. That is not the sun that's over that particular venue. Remaining in alignment, aiming directed light inside of the entranceway. This is what Sean Thrasher is seeking to obstruct documentation while he's engaged in criminal conduct. And the presence of what is a light source and the absence of that 8VWJ228 of that light source that is not possibly the sun. While I'm at the intersection of D Street and Euclid, and I'm showing you in a picture, the Ontario Police, that location, that intersection is not in alignment. I'm not aiming my phone from Ovid Family Community Library toward D Street where the U.S. Bank location is. You couldn't even see it because the parking structure built by McCarthy is in the way. 6VVT830, the state's fake sun is necessarily in alignment with the entrance, keeping it right there at that turn circle at 3:07. The state's fake sun, as it's remaining over me going north of Euclid Avenue, is out of conformity with that. That's, again, understanding what is stalking with the fake sun. What was the state doing later after 3:07? I documented on video on the 29th where Officer Morris, who's going to federal prison, was documented pursuant to what is criminal summoning. That's why she is there. That's the same reason why she was present in relevant position monitoring and stalking and kidnapping on September 25th, 2020. 8 I can't see that. 8 BSA 192 is what I want to say. But I want to be clear, that is 3:57 p.m., 3:47 p.m. is what I'm documenting the state's fake sun, which is remaining in alignment that same position at 3:07 p.m. Which, by the way, when I'm showing you at 11:16, 11:19 in the morning, 4JMR880, and I'm showing you the fake sun next to me, 8NTC151 next to me right over my head while I'm standing by Wells Fargo, that is exactly the same position the state is keeping at this time right now in alignment with the entrance of the library. And by the way, I'm not remaining at the library. I am on Euclid and D Street, D as in dog, standing in front of 404 North Euclid Avenue, a third-party facilitating venue, showing you the group stalking conduct of the Ontario Police under what is not possibly the sun, that is not in alignment with any entrance of the library, and engaging in what is movement over me as I am moving. XP41157, that's nationwide. 8NTL888. I just want to remind you about that. License 299. Can't really see that one. To Idaho, Indiana, excuse me, I can't see it. 32340E2, 40139D3, BM55K95, 8HUA309. Not only, by the way, is that documentation documenting the Ontario Police, you are group stalking. That demon doesn't have to come over here and talk to me in order to engage in what is surveillance. They're engaged in interstate stalking. You're showing what is the impossible environment that is surrounding while you were in the path. You're monitoring. All right, and you're talking about what is remembering what time is the sun supposedly in alignment with the Ovid Family Community Library, 5ZTJ 986, which is the isolation in the entire galaxy. You're talking about what about when the light source is remaining over at 3:47 p.m., 3:52 p.m. while I'm documenting over the Fontana Lewis Library while I'm standing in the Miller Amphitheater in that ground. What about that? By the way, it's also over me while I'm there in the morning, showing you the demons of the Fontana Police Department. But still, you're talking about 8TMZ 162. 8TLK 196, you're talking about what is, again, blatant stalking with a light source, the hovering presence of Satan itself, 6 U.S.C 576, while the demon possessed are maintaining presence. That's called surveillance by a people who are monitoring with communication devices. And you're understanding demons with tattoos on their faces, calling themselves vatos, cholos, whatever you want to call. Guess what? You're understanding what is the ordinary criminal, and it's not the one that you think it is, engaging in criminal conduct. This is ongoing criminal conduct by the demon possessed. In the natural, you're talking about what's appearing as what's supposedly civilized society. All right, the police arrest the criminals that happen to have tattoos on their faces while they're engaging in these ferocious crimes affiliated with gang violence. Guess what? They're demons engaging in surveillance together, though. They're demons monitoring together. That's actually the reality of that. So like I said, it is currently 3:18 p.m. and that is the significance of that picture while you're looking at the Ontario Police Department group stalking under what is not possibly the sun. But it's the same thing while I'm at Washington and Bonview at Mercy House. CA71M70 02-868X2 7HJY239 6VBS894 I can't see that license plate. 6CAA371. Alrighty, it is 3:19 p.m. Just capturing an image of your everyday demon engaging in surveillance, monitoring on a communication device. And that's group stalking at the bus stop, monitoring with the demons inside of 404 North Euclid Avenue, the Papa John's, the Glorias, Cochinas, the Unicare Community Health Center, the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid, 8ATN437, 3J37709, 6SQV576, 8ZMW395, 8LEU962, 8FOD888, 25170L2, 8PCH748, 3THX690, 22107D3, 18837U1, 4RYN423, 7WRV992, 4JFL978, 7GML959, 98690E3. That is Towing Solutions, California 562103.3402296. Directed light across that truck while they're stalking in the path. 7CNJ221 monitoring with them. License 7XTA325. Like I said, it's currently 3:20 p.m. The state's fake sun that's at this intersection of D Street and Euclid Avenue, you're going to remember the fake sun that I'm capturing over the Starbucks while we're in the drive-thru at 507 North Euclid Avenue. That was just days ago. All right, that was January 30th, 2022. 8PXB298, and then where do we go after that? The Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. 5DNF156, where I go to Pomona on this day, and the state's fake sun today, keeping it in Ontario over me. After on the 30th, I go to the Ovid Family Community Library, I remain there. You have what is going east, totally deviating from all of that, okay? It's over me as I'm walking through the City Hall parking lot, while at the same time on the 30th, I'm en route, I'm at the Pomona Transit Center, I remain there. 8DST457, you're remembering this. 507 North Euclid Avenue is right here at the opposite. In other words, it's right behind the D Street, and it's the next street over, which is E Street, which is north of where the Ontario Police are captured in an image group stalking in the fake sun. That's not the sun that's present over me while I'm in the drive-thru at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, which is captured in an image for you to see on January 30th, 2022 at 8:19 in the morning. And then you have what is remaining here as I documented in that image where you can see where I'm at. This is the intersection of D Street and Euclid. That's not the sun. All right, but it's the same thing as being over me in the vehicle at the same intersection at 8 p.m. and then at 3 p.m. That's the P.O.C. All right, and let me be clear. Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue engaging in criminal summoning while they're monitoring as well. 88714B3. That's how you surround an entity with evidence. 4ZNH609. That is never, ever going to be the actual sun. You're talking about 8 o'clock in the morning and at the next block at D Street. And by the way, following as I arrive at this block, 5KSM042. All right, but nonetheless, you want to look at time? Okay, time at E Street and Euclid, you're talking about 8:19 in the morning over precisely on me in the drive-thru at the Starbucks. And you're talking about what is 3:22 p.m. right now over me at the intersection of Euclid and D Street. And I've documented those pictures. That's documentation of the Ontario Police, who, by the way, were engaging in monitoring and facilitating harassment and terrorism with Starbucks, who I'm also documenting while the fake sun is right here after 3 p.m. All right, that's P.O.C. 7UHG138, 7GWU990, 7FSK041, 7VCG053, 8352W handicap, 7KCZ834, 7WYC830, 8WKV844, 8DZA839, 5VWC441, 8WYA937. And when I say you going to federal prison, that's exactly what I mean. 8WML929. That's why. Not only is this pattern of conduct ridiculous, these psychopaths, 6VYG883. This is how you want to try to contest what is judgment, honey. That's coming from. This is not even in my. I'm not the one that gave me the ability to. I didn't ask for this. Okay, so 3SHC413. So in other words, with regard to discerning a demon and also making it plain so anybody else lacking that spiritual eye can also witness that demon possession. 6YUJ693, that's what I've done through the documentation. That's why you have double, triple shadows all around. That's why you have what is impossible light. That's why you have what is directed light that moves all around. That's how you have what is not the actual sun. You're witnessing Satan itself. That's the ability to make known to you, for you to witness with your eyes what you cannot see, what you may not be able to discern. 8VOE455. Let me be clear, I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for the ability to do that. I didn't ask for demons to engage in targeting me. They did it to the wrong one, though. And you all want to engage in this ridiculousness. You think you're not going to federal prison? You think you're not? Not only have I been given the ability to see it, I'm going to prosecute all around it. And I say a government that wants to place you under surveillance and then engage in kidnapping and terrorizing you, you go to federal prison for that. 8UHE134, period. You're going to federal prison for that. No joke. No toleration of that whatsoever. 6T52737. License plate 3RGY469. And this is the lawlessness of the demon-possessed, the absence of normalcy. You're understanding what is the fallacy of free society in the United States. This is demonic activity. Satan is very real. And wherever you are, because that's not the sun that's hovering over you, guess what? It's Pacific Standard Time, 3:24 p.m. That's 6:24 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is no sun on the East Coast today, anywhere in another state today. It remained over my head all day. All day. 7TCZ376. What is that light source that's hovering over you? It's not the sun, it is Satan itself. Demonic activity, the presence of Satan is very real. 8CLP423. And that is my relaying to you what you need to know, revealing what you may not be able to spiritually discern. Okay? That is understanding the relevance of what is the impossible conic that I'm revealing and showing it on video so you can see it. EM015 handicap. License plate 8YKX663. But this is not just for funsies. Not only given the ability to see it, not only given the ability to address it under the law, we're going to legislate around this. You're going to federal prison. I'm not the one to do that to. I don't have any tolerance for that. And I also don't like the demon-possessed. They're disgusting creatures. When I see what they're doing, it's despicable. And then you have the audacity to wear a police uniform, and I know the disgusting creature that you are. You're threatening the wrong one. You're going to federal prison. You're threatening the one that has been put in the position to reveal the reality about you. You're going to federal prison. 497 VJ, handicap, license 7JOY363. And that's directly relevant to a fake sun being over me at 8:19 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue, Starbucks, and being directly over me after 3 p.m. on the same street where the Ontario police are group stalking a demon that's focused on me while a fake sun is over my head in one city on one street. All right? 2 different days, starting out and going to entirely different locations, but maintaining presence over me on both days. 8VOJ576. I'm talking about January 30th, 2022, and I'm talking about what is today. All right? That's the P.O.C. It's 3:26 p.m. License plate 6GRE920. 7RRP566, 8CBX503, 8VQX325, 6DJB814, 7CEL508, 5HO, 5, I can't really see that one, 8NDN947, 8TSJ840, 7ZVR845, 8BUX085, 7622, I can't see the rest of them. 8SYL037, 2388772, 7AQW487, 8SFD308, 7KDY318, 7FIK174, 7ZBE704, 'em. So let me be clear. Gloria's Cochina directed light across that venue while they are across the street systematically monitoring as demons are driving in their vehicles. The florist at 413, Ontario's hometown, they're monitoring. Optometrist at 417, Euclid Avenue. The immigration attorney at 429 Euclid Avenue. Directed light is sweeping all across the storefront. There is no exception with regard to any demon that is in that demonic environment where the state surveillance is underway. There's no exception. 8 GEP 047. And that's also how you're understanding how deep and how wide, how far reaching and permeated not only demon possession is the presence of Satan minions that surround you, but also the state surveillance. There's no exception. 37047 L1. You're talking about what is revealing a matter of public corruption. All right, every single last one of them. 7XBN 444, 7DNZ 668, 8RDZ 972. There's the Papa John's right here, directed light, and I showed you inside of the Papa John's while they're flipping pizzas and flipping and rolling pizza dough, they're doing it in directed light, and demons pacing in and out of that venue, okay? And right now, a fake sun is over me, and directed light is moving all across the storefront. This is state surveillance. Okay, this is the P.O.C. underway, and Papa John's is in relevant position. In addition to the Arco at 434, the Chevron that's across the street, Starbucks remains in relevant position, having a fake sun over it at 8:19 in the morning. 5KPN 283. It's 3:29 p.m. W.O.C. 360, 7JAU 542, 5HEM 777, 79395 K2, 2WBP 623, 24312J3, 8FCG 226, 8RSP 705, 6 U.F.C. 593, 8U 73630, Papa John's 8TBG 128, 8MRN 763, 5KMP 879, 6YCC 642, 8WET 955, PAK4US, 8YPU 318, 6RAS 776, 7MBW 344. Radar protection, again, that's PPO 16289, license 6YCC 642. That's radar protection, engaging in group stalking and terrorism, state surveillance. License plate 8NOS 111. License 47625F. I'm sorry, 5E2. That's Haagen-Dazs. That's the logo on that truck. Yeah. One 33883, 8TP9128, 4MMC132, 7MMY321, 7CRZ508, and by the way, it's 3:31 p.m. 8BJW438, 8DMG 665, 4ZCS 969, 4VUT 270. And it's 3:32 p.m. 6TTY569, 6JRY422. Six TBD 096, 8BFH 925, 5XHE 965, 8LGV 799, 93689F2, 8URH 711, 6HPN 516, SAN1ANA, 8SWU 165, 8KSD 563, 8NRE 572, 28161 J3, 6PAS 733, 8ZAX 976, 8JUS 449, 8TJV 877, license 8HQP825, EHE525, Mississippi or Missouri. It's blue and white, license white. License 8B10109, 7JJP 966, 7CHM952, GRMA MSR 8MPL 852, 18606X2. This is Cornwall Quality Tools. 5GDZ 151, 6HRC 407. 7MOG 052. 7KXE 748, 8CTH 784, 7VCG 019, 8YAC 226, 6FVK or 6FKV 227, RACHEL 2, 7XXJ 259, 8XRK 216, 6TKB 602. It's currently 3:35 p.m. 7XPJ 791. Seven UHJ 168 17928E2, 8SJC038, 8LRK 439, 6LEJ 279. 7ZXL 296, 8WVA 096, 96463X1, 83276B3, 8C85233, 7YJM 428, 6ALA 253, 7BFT 863, 8U. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. Student Transportation of America crossing path on the opposite side of Euclid Avenue. It's 3:36 p.m. RQB 172, 6RXB 594, 6SRU 762, 7577 OT1, BU 589. I can't really see that one. 7LSL 283, 5SSJ 503, 8TOE 391, 4WPM 429, 75481U2, R712GO. 52827C3, 7KXG357, 7KWA912, 8MHZ 891, 8ZDD069, 8MOC330, 8RKU302. And it's 3:38 p.m. You're gonna pay attention to what is Omnitrans and their conduct. This is how they engage in the P.O.C. That's relevant. That was Route 87 that arrived. That's intentional, okay? Anticipating what direction that I'm going, and you're talking about what is the ongoing documentation, the time that I'm arriving, and the ongoing crossing a path. And while Omnitrans deviates from its published routes to maintain presence and light activity, omitting from being present while engaging in the P.O.C. with the rest of the entity that's interested in obstructing justice. I just want to point that out. 91300P2. 8DZR648, and it's 3:38 p.m. License 7GYJ658, 8JFH252, 5MCK919, VIMALA, 6JND120, License plate AVAJ 868 8XNU012 CB22W99. That's paper plate. 4NOR 585. So you're going to remember, again, the time that I got off of Route 61 and I arrived at Lemon and Halt, documenting and showing in images what is also the directed light. While it's remaining, I'm subject to the P.O.C, this ongoing monitoring, remaining the time, those timestamps are showing where I'm at. Also the time, the bus schedule is relevant. This is how P.O.C is engaged in by a systematic means of public transportation, relevant positioning and activity creation, and also engaging what is harassment and targeting, while you are also engaging in obstruction of justice. MOGALAW, and this is the pattern documented. This is also speaking to what was the intentional crossing of path conduct, engaging in kidnapping, in other words, with this entity on July 2nd, 2021, 2020, while the entity was kidnapping me. And you have Omnitrans deviating from Route 66. Route 66 does not drive south on Etiwanda Avenue and then turn north onto, and then turn west onto Arrow, like the bus did. They are crossing path while I was being molested with directed light, sitting on the inside of that San Bernardino County Sheriff's bus, and the state was keeping the fake sun in alignment with the bus while I was en route to Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. And Omnitrans engaged in that documented conduct. And I recognized that company name. I saw the Route 66 bus, and I also am aware of what is the route for Route 66, 23782H3. But like I said, you don't even have to have all that knowledge. Whoever's in relevant position, you're subject to surveillance. It's the elements of monitoring. But I've gone even further. That is intentional presence in direct conflict with your published route while you are group stalking and the fake sun is over me. And you're also, while I'm not kidnapped by the entity, documented engaging in that same exact conduct, specific while you are monitoring. You are indeed monitoring. That's what Omnitrans is doing. So like I said, I just want to remind you of all that. This is how this ongoing documentation, it's working a full comprehensive prosecution. All right. License 7AVB427. These are minions pacing in the crosswalk. The fake sun remains over the intersection. Demons using their horn doesn't mean the laudable activity. 8SKX170. 7VXJ239. The entity hovering over the storefronts on Euclid Avenue, now closer to me where I am at, maintaining relevant positioning. They're not flying over, which I wouldn't even see them over here if they were hovering over B&G Plaza, over Center Ice while I'm over there. 8TLP211. 7YQG388. 8VAR560. 5MJU516. 7ZMF 453, 7FPZ 7FPZ993, that's Labrada Group, 6G40176, 8NIS930, 5WDY721, 7NHI882, 8XLV296, 8E39418, 8F92064, 8XYU100, 138JK handicap, 7LWS016. And it's currently 3:42 p.m. And the state's fake sun remains over what is the intersection of Euclid and D Street. A license. Let's see. This is license plate 8MOA336. A license 4ZPX957, 5WMF883, 7BAL980. License plate 8RFC628. Let me remind you of something else. Common sense. Where I'm coming from in the morning, 630 North Fern, you're talking about what is the state's fake sun moving over this same street where it's at right now, D Street in Euclid. She is driving on Laurel. She's driving around these, while she's driving in circles, she's a psychopath. She's just engaging in pacing while the state, that is Satan itself. This is a demon working with Satan while the light source is moving ahead of me. That's the reality of what she's doing, taking specific streets for a reason, all right? Also, because when I show you on video what is the movement, a turn, by the way, of the fake sun, AKWC551, that's very damning. They don't like that. They don't like when I get those angles, when I get those close-ups. They don't like that, all right? So you're talking about what is intentional taking of streets at particular points. But there's no getting out. I'm documenting. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But let me just point that out. That's the ongoing motivation of a demon that's monitoring, and Satan that is hovering over your car while I'm in the vehicle and directed light in that vehicle. But like I said, 630 North Fern, that is, again, coming from on January 30th, 2022, where the fake sun is over the drive-thru at Starbucks, where we go to from 630 North Fern. She's taking what is G Street. She's coming to Euclid Avenue. All right, she's getting onto Euclid. This state's fake sun is at this same location where it's at in the morning, where I'm showing you on camera. and she's coming from those side streets. That's where we're at. I just want to be clear. In every single way, showing and exposing what is not the sun. Impossible. Impossible. And I mean, it is literally, revealing what is the ongoing conduct of Satan itself. It is currently, by the way, 3:44 p.m. Let me see. CAAV008. But I just want to remind you of even that, while the entity is, while the entity is engaging in keeping this fake sun over me while they're stalking. It's 3:44 p.m. Omnitrans Route 83 is just now arriving. Alrighty, it's 3:44 p.m.
83, Upland.
This is P.O.C.
Federal law requires
it's free, right?
masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
I want to pull out my bus pass. Alrighty, showing what are still images passing by what is at 507 North Euclid, that's Starbucks, and I'm sitting on bus number 1324 at what is 3:45 p.m. and the state's fake sun is remaining in alignment with me on that bus, and while it's driving north of Euclid Avenue. And so this is the same street where on Euclid Avenue in the morning, where she's driving on Euclid Avenue, turning on a whole boulevard, coming from Laurel, again, which is the street that is west of Euclid Avenue. That's what I showed you this morning, and then turning on a whole boulevard. This is the same radius of what is a very small terrain, all right, of keeping presence over me with a light source, which is not possibly the sun. The sun is not engaging in that conduct. That's no orbit. That's no movement of whatsoever. It's only moving over me, all right? And that is speaking to what is the impossibility of that being the sun, and also what is the presence of Satan itself in the environment, and the presence of what are the demon possessed who are maintaining presence all around you, relying on you remaining ignorant to that environment, because the fake sun that's over me, that's speaking to the presence of what is the impossible. All right, you're speaking to what is impossible. It is indeed impossible, but I'm showing it to you so you're witnessing what is actually occurring, and that impossibility is in no way a reflection of the target individual, contrary to what a demon-possessed stalker like Tracy Banks would suggest, all right, which she has no credibility. She's under a fake sun. She's a puppet. But let me be clear. You are witnessing the impossibility because that's not the sun that's over you in whatever state that you are in either. T-R-E-E-N-Z, heart. All right, and that's how that impossibility is actually occurring. This is speaking to what is a personality behind this light source, that is speaking to what is an individualized interest in where I am. That's where we're getting into. All right, I do want to make sure that I documented what I captured in still images. I want to make sure I captured on my podcast that I captured still images of the light source at approximately 3, when I'm getting on the bus at, let me see. These are images captured at 3:45 p.m. as I get on the bus of Omnitrans, and the light source then begins movement as opposed to what is stationary presence while I'm standing at that bus stop, which is located at 404 North Euclid Avenue. And so I did capture that in still images. And what's the property that's passing over? It's passing over the Starbucks, it's passing over the Unicare, it's passing over the U.S. Bank, again, while I'm on the bus going northbound. Okay, so that's what I captured still images of, and you can see the light source. While it's remaining over me and I'm capturing still images, I'm capturing a series of them. And that is the location where I'm at, the intersection of approaching what is Euclid Avenue and E Street. The same address, again, that's the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid, and the Unicare, they are at that intersection where the state is present with a fake sun at 8:19 in the morning, as I captured in still image inside of the drive-thru of that Starbucks. Okay, so remaining stationary over me and then moving at 3:47 p.m. That's how I'm able to capture that while I remain at the Open Family Community Library. This is the impossibility of that coexisting presence. This is the movement of a light source that's remaining over me, as opposed to what is particular to or conduct which is identified as that which is of the sun. All right, and so you're talking about what is over me on a bus, remaining stationary over me, not in alignment with any entrance of Open Family Community Library, and the window of the bus on Route 83 going north up Euclid Avenue is not in any position that would ever, under any circumstances, result in direct light inside of the entrance, but nonetheless not visible while I'm at the entrance of that library, which is directly facing what is the Ontario Town Square Townhome location, not the parking garage area. I wouldn't be able to see that. That building is too high. All right, so I'm not facing that direction. It's nowhere, and I'm beyond that direction while I'm on the bus and taking those pictures at 3:45 p.m. All right, so I just wanted to document that. That's what those images are capturing. It's currently 3:52 p.m. 02220x3 7RX 7H779, I believe. Can't really see that one. Let's see, 7HXH779, excuse me. License 8VRM026. 6TSM 304. It's 3:53 p.m. And this is at the 10 freeway entrance, where again the entity is making the same exact path north up Euclid Avenue in the morning when I'm documented being in the vehicle and driving north up Euclid Avenue to be in what is upland, and not just going north but going southbound, coming and going. I've documented this. This is 3:53 p.m. coming from what is Ontario, coming from the Ovid Family Community Library, Mercy House. All right, that's an anomaly, and nowhere fitting into what is a pattern of what's supposed to be the sun, but fitting into that pattern of keeping the light source over me while I go there, and following from that location. So that's what's relevant, as opposed to coming from 630 North Fern, by the way, and then driving north of Euclid Avenue. All right, it's 3:54 p.m. All right, I did show what is the light source at 3:55 p.m., which again, that is the state's fake sun, as I'm showing you what is remaining, as I, for example, on exit the library at 4 p.m. or a little bit before 4 p.m., which is what I did on Sunday at Ovid Family Community Library, and I'm showing you what is the state's fake sun at the same time. All right, 3:47 p.m. showing you what is keeping in alignment with me at the Ovid Family Community Library. I'm not anywhere near, didn't remain there. I left this morning, and so did the fake sun over me, all right? And then remained over me as I go to the bus stop. The state's fake sun is in alignment with me on a bus, on an Omnitrans bus that is driving north of Euclid Avenue through the driver's side window while we are at the, what is the 10 freeway, which I show you in video at 3:55 p.m. And that is impossible. First of all, that's impossible. That's not the actual sun. In other words, that's over the Fontana Lewis Library, as I'm documenting the same time frame. That's not the actual sun. That's over the Ovid Family Community Library, while, by the way, criminal summoning is underway while I'm documenting it. The state is acting like that sunlight while it's in front of the entrance and pushing direct light through the entrance into the depths of that library. All right, that's you're talking about what is not occurring by any sunlight anyway, but also it's the actual object itself is not remaining in alignment with any entrance of the library. It's also not present as of 9:55 in the morning and then remaining until 3:47, 3:57 in the afternoon. But it's not even present there while it's over me in a window of the bus on Omnitrans going not even Route 61 or Route 66, northbound, Route 83. Okay, aiming in perfect alignment with me at this time, and that's what I captured on video. It's currently 3:57 p.m. This is bus number 1324. And something else that I want to point out, the pictures that I took, just so you understand the significance. You're looking at what is my shadow. My shadow is being cast into the street. I'm standing on the sidewalk. This is before the bus comes, and I'm showing you my shadow. It's being cast to what is my right. That is light that is being projected onto me. The fake sun is aiming onto me from the same position. That's impossible light. My shadow would be behind me, not showing what is in front of me as you're looking at it on the street, and I'm standing on the curb, on the sidewalk. That's impossible light that I'm being molested with. My shadow would be behind me. I'm facing what is the intersection of Euclid Avenue and D Street. My shadow would be behind me. If this was the actual sunlight and this was the actual sun, that is in front of me. That's why I'm showing you the Ontario Police Department, but I'm showing you what is an image of my shadow that is in front of me, okay? That's impossible light activity. The demons are walking by at 404 North Euclid Avenue while I remain there, and they are maintaining presence, doing so under what is a light source that is remaining at that venue where I am at that intersection. So I just want to point that out. That's what I took a picture of. And you're also looking at what is the shadow of the bus benches, that property right there, the bus stop. You see the shadow of the bus bench. It's behind the bus bench, but you see my shadow. It's going in the opposite direction. It's in front of me. These are the details you're paying attention to. This is directed light. This is not sunlight. All right. And this is also demonic. All right, and these are the details that you're paying attention to, and this is that which Satan is counting on you to remain ignorant of. And this is what the demons of the Ontario Police Department are mocking this morning. As I'm pointing it out, while they're standing in it, they're all monitoring in it. They're all monitoring together, okay? And they're doing it in directed light. So that ongoing impossible light activity is maintaining presence while I'm at that intersection, where I literally haven't really remained there since maybe September 20th, 2021. But you're talking about what is haven't been there and documenting it specifically since January 14th, 2021, and it's already published.
All right, it is currently 3:59 p.m. arriving at what is the intersection of Arrow Highway and Euclid Avenue, where the state is keeping the fake sun in alignment, extending beyond, or that is past, that is north beyond the Upland Public Library as you're on the bus, keeping in alignment with me. And then this is, again, a grand departure from remaining in Ontario as though the sun is setting over the B&G Plaza, okay, which is what I'm capturing in still images on January 23rd, like keeping in alignment with the Ovid Family Community Library as I exit at 4 p.m., as I show you at 3:47 p.m., as I show you at 3:58 p.m. This is in Upland on Euclid Avenue, keeping in alignment with me while I'm on the bus, all right, and exceeding beyond what is the entrance of the Upland Public Library. That is the absence of any light source that would ever be present over the roof of the Upland Public Library, in other words. All right, it's coming from a location that is in no way coexisting with being over the roof of the Upland Public Library, contrary to what I've documented and what is ongoing while I'm inside of that Upland Public Library. Okay, it is currently 4 p.m. on the dot. This is P.O.C. All right, this is license plate 1. I think I read it already. Let me read it one more time. Where I'm showing you the fake sun while I'm on the 10 freeway. 1370395. That is bus 1324. And I showed you what is the image of the fake sun while I'm getting off of that Route 83 bus at 4 p.m. It is, I'm in front of what is 520 North Euclid Avenue in Upland, where I've already documented. I heavily documented Upland as well. But this is where, again, based on where I go as I go there. Okay, you're talking about if I were to go to Palmdale in the middle of the afternoon, you're talking about after keeping it, well, let's not even do Palmdale, because I've documented that, but just for the sake of naming a city that I have not specifically documented, I've been a lot of places though. Let's say Madeira, okay? If I were to go to Madeira, guess what you're talking about literally would keep that which is not possibly the sun over my head while I go there. And that's the significance of what I document for your eyes to see when I went to Palmdale. The pattern of conduct is underway. I'm remaining in a single area. I go to a different area. When is it ever going to be over the Family Community Library when I go to Palmdale? How is that even happening? That's the whole significance of what is showing with a fake sun, because it's not maintaining ubiquitous presence. All right, that's not what's going on while you're remaining over a building and aiming light inside of that building, to the exclusion of every other location and state. All right, that was literally keeping it over me en route to and from. All right, 6UQW181, 8CTZ 436. License 1453016, that's Upland Police, group stalking. 5 AUC 353 89467F3. 6 VAE 945 8 VCV 676. And again, you're remembering what is the conduct of third parties such as Omnitrans, intentionally engaging in what is the absence of arrival to the bus stop, which is speaking to the ways in which they are engaging in conduct together. This is how a government is maintaining ubiquitous presence. This is how a government is engaging in the ongoing objective of what is seeking to obstruct its own prosecution. It's not obstructing a prosecution, but you're talking about documentation. You're just literally talking about what is, oh, we don't want her to make it to the library, so let's just let her remain there, and we'll engage in arriving, if at all, if she even notices. All right, and this is literally the mindset of, you're dealing with, it's not like super scientific or like technical or nothing at all. You're literally just talking about what is conduct, just not arriving at the bus stop because you don't want me to get up the street, because you're scared about what I'm going to publish on the internet, because you know exactly what I'm doing, which is publishing documentation of what is surveillance, which you do not want to be known. All right, it's already known. I mean, I've already published it. All right, but like I said, it's an ongoing act of what is obstruction of justice. It's currently 4:03 p.m. and I have arrived at the the Upland Public Library. All right, it is 5:51 p.m. at Upland Public Library, which again is also a state facilitating venue, and a group stalking inside of the bathroom. That's what I captured in relevant position inside of the bathroom. It is currently 5:51 p.m. All right, showing you what are images of that group stalker who was engaged in monitoring inside of the private space. And let me also document the moment that I capture an image
of what is relevant positioning in the bathroom, another demon is opening the bathroom door. That's audible activity creation. They're acting together, maintaining ongoing knowledge of what I'm doing. All right. And this is how you're being surrounded by demons who are sex offenders engaging in the P.O.C. and also engaging in the maintenance of elements while they're also monitoring that documentation, knowing exactly what I'm doing. And then you have those same minions that engaging just exactly what Sean Thrasher engaged in. While you are showing that pattern of conduct, you're dealing with what are demons. And that's what Sean Thrasher, the Ontario police, the people of the state are engaging and demonstrating. What I captured right now at 5:52 p.m. First of all, I'm standing outside of the library, and what I have are two shadows that are in front of me. And I'm also showing you what is the group stalker that was also stalking in the bathroom. She's group stalking in the path. She's maintaining presence in the path while I'm being molested with what is abnormal light activity. Standing outside of the library, ordinarily you do not have multiple shadows. Okay, I'm showing you what is the impossible light activity. I'm subject to the P.O.C. This same demon possessed stalker who you see in the path while I'm showing you directed light is the same one that was stalking in the bathroom. Right. And you have another demon while they're monitoring what I'm doing on my phone, knowing, in other words, that I'm gone in my pocket, that I'm in operation of it. And that's why you have simultaneous opening of the door. That is also on surveillance camera. You'll see what is a third party. But let me be clear. This is a demon. Okay, this is literally like a gargoyle that is opening up and closing the bathroom door, opening it up and then the door just closing, not actually entering. They're creating activity. You're looking at what is a demon that knows exactly what I'm doing in the bathroom as I'm doing it. And that's what you're realizing with regard to surveillance cameras. And you're looking at what is supposed to be normal conduct. Is everybody going about their business? And actually you're looking at demons who are maintaining specific knowledge of everything that I'm doing as I do it, as they are getting up and moving, going to any location. It's called presence in the path. They're all in direct light, and this is simultaneous systematic maintenance by psychopaths. This is Satan in operation over people. That's what you're witnessing on surveillance cameras. It's relevant to what is documenting criminal conduct. So while a demon-possessed stalker is in the bathroom, understand this is a psychopath, a sex offender that is manning the path, engaging in presence on behalf of the government, while the entity is maintaining audible activity inside of that bathroom, and other demons that are engaged in that cooperative, criminal, and sexually violent pattern of conduct are also helping in maintaining those elements. There is no form for what is this directed light and being in relevant position. Zero. All right. And so that third party is who is stalking in the bathroom specifically, but again, not acting as an individual. This is an entity engaging in that sexual violence. And that's what I captured at 5:52 p.m. It's currently 5:54. And that's the P.O.C. that I remain subject to at Upland. That's why I'm able to capture what is coming from a different direction. Remember on January 22nd, January 21st, I believe it's January 22nd, I'm coming from the Fontana Metrolink train station and I go to Upland and I arrive here coming from Upland. Today I arrived here coming from Ontario, riding the same bus route at 83, coming from the opposite direction, equal maintenance of a fake sun over my head. And that is documentation that I referenced on my website, which I remind you of, but I'm also referencing what is the time of day. While you're maintaining presence over me at the Mercy House, since they want to engage in incorporating themselves, it's not helpful. All right, because you're talking about what is maintaining presence over me at 3:02 p.m. The state was already documenting keeping a fake sun over me in the city of Fontana. That's just one example, though. All right, the state is keeping a fake sun over Ovid Family Community Library. Do you not understand? While I remain in the city of Ontario, and the state is keeping a fake sun while I am at the entrance area of the Ovid Family Community Library, and I am at that entrance necessarily only facing what is the direction of Euclid Avenue, which again, what am I facing? I am facing I'm facing what is north. No, I'm sorry. I'm facing what is southwest. All right. While I'm at the entrance. That's not even the direction of Mercy House. It's not coexisting. That is already, Mercy House is done. So let me be clear with what these demons are trying to do. They're all sitting back. They're watching me document. They're watching me publish. They're watching me make the case. Okay. The case is done. But I'm just explaining to those in order to understand what is the absolute necessity for this legislation, how you're going to deal with animals that are creatures of Satan, the demon possessed, how you're going to treat them. And it's just like the animals that they are. And I'll show you how I understand that. You got to go through the process. I got to show you what it is. Not just tell you what it is, show you what it is and show you why it must be as such. Okay. And let me be clear. There is no coexisting since Mercy House, and that's exactly what they did today. These demons engaged in using Sean Thrasher to remove me. Not only do they not want me at that venue, let me be clear, that they are scared to death while I document every day. You're talking about you're going to federal prison when you engaged in criminal summoning in 2019. Busting in the bathroom, you're a violent sector. Ovid Family Community Library they're done. All right, but you're talking about what is not only that. It's an ongoing cooperative effort. The entirety of the entity is watching me make a case. Watching me explain it on the worldwide internet. They're all watching. So when I am showing you what is not possibly the sun over one address, I am mutually, simultaneously documenting the entirety of the entity, because you're looking at what is an identical behavior pattern everywhere that I go. And when you have one day of not being the sun, guess what? That means it's not the sun on any other day either. All right. Also, directed light, which is not sunlight. But let me get back to my point. What Sean Thrasher is engaging in today, not only is it relevant legally, yes, it's criminal summoning, false assertions, all right, while you are monitoring, and then you want to engage in summoning the police, which is nothing but harassment. All of you are demons together, which I also documented on video. Your crisscross shadows. Are you... Literally, these are goofy demons, and I'm going to deal with them. I'm going to deal with that. It's already documented. It's squared away. It's done. Let me be clear, though. The ongoing motivation in taking me to what is Mercy House, all right? What do they want to do? Incorporate Mercy House. I don't even go to that venue. I haven't been in 2022. Haven't been. All right. I was going pretty much in December 2020, early 2021. Those minions, those demons were not helping then, even in providing a voucher for a motel where I remained subject to the P.O.C. and where they were engaging in the P.O.C. at that motel, whatever venue that I was at. That's why the state's fixed sun remained over economy in. Hello. Okay. I just want to be clear. It doesn't stop. You're talking about understanding that that's common sense, but also you want to incorporate yourself as though you're literally incorporating yourself into what is more and more certain with regard to your already sure prosecution. There is no time of day where you are maintaining presence at the same time over me in the city of Fontana, at the Fontana Lewis Library, where I'm showing you the fake sun over me, hovering over the venue, moving from Spring and Sierra to the front entrance as I walk into that entrance at 1:02 p.m. and also over my head while I'm facing south in the parking lot at the property. Just on today where I arrived at 1:02 p.m. while the state happens to be, what is that, right over my head while I'm facing south? All right, in the city of Fontana. All right, well, I'm on the property of the Fontana Lewis Library, and I remain there all day long. The state engaging in setting what is a fake sun in alignment, and which I show you through the window of the Fontana Lewis Library at 427, where the state is at the same time acting like the sun is setting at 630 North Fern at 427. If I don't recollect correctly, I believe that is absolutely correct down to the minute. The state engaging in moving a fake sun while I'm in transit. All right, in the vehicle of Tracy Banks. On the vehicle of Omnitrans, going north of Sierra Avenue, going east on San Bernardino Avenue in the 4 o'clock hour, but also at 3:57 p.m. as though the sun is setting, remaining stationary in front of the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. As I go to the B&G Plaza, what do you see? Oh, the state's fake sun. It's remaining right there. Remaining right there while I'm at the B&G Plaza, the same B&G Plaza where the state's fake sun is present over me at 8:15 in the morning, 8:19 in the morning, just like I documented again today. License plate 8GWB712. This is, and let me be clear, the entity engaging in wanting to incorporate Mercy House as though it's going to make it relevant with regard to what is let me be clear, what the entity is proposing is that and I'll speak of it as the entity, like that's the sun, all right? The sun is maintaining ubiquitous presence everywhere, which, let me be clear, common sense. The sun, by definition, the sun as we know it, the sun, that if it was the actual sun, is relying on that which is parroted to you by minions with regard to global warming. Understand the notion of global warming and what the sun does. Supposedly there's only one sun and it's moving around on a constant basis, all right? California is not the center of the universe. It's not stationary in California. All right, you're talking about what is movement of a sun on an ongoing basis, distributing, if you will, the presence of the sun. Let me be clear, what the state is engaging in and relying on is not even in conformity with what the actual sun is and what the actual sun does. The state's argument would like to be, oh, the sun is maintaining ubiquitous presence. That's why it's over me every property that I go to. And that's why you want to incorporate the minions of Mercy House who documented themselves again today. You're documenting yourself at this point. You're documenting yourself. Let me be clear, you lose, and you lose horribly. There is no ubiquitous presence of the actual sun. There is not even ubiquitous presence of the fake sun. Okay, speaking of them as though they coexist, there is no actually. I'm showing you what is the impossibility of there actually being one sun as we know it. Meaning global warming is not real. That's not real. They're lying to you. All right, and the documentation of showing what is not the ubiquitous present, it is impossible. That's also common sense. I am one person who's documenting it. So let's distribute this, what I've documented. Oh, you think the actual sun is remaining over everyone's head at the same time, everywhere that they're going? No, that's also impossible. And why is that? This is why we have seasons. This is why we have changing our time at different points in the year. This is why you have what is day and night, by the way. This is what you have. This is why you have that conduct, because the sun, by definition, by virtue of how we understand it, that star that's engaging in a constant movement, is not ubiquitously present. It's impossible. Not only that, what the entity is doing with a fake sun is impossible to actually be the natural sun, the sun as we know it. The sun that we've been taught about. So this is why you have idiots like the entity engaging today. This is what Sean Thrasher is also aiming at. Not only are you a demon who's a sex offender, hostile to documentation, very fearful, and you really don't want me on that property anyway, documenting you more and more. You don't want me there working on my case, which you're not going to stop it. I'm putting you in federal prison. All you're doing is getting on my nerves as you're pissing me off. That's all you're doing. And that's not a good side to be on. All right. So you want to talk about engaging in conduct, which they also engage in. Taking me to Mercy House. Mercy House has no intention of helping. But even so, let me be clear. Let me tell you like this. Even if they would have given me a voucher today to go to a motel where I would have remained subject to the pattern of conduct, even if they would have done that, let me be clear. The entity wants to incorporate Mercy House. That's what that asin entity was today. You want to incorporate your venue while you're watching me document and showing, in fact, that that's not possibly the sun. Let me be clear. What they further confirmed, which I didn't need to go to Mercy House to confirm. Because while you're at Over Family Community Library, while I'm at the entrance, while the state was engaging in setting a fake sun over me in alignment to me at Over Family Community Library, that does not coexist. You're talking about what you are witnessing. I show you that when I'm in transit. As I'm walking, as I'm moving, what is the state's light source doing? Because that's not the sun. It's moving. Why is it moving? Because it's not maintaining ubiquitous presence anywhere. It's not the sky. All right? That's what the sky is. The sky is perpetually present. Everywhere you're looking, the sky is maintaining. And you're also looking at what's the sky that's not moving. That light source is necessarily moving. That's not ubiquitous presence. You can see the movement as you see what are the objects that fake sun is moving over. And you see how it's maintaining central alignment with me. Relative to me, it remains identical. The objects that it's over, changing. The light source is moving in real time at the speed, whatever speed that I'm moving at. Okay? Molesting, 8WDY684. And this demon, license 8MFP410. They pull out of a parking spot in order to aim light. And let me be clear, their headlights are not even that powerful. They are monitoring together, aiming like demons, psychopaths doing that, while directed light is what is the form. This is how you have ongoing double shadows. That is a sex offender, 8MFP410. Engaging in that psychopath, that's the demons. That's Satan, all right? That's what third parties do. This is what Satan is doing with the fake sun, and I've revealed that to you. So like I said, let me get back to what I was explaining to you. The entity's position is necessarily one, you're trying to suggest, oh, the actual sun is remaining over you everywhere you go. Even though when I remain in Ontario, you're engaging in conduct suggesting that the actual sun is remaining over you everywhere you go all day long, rising and setting. All of that is, first of all, contrary to common sense. It's not even intelligent. It's also impossible to actually occur if that was the sun. It's not. That's not the conduct of the sun. And the sun is not maintaining ubiquitous presence. By virtue of what is the sun and how we understand it and the conduct of the sun, it is by definition not maintaining ubiquitous presence over anyone. It's in constant movement. Okay, you're talking about ubiquitous presence during the day. So you're talking about what is necessarily day and night. Do you know why we have nighttime? Because the sun is not remaining stationary all day long. It's engaged in ongoing movement. That's the definition that's antithetical to the notion of maintaining ubiquitous presence. Why am I speaking about ubiquitous presence? Because that's what the entity is doing, keeping a fake sun over my head all day long. CA95J23, she's a sex offender molesting with directed light. She's at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. This sex offender following V899CO. This is 7-Eleven where the state is keeping its fake sun over the Upland 7-Eleven in Upland, California. Grand departure from that, nowhere possible and not coexisting. You're witnessing what is a departure from that presence as I'm not in Upland, okay? That's how it's remaining over me at the B&G Plaza and at 630 North Fern. Then over the Over Family Community Library. Not at the same time over any of that address. Remaining directly over where I'm showing it, okay? So like I said, Sean Thrasher's motive, you're talking about, oh, let's take her to Mercy House. Let me be clear, they're sitting up watching me make this case. And all I'm doing is explaining it. It's already made. You're talking about what is the light bulb going off in the minds of those who are genuinely ignorant, who are witnessing what the government is doing, and the government is doing it in your face. And let me be clear, it relies on ignorance. It relies on ignorance, and it relies on what is a lack of an ability to exercise independent thought. That's it. It does not require you to be a genius. It doesn't require you to be a rocket scientist. That's literally what the entity is relying on. License 8DAY075. So you have what is the entity engaging in 7 FIB 461. The entity engaging in what is placing the fake sun over Mercy House today, which is not, I mean, let me be clear, that is an ongoing intent as well. While they incorporated Mercy House, they incorporated themselves. You're documenting yourself at this point. There is no time at any point where that light source is going to maintain presence and engage in any deviation when you're already documented remaining all day long at the address of 215 EC Street, the Ovid Family Community Library. And so leaving and then remaining over me and not already present in that direction as I move, the fake sun moves. 8WDY684. That is not maintaining ubiquitous presence such that it's also at the same time present over the Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview over the property while I'm facing south, and then also moving in real time as I'm moving around. No, you're looking at a pattern of what is stalking with light. In the same way, you're understanding what is directed light about, stalking with light. At the same time that they are crossing path, directed light, appearing, touching, surrounding, impossible light. That's a demon stalking in the path. What is Satan doing? Hovering. And what is a light source? So you're not supposed to question what it is. 7UPN111. That's not the sun. And it is not possibly the sun. And the conduct that the entity is engaging in, which relies on you to never question it. And actually, you should ask yourself why you've never questioned it. You should, because it's good. All right, but I actually understand. Actually, I won't challenge that, because when you're in a car, when you're traveling, when you're going about your day, when you're about this hustle, which, let me be clear, this government would love to keep you distracted by how much money you're making, how far you got to drive to work, you got to fill up your gas tank, worried about taking your kids to whatever it is that you do day to day. That's a distraction. And you're never noticing what's a light source that's hovering over you, which is not possibly the sun. All right, but even so, as you are looking now at what is a light source in the sky, you are aware of documentation that's occurring in a city in California. Very specific, very precise. You're talking about on the same street. 8:19 in the morning and then 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and that's Pacific Daylight Time, the same intersection, following to and from. That's not the sun. On no day. That's not the sun. And by the way, the state keeping its fake sun over me the entire time, following from place to place, not maintaining central universal presence over everyone's head, over me as I move. That's why the fake sun is remaining stationary when Omnitrans is driving by, as opposed to when I'm on the bus of Omnitrans and the fake sun is keeping in alignment. You've seen that contrast. It's not coexisting. It's literal movement. And that conduct in and of itself is not helpful to Mercy House, who wants to incorporate themselves as though it makes it more relevant. And it's different from what I documented in 2021. It's not. 2020 A plus KRMA. License 7JJV282, license 8SVC612. It is not. And it is even more poignant when you are understanding, I go to the city of Pomona. You're talking about what's supposedly the sun. So you're talking about what is an ongoing, consistent movement and arrival and placement of what's supposed to be the light source. At what point in the day is the actual sun going to be, as I captured it, if that was a sun, over me in Pomona, and remaining, and then some point it's going to be over 435 South Bonneview when I'm not even there, and it remains over the entrance, over the 280 Northland Apartments while I remain at that library. There's no point where it's over the Mercy House property at 435 South Bonneview at 1:02 in the afternoon, and then abruptly moving as I move away from that property. No, you're looking at what is a pattern of stalking with light. There is no point, no movement of the sun during the course of the day where that actually is going to occur, where that light source is present such that it's the sun over that property. No, it's not. And it's also not the sun that's over me, but that's just common sense. And that's how you're looking at that. While they incorporated themselves today, 8RYW449, they incorporated themselves in that documentation. 7ZVG339, like I needed a refresher. I didn't need it. I got the documentation that I documented in 2021 and in 2020. And it remains relevant with regard to not only time of day, because you're not dealing with the actual sun. I'm using this analysis because you're understanding what is stalking with a fake sun. It is literally that. Not the sun, hovering over me, following everywhere that I go. I'm even showing you what is literally down to the hour for purposes of illustrating, following everywhere I go. When I'm in Upland at 2:02 p.m., fake sun over my head. When I go to Redlands at 2:02 p.m., fake sun over my head. Not the sun. Period. Impossible. That is what I've shown you over and over and over again. You want to do this in December of 2020 when I'm in Pomona, fake sun over my head? When I go to what is, not Los Angeles County, San Bernardino, in December 2021, fake sun over my head? Not the sun. Not the sun. That's not the sun. Impossible. But guess what? It's not just that sun. When you're understanding what is demon possession and what is the presence of Satan in the environment, having nothing to do with global warming and the natural extremity of some weather, that no. You're understanding Satan is exercising control over the environment around you. That's not global warming. That's not the cause of some fires as some exacerbating element. No, that's Satan. These are the demon possessed making those claims and doing it under what is a politicized theory such as global warming, 8 HUB 343. Again, who are you relying on? What the government is telling you. What these government actors are telling you. You're relying on that. You're relying on what the people of the state, oh, my house just, it just struck fire. They just ripped the tree, the wind just ripped the trees out of the ground. Oh my good. It is Satan itself. And these are puppets. 7PQG819 in that environment that Satan is present in. These are the demon possessed. And let me be clear, the government is relying on the puppets that are the people of the state while they proffer other lying theories to you. All right? So like I said, this is a pattern of conduct by a government. This is demonic activity, 6JIF 372. This is demonic activity. This is how Satan is present. Satan is not walking around like a ghoul with a red tail on and horns on its head. No, Satan is present in an environment that you are able to accept and not question. All right? And around people that you are looking at as you are not understanding what they are actually composed of. You cannot see that spirit on them. That's how Satan is present. It's not some caricature that you're looking at in scary movies. 8C78114, molesting, 6JXG794, 7EGW085. All right, these are the same animals I've documented upland heavily before. They're animals. And molesting under the state's indirect light and helicopter, 8SGD336. All right, and let me be clear, wanting to be a distraction, it's not. I want to identify these terrorists because they're engaging in P.O.C 7WSG280 while they're listening to me speak the truth to you. ATRR149. 9211411. That's the reality. I'm sorry, 4L1. That's the reality of how Satan is present, and it's not in some way where you're never going to witness it like that. It's not coming up some ghoul, some scary looking slimy being with a long tongue. No, that's not what it's going to be. It's right in your face. Satan is right in your face. Satan is in your family. Satan is in your circle, your social circle. Satan is in your professional environment, wherever it is that you work. There's no exception with regard to what are puppets of Satan, the demon possessed, and they are demon possessed. This is Satan that's in the environment. That's not the sun. That's how you are aware of it. All right, and that's how you also are made aware of what is very real demonic activity that you are surrounded by on a daily basis. 5YDB871. 8BEY708. And let me be clear, while the entity engages in sounding helicopter, while they're engaging in surrounding with a Star Trek-like conduct, these are demons, inferior creatures, FRDRKSN, very hostile and also scared as heck, okay? Very scared. License plate, 20669D3, 7YEB815, 20048D3, 7VOV716, 6WML 919. So let me, and by very scared, this is what you witnessed this morning. Again, the demon that is Tracy Banks. You're witnessing what is the conduct, for example, of Pippi Longstockings at Fontana Lewis Library. Satan that is actually terrified, acting out as though there's some arrogant, like you're some macho, like in other words, the arrogant, treacherous criminal that it is, that is actually very scared, but unwilling to admit that and outwardly conducts themselves otherwise. 8HMB009. But let me be clear, when you are aware of Satan's presence, that is very trembling. That's what makes the enemy tremble. Okay, because you're not supposed to know about that. You're not supposed to know about that. And not only that, you're speaking to what are all the devices. I'm not just telling you how you are aware of what is the presence of Satan, how you are aware of the presence of Satan through the people around you and through the environment, how you are aware of Satan by also the conduct. Demons engage in stalking with audible activity, stalking with noise. Stalking and doing so with simultaneity, mirroring what you do, mirroring you as you do it. And wanted then engage, when you're aware of that, then you see those demons following you into bathrooms, stalking. Okay, while they're monitoring. 6Y64804. This is how you know them, by what they are literally doing. And that's the conduct of demons. It's not a coincidence. 7GKN815. It's also impossible to have an ongoing coincidence over and over and over again. That's called a pattern. That's not a coincidence. 7YAD291. 8VGF283. And so, like I said, you have what is understanding that and my revealing that, and the helicopter conduct that is prosecuted as what is terrorism. But let me be clear, that is Satan, that is very fearful. While they're listening to me tell you the truth about Satan, Satan itself, acting through that minion, that is a state actor, 7CKU 948. You are also understanding how is that also further verification of the truth that I speak to you, because you are speaking and witnessing what is the absence of any coincidence, while the entity is constantly stalking by helicopter everywhere that I'm at, everywhere. In what is remaining, I just showed you my two shadows in front of me at the Upland Public Library. This is the ongoing environment. It's not a coincidence. And that is the entity, that is the enemy, that is the entity that is listening to me speak the truth. That is why all of that is speaking to you with regard to the words that are coming out of my mouth and the verification that the very demons itself, Satan itself, is providing while they engage in the P.O.C. Okay? Literally. 7ZEF168. 5PBC209. I believe. I'll get this one right now. License 5PBC208. There you go. License 4D. I can't really see that one. BU11. Oh, I can't see that one either. That's a paper plate. But it's currently 6:17 p.m. 8TOX825. There you go. Molesting with directed light. All of them are, but I want to read that specific license plate while the entity is circling a helicopter and repeatedly touching. 7NGB 737. It is currently 6:18 p.m. and this is at the intersection of what is 9th Street and Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. 6:18 p.m. and as I showed in video, the state's fake sun following going north, not east or west on Holt Boulevard. Not east or west on Foothill Boulevard, i.e. Route 66. Route 83 going north up Euclid Avenue after being over the same intersection that it was over at 8. I believe it was at about 8:19 in the morning, 8:16 in the morning. And this is absolutely impossible, all right? Not the sun. There's that vantage point, but there's also the absence of any ability of the actual sun to remain present over one street, and that's literally what that is when you are present at 8 and then at 3 p.m., which is what I'm showing you on video while I'm on Route 83 going north up Euclid Avenue, where then that sun is also keeping in alignment with me going north up Euclid Avenue, crossing over the property of what is the Upland Public Library. That is, meaning crossing the alignment with the building of the Upland Public Library, showing you what is the personalization of what is Satan itself that keeps in alignment with me as I am going past the Upland Public Library. But while I'm inside of that library, which I have been at that time, the state keeping that fake sun over what is that street right outside, which is, I believe, D Street, 8UAN191, touching, okay? So you're talking about what is understanding, and also at that's not coexisting with ever being over the Family Community Library in alignment with the entrance doors, and that's what I reminded you of on my YouTube channel. Look at the time. Look at what the state is doing at this time. F. Fontana. That's not, no. It's, I mean, that's what I mean by ridiculous. All right, ridiculous. So anyway, it's 6:19 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, 7FIB461, 8WVY902, CA2F. 54, hold on, I'll get this one right here. Then you got another demon that aims their lights on me as I start recording. CA22F47, and this demon touching with light is 7PXB750. They're all at the 7-Eleven on surveillance cameras. All right, this is the demonic activity at nightfall. You saw it during the day where the fake sun was over me at this 7-Eleven in the morning. Let's see, license 6TZB363. And this one is license 5JZG177. This is at 204 North Euclid, the 7-Eleven, P.O.C. All right, let me get the rest of these minions. 8HMB009, 7NGB737. Guaranteed next day service. And arrival of Upland Police, 5JZG117. All right, Upland Police vehicle number 205. License plate 1486540. Alrighty, showing you this is criminal summoning. All right, license CA22F47. You're looking at what is the directed light that I'm standing in. My legs are all the way reaching over to the gate where the Upland Police are group stalking. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 legs. I'll show you that. 4 legs in the shadow. And let me be clear, the headlights of CA22F47, which is light activity and not the actual headlights that you're seeing causing what are 4 legs. That's P.O.C. and the demons of the Upland Police Department go on surveillance cameras inside of 7-Eleven while they're monitoring together, okay? So I want to be clear. Again, that's license CA22F47. This is a black Corolla driven by a bald-headed Latino male. He's got on a black t-shirt. He's got a tattoo on his right arm and blue tennis shoes. All right, at what is gas pump number 7 with guaranteed next day service. They're monitoring together. License plate of next day service is JBR 9215. That's Ohio. 7PXB 750 is present. 8WVY 902 is present. License 7FIB 461 is present. License 8TKE 667 is present. 6ANN 372 is present. And this is P.O.C. So you have the demons that are getting out their police vehicle, Upland Police. They're walking in and they're doing so in directed light. And I'm showing you that light activity. On ongoing molestation while they're in directed light. 8HMB009. Just demons patrolling around at the 204 North Euclid. Okay? And this is what's ongoing during the day. 6BJR342. And that's what I captured at 6:23 p.m. My 2 sets of legs. Okay? That's impossible light activity. So engaging in what is the ongoing molestation with the entity stalking in the path at 204 North Euclid Avenue. It's currently 6:23 p.m. This is P.O.C. Let me get this license plate because I don't think I read it. Yeah, they're on surveillance camera. This is a Latino male. He's got on a red undershirt, tan sweater, blue face mask. His license 23523Y2. License 7CGA827, molesting. And let me be clear, they're all molesting, all right? But I'm speaking to who's going out of their way, touching while these demons are surrounding every turn you make, making sure they're present. Let me get this is what they're doing. They're surrounding with light and touching and doing so. But while I have 4 sets of legs, that's molestation with directed light, okay? And that's what you're seeing while Upland Police are present, which is also the communication of a threat while I'm documenting, while they're in directed light. Again, that's vehicle number 205, license 1486540. Okay, that's P.O.C. at 6:24 p.m. Molesting is license 25230F3. Molesting is license 6NRN443. Entering on surveillance cameras inside of the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue, and it's 6:24 p.m. I think I read that already. Alrighty, I want to get, let's see. All right, license plate 6B BK 469, 6WGB 693, 6PDH 987, 8EYL 023, 8PHV 198, 5726. I can't really see that one. LOVES Heart 3, 5NLH 828, I believe, 16059L2. 8TKE667 present to engage in what is monitoring terrorism with Upland Police, molesting with directed light, and then demons stalking, aiming, keeping their headlights on inside of that parking lot. And that's their license plate right now, 625 leaving 204 North Euclid Avenue. A 7VPV146, I believe. Upland Police now gone as well. I want to document visibly. They engaged in visible presence, 8BUX607. That's how those demons engage in the P.O.C. They just visibly cross paths, communicating a threat, not saying anything, the same thing under a fake sun. They don't have to. They're monitoring you. All right, and they are also communicating threat 7RJP 741 while they also know you're documenting the pattern of conduct. All right, so license plate 7ACZ002. And I also, again, like I showed you, my 2 sets of legs, those police, you don't have any for them. Like I said, you're dealing with delusional psychopaths. You just surround them with the evidence. This is speaking to what is legislation 5ZJG117. They can get up, they can do whatever. That's why you just document. License plate 7725924, I believe, 51603V1. And that was a massive molestation, sexual violence by Upland Police. Understand that. License plate 8XHK505, 7YXS600. License plate 7JQL. I can't see the rest of them. I can't see that license plate either. That's Del Rey Logistics, nonetheless. Alrighty, and it's 6:27 p.m. 6FEG 627, I believe. 8RYM 047. 8BEF 314. 8UOF 456. CB21U66 paper, 8ACS 832, 78603W1, 8VCW 507, 8KHZ 588, 6NRN 443, loitering at the 7-Eleven, now crossing path again, 25230F3, the same. All right, and it's 6:28 p.m. and they're on surveillance cameras at that 7-Eleven, which is speaking to relevant positioning. And again, 7-Eleven is not the only venue monitoring. This is where concentration of activity is occurring for everybody else to monitor. 6ZZK 354, 8TBW 859. And that is the presence of Satan. All right, that's what it looks like. That's what it acts like. That's what it appears as. All right, not some caricature that you see on TV and in scary movies. License plate 8MHF 343, 8SZU 796. But you are understanding what is that demonic environment. This is how what you have two sets of legs. Impossible. That's not caused from headlights. License 8YWZ 039, I believe. License, I can't see that one. 7JHP 643. 8VVN 126, 7JXT 211, 8NSW 344, 10474, I can't see, 6A I believe, but I can't see the rest of them. 7XQT 248, 8SOA 735 I believe, 7WIK 955, 7NGB 737, again, loitering, monitoring, molesting with the Upland Police, with the entity that's molesting with that directed light and leaving at 6:29 p.m. at the 7-Eleven. They are all here engaging in stalking. This is nothing but demons that are engaging in that conduct, all right? This is demonic activity. This is the demon possessed. And doing so, the demon possessed engaging in stalking and following, all right, loitering by looking the other way like they're doing something else. That's what Satan does. That's what the demon possessed do. They don't even have any form though. They can look any way they want. 8PHG 683 is stalking in direct light. 8NFH 854 is stalking under a fake moon that's directly over me. License MKKYME, I guess I can't see that one. 8XGK 374, 6RRT 595, 5NO 8872, 8URX 856, 6TVN 683, 29315 W2 I believe. 6DYU 182, 6, I can't say that one, 7ECM 557, 8LSA 669, 7DGB 228, but I can't see that one, you try something. License 6BJR 342, and it's 6:30 p.m. 6HQM 682. This minion, my shadow appearing at a distance on the side of their car, 5HGV 115, a stalker and a demon. Okay, that's how Satan appears. Satan's minions engage in that presence and that conduct. License NXT 9613, but I can't really see that. That was a license plate, a Texas license plate on a red pickup truck. License 7FZW 931. License 8JXN 266, 8YSJ 566, I believe. Can't really see that one. C51317L, Washington, 8FBR 468, 7MKD 638, 8LEP 548, 8ZPS 648, 8DIH 114, BF98K81, I believe, paper, 6WNN 335. 20246W2, 75265U2, 8TSF. I can't see the rest of one. Alrighty, and aiming directed light while into the street while I'm reading those license plates. This demon, this is a fat, he is big as a house with a black hat on his head. He's at gas stall number 3 in operation of his communication device. All right, and that minion at 204 North Euclid Avenue on gas stall number 3, I believe. Yeah, with license 8UPT815, molesting with directed light. That's not his headlights that are filling and creating the shadow of the gate that is behind me while I'm reading the license plates of those third parties, those demons that are crossing path in front of me. They're monitoring together, all right? And you can see that fat third party in operation of that communication device monitoring. That's a sex offender. All right, license 8XUB897. License plate 8KIT616. 7NCD468. 8YJZ620, 7LGL039, 6VEY343, 7CFX656, 7MLT000, 8RIY435, J203ZO, 8FJB2J2, I believe. License plates 8FYA339, I believe. And it's 6:33 p.m. I can't see that license plate. Alrighty, it's currently 6:33 p.m. License 8PED664 01594S2 6YYX569 8FMF374 7MGJ542, I believe. 7WYD183 73535X1 8CLL289 6KGY497 84542F3, I believe. 7EQW237 8XJH595. Can't really see that one. 5D, I can't see that one. License 9555 5H2, I believe. I can't really see that one that clearly. It's a large truck. Had a lot of fives in it though. It's 6:34 p.m. I'm sorry, 12285M2. All right, the entity is repeatedly patrolling via aircraft over Euclid Avenue, and doing so also, as you heard, by helicopter. That's all the entity is doing. That's what you're looking at while you see Southwest Airlines and American Airlines today engaging in that hovering. It's the same conduct, using different planes while I'm in different areas. And again, what is the state doing? That which is of a delusional psychopath. You're stalking in planes, period. You use different kind of planes based on the city because your form is that, oh, it's the airport. That's why, and there is no form. 7CJL421, that ongoing environment is present. It's called relevant positioning, amplified audible activity, stalking in the path. License plate 63172F3. 8SIV031, 7W69498. The state was engaging in that conduct while I was living in on Valley Boulevard in Pomona. Well, guess what? The fake sun was directly over my head there too. And demons engaging in stalking with light, just like I showed you on an ongoing basis where I'm sleeping. 7YDB240, 8MQN318, 5JGR546, 8BET126, 8ATF247, 8DUP235. The state sounding sirens, that's audible activity and directed light. Let's see, 6JCF827. $7KYS670, 8CKV, I can't see the rest of them, 8N36773, I believe, 8VJL647, 8XDX825, 8TGJ519, 8XDX520, 7VCH195, 7PSF899, BT67A34 paper. You're going to remember what are the two sets of legs I have, the directed light conduct, while you're hearing sirens. This is monitoring, and you're understanding how the entity monitors with the people. These are demons driving American medical response vehicles in relevant position. License 7HGW856, monitoring with American medical response. 8LEY419, the same. 5ETX541, 7XOJ093. Monitoring with American medical response. That's light activity and crossing path and amplification of audible activity in directed light. 7LRL510. This is demons. This is Satan. That's how it works. That's what it looks like. That's what it acts like. Adapted for to never question it. That's how Satan is present, okay? License 8ZGP911, 8BJY157, 61215L2, 4VZB 614, siren stop after they cross paths with me. Not only am I the focus because of what is a fake moon that's remaining over me, just like I show you during the day, remaining over me right now while I'm on American Medical Response, you hear sounding sirens, but also because of what is the audible activity that they create relative to my position, the light activity the same, also the directed light that I'm in, that impossible conduct, 4 legs, 7 HPV 756. That's how you're speaking to what is ongoing targeting. Doing so under the fake sun is the same ongoing indication of that P.O.C. There is no form. You can sound your sirens all you want. You can go to a third party's home, pull them out on a gurney. It's the pattern of conduct. 11906L2. This is state surveillance. That's what Satan looks like. 7FOZ195. That's how Satan is conducting itself right in front of your face. And it is terrorism while you are made aware of it and you document, and those obsessive stalkers are engaging in that P.O.C. 5033HJ3. And let me be clear, this is demonic activity. This is the time that we're in. This is the government. This is Satan that wants to keep tabs on you. 8RNW577. That's what state surveillance is about. 5KFR882. Impossible light activity while this demon 8XYL911. Impossible light activity while this demon 8TQM359. Impossible light activity while this demon 6RRA385. That's how Satan is appearing. That's how Satan is present. License 65565N1. That's what Satan looks like. 8LDH322, but I can't really see it. All right, it is not some caricature that you see on TV. You're listening to it and you're witnessing it. License 8VNV551 6TMJ067 TORT. Let's see. 9826, I can't see that one. 5FGT134, BMR Heart SBR, 7RFK 879, 8 EOF 553. License plate 8DD HE 998, but I can't really see that one that clearly. You can scratch that one. It's 6:39 p.m. Maintaining presence on surveillance cameras at relevant positioning. The third-party facilitating venue 711-76 at 204 North Euclid. That is relevant positioning. That's all that's going on. It's ongoing surveillance. 6PEY943. All those credit card numbers. It's a means of documentation. All right. All of those presence of on surveillance cameras. It's a means of documentation. They're group stalking. All right. License plate 917XH. Handicap. License CP8747, I believe, and that's an out-of-state license plate. 8TRL108. 6NEF510. 7HQB722. 8WSS181. 7PRL909. 34471L2. 6DLM385. 8TBR776. 8TKL983, 8JKD711, 6XVF148, FF849 handicap, 8JJU936, 8EYT, I can't see the rest of them, and it is 6:41 p.m. License plate 7CWY003. License 7GJA206. What I'm showing, first of all, the fake moon is right over my head at the intersection. 7RKW603. 7MFB656. 6PGH455. Security paving crossing path. 7VXF371, because I didn't read that one. 5WWZ165. 8BBN394. GRNSMBA. First of all, the fake moon is over me. Second of all, what I'm showing is this ongoing, you're looking at what is, I'm taking a picture of what is crossing path. And in other words, to put it in layman's terms, they're driving in their vehicles and they're driving what is on 9th Street. I'm standing at the intersection of 9th and Euclid. Demons that are crossing path. This is the ongoing conduct, breaking down every relevant context. Demons that are crossing path in directed light. So while you are in a car, and you're driving by, this is the physical mechanic, this is the shell, this is what it looks like on the outside, this is what actually they are doing, but you're understanding what demons are accomplishing while the P.O.C. is underway. They are crossing path as they are driving what is east on 9th Street at the intersection of Euclid Avenue where I am, and as you see these cars that are driving by, and you see what are not powerful headlights that are in no way creating what is fanning of directed light. And by a fan, you're going to picture in your mind a windmill. All right, you see how that windmill, the wings of that windmill spin around. This is what the state is doing with directed light on the ground. As they are driving east and west, impossible light, headlights are not creating any fanning out of headlights that are moving to the side of the vehicle, like in the motion, which would be behind the vehicle in motion while the vehicles are driving east or west. That's the ongoing conduct with what, first of all, the presence of demons, and that is speaking to stalking and molesting with directed light. This is what is occurring while you are looking at what is nothing other than cars that are driving by. That's not their headlights. And vehicles are not built with such powerful headlights where it would be blinding. That's a cautionary issue with regard to blinding of the drivers. What the state is doing is aiming directed light, all right? Fanning out directed light, which is not occurring when you are driving by with your headlights on, ever, okay? And that's the ongoing pattern of conduct. And I took a picture of what, again, that ordinary conduct, what looks like you're just driving by, but you're going to remember, first of all, the fake moon is in alignment with me. This is Satan that's present in the environment. That's not the moon. That's Satan that is present, and you are understanding it. You are looking at it by virtue of what is that object in the sky, which is not the moon as we know it. This is Satan maintaining presence. Satan is focused on me. I'm revealing Satan's reality presence to you as I'm documenting criminal conduct that Satan is engaging in, while it's engaging in monitoring, surveilling us as American citizens in the United States. ABJY 607. That's what Satan is up to. And Satan wants you to think it's some cartoon character far, far away from you, having nothing to do with what's going on in your everyday life. When Satan is present, consumed with what's going on in your life. Satan is stalking you in the bathroom. Satan is trying to get in your bed. Satan is concerned with what's going on between your pants. Satan is concerned with whatever it is that you are involved with romantically, whoever you are, and wherever it is that you are working, what it is that consumes you, what you like, what you hate, everything. That's how obsessed Satan is. Let me be clear. All right, this is being literally, that personification of that stalker is seen through what the state is doing with a fake son. That is Satan itself. That's that obsessed, that consumed. Let me be clear. License 8KBE 175, the spirit of Satan on them. They are that equally obsessed. Know exactly who I am. Okay? License plate 7HSD653. ME4A75. That's out of state. 5UGW139. 8ULY916. 8FJN525. That's demonic activity, not what you think and what you're shown and what you're told about, even in what are non-churches, the fake son hovering over these venues, calling themselves churches, praising the Lord. No, I don't think so. That's Satan hovering in the sky space. They're religious minions. Religious minions. All right, and again, heavily informed about that. All right, around them for a term of years. Know exactly how Satan operates. All right, and you're talking about what is engaging in literally a con of an existence. These are literally Satan enthusiasts waiting for the time where they can engage in outwardly their enthusiasm for Satan. And I mean enthusiasm as in hail Satan. That's the reality of what are the demon possessed. Right now, as it is not the time yet, but let me be clear, they're not, Satan has no authority. Satan doesn't decree anything. Satan engages in what it's given. Satan has a limited amount of time. Satan's being exposed, contrary to what it wants. F8ED heart, F8ED to heart you. There you go. So you have what is the absence of any authority. Satan is the ass, okay, not the head. All right, Satan is literally that while you are witnessing the stalking conduct. It is literally Satan is the ass, following, not leading. Okay. License RJG108. That is Satan that is hovering over me in what is a fake moon. The same conduct during the day. That is Satan that is present in the environment. Understand what demonic activity is. Understand what the presence of Satan is. Satan is not a human body in the flesh and blood. Satan is spirit. Satan is composing 8ZUY718. Satan's spirit, in other words, on that third party. And how do you know that? This demonic environment, the demonic conduct, it is speaking directly to what is wrong with the people who are surrounding, and that is how heavily prevalent demon possession is. All right. This is speaking to what is the pattern of conduct, 8SEV113, and the pattern of conduct is underway by what is a demon-possessed entity. License 37344N1, conducting itself, which I find pathetic, like they have some secret society, and it's an unspoken system. And this is where you're looking at what's the psychopath, while they keep their back to you, and you're looking at all manner of Star Trek-like light activity, direct light. Okay. You can look any way you want, demon. It doesn't matter which direction you want to look. You want to water your plants under the fake sun? Because Satan is literally prosecuting you. Satan is identifying you. All right, stamp, seal, deliver. You're a minion. You're a terrorist. You're a sex offender. You're a stalker. You're engaging in what is interstate stalking. 8DJH619. 8PIV365. All right. And so, like I said, you have what is engaging in that pattern of conduct and doing so, understanding the condition that you are in, all that's relevant to that prosecution. 8LKT991, 8RMS026. This is why you also have, when you're listening to the Demons of American Medical Response, they're driving on the street. Do you know that literally, essentially every corner, as I would walk from Upper Public Library to the museum, and I showed you what is my shadow that's surrounding me. And that's not even under the fake sun during the day. That's at nightfall at night when I would walk back to the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Directed light surrounds. These are demons. You're understanding how that demonic activity is right in your face. The elements of monitoring. The conduct of the psychopaths that are the demon-possessed. And they're doing it right in your face. And what's the way in which you're witnessing it and you don't even know what you're witnessing? Oh, there's an emergency. That's why they're sounding their sirens. That's why they're speeding by. That's why everyone else is stopping as well. That's what's going on the surface. But actually, no. And you have what is going to the far extent to engage in what is a comprehensive system, even third parties that are fully engaged in knowledge of who you are, targeting you from afar. They don't have to know your name. You don't have to know their name. Engaging in what is summoning of that entity. Oh, I have a medical emergency. I need the fire department to come. Sounding their sirens, monitoring together. All right. And you have no idea where you are while they're en route to that third party, which is called criminal summoning. All right. And an entire demon possessed entity surrounds you while that fire truck, that ambulance is en route to a third party that is monitoring you. They can make up the information. They can put a bandage on them, go by and say, oh, you're fine. Go or put them in a gurney and take them to the hospital. It doesn't matter. You're talking about what is the P.O.C. That's what you're understanding. And it is it's in your face, the fallacy of free society, the fallacy of some civilized people. No, it's not. They're animals. 8RXC281. License 8ROT624. And this is what I'm stating. I am showing, and it's not just directly relevant with regard to what's not the sun, okay? And that's shown. So you need to understand the leap that you are taking. And it's not an illogical leap. It is speaking to what is understanding demon possession. You want to understand what that is? You are literally understanding it. It's made manifest to you because that's not the sun. I'm telling you that is what is Satan itself that's in the environment. All right? And it's not just a matter of me telling you, you see the documentation. That's not the sun. So let me tell you what that is. All right, so let me tell you about what I'm talking about when you're talking about demon possession, what I'm talking about when you're talking about psychopaths who are sex offenders, who are demon possessed, and the demonic environment. That's what this light activity is revealing to you. That's what this fake sun is revealing to you. And it is directly indicative of what is the condition of the people who are around you. There's no exception. There is no exception. And they even engage in conduct showing their demon possession while they're stalking with audible activity, stalking with any method of activity creation. They're psychopaths. This is the conduct of demons who are acting through people. But actually they have a very sick demon spirit on them. And it acts out through the conduct. And let me be clear, that demon tries to appropriate, if you will, that conduct. Okay, but they are stalking with activity. Okay, appearing as though trying to do it calmly. I've seen them try to do it cute. I've seen them try to do it very casually. I've seen them try to do it in a way that is appearing outwardly as though it is what it is. First of all, you're in the environment, and second of all, it's not a coincidence when a demon is stalking with activity. Light activity, appearing out of nowhere in the path, visibly to you, because they were already present. That's how you're able to jump out into the path visibly. You were already there. You're stalking. All right, but engaging in that conduct and also engaging in what is audible activity creation. That's a demon. 8UAZ230. All right, that's how you know them, by the conduct, not only the conduct that they're engaging, that's the signature of Satan. And you're also talking about what is the environment. That's the signature of Satan. And then you're talking about what it is that you are lied to about, what's going on in the environment while you're told that that's the sun over you. 5PTX814. This documentation of where I'm capturing it in Southern California, in San Bernardino County, in the city of Ontario, on the specific street of Hope Boulevard, in between what is Transit up to C Street and Lemon, and then when I get on what is Euclid Avenue and go up the street to Upland. That is very exclusive. That's not the sun that's over you. Okay? That's not the sun that's over you. And it's also not the sun that's possibly over me. You're talking about what's supposedly the sun that's engaging in some grandiose movement, all right, all on a constant basis. That's not what's happening when you're remaining over me on one street all day long, as though the sun is rising and setting wherever it is that I am. No. And remaining all day long in whatever location I happen to be at. That's how you get a fake sun over you at 8 o'clock in the morning and then setting at that same address. And I'm speaking of the B&G Plaza after 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening. You got to document that because you have to see it with your own eyes. ATQ8440, and that's exactly what I did. 4UCC576. That's not the sun over me, and guess what? It's not the sun over you. It's not the sun over you. So you are understanding what is demonic activity. You are understanding what is nothing other than the ubiquitous presence of Satan's spirit. Not the sun, There's no ubiquitous presence of any sun. And that's exactly what Satan is doing by hovering over me with a fake sun. And all I'm doing my job, and I'm letting you know this is Satan. Let me be clear, what they're lying to us about with regard to the sun as we know it doesn't even make sense with what the entity is doing with the fake sun. And by entity, I'm speaking to the demonic entity itself. Let me be clear, it's not intelligent, it's not sophisticated. It's not rocket science. And it's not even in conformity to the definition that we've been given with regard to the sun as we know. It's not even in conformity to your own form with which you are maintaining in presence over the entire environment. ATTA 038, because the sun as we know it is not maintaining ubiquitous presence. That flies in the face of what is day and night. If the sun was maintaining ubiquitous, there would never be nighttime. We wouldn't have dark time. All right, we wouldn't have be adjusting our clocks like we do. You would not have what is supposed to be a difference with regard to the sun on the East Coast and the West Coast. All right, let alone the United States is not the center of the universe. You're talking about what about the rest of the world? All right, but you're talking about what the state is doing. What is Satan doing over me? Like the sun is rising and setting, maintaining ubiquitous presence over me, street for street, turn for turn. Satan is revealing itself. I've already shown it. I'm letting you know. I'm teaching you about what is demonic activity. What is the presence of Satan? That's what you're learning. And that's what you need to know. Whoever it is that needs to know, all I'm doing is speaking it because somebody needs to hear it. All right. So you're talking about becoming made aware of what is the environment. And literally, while this idiot, that is Satan, who is the ass, not the head, not the head whatsoever. Satan is the ass. While he's literally following me, you are talking about what is just providing the ongoing wealth of ongoing corroboration in the natural, doing what, in other words, what is essentially thought to be impossible. It's not impossible. It's not even intelligent what Satan is doing. You're not even smart. You're telling us this is the sun. Okay, so then how would it be remaining over me in one? Because that's what I documented. So because, in other words, because you're such an obsessed psychopath, you can't even engage in any sort of what is restraint in order to conceal if you wanted to, but you can't. You're talking about Satan. You're talking about demons. All right? You're talking about what is revealing them in their raw form. And like I said, even if you were intelligent enough to exercise such restraint, there is no escaping what is judgment. So like I said, yes, this is a prosecution in the natural, revealing the supernatural to ordinary people lacking that spiritual eye. Let me be clear. This is judgment. This is judgment. This is literally dragging Satan in a court. So Satan is a spirit, okay? But guess what? You're going to drag Satan in court when you're revealing the environment that Satan is in. That's relevant to prosecution. This is doing what was literally supposed to be impossible, and it's not. It's not. Thank goodness. Evidence is what establishes a case. This is how you are proving whatever it is that you are alleging. And that is what is relied upon, not the defamatory lies out of the puppets of Satan who are relying on that. There is nothing that they can say with regard to evidence. They can't. There's nothing you can say. ATAF 800. 6ZRH. I can't see the rest of that one. 8WTW 164. 7YMY 662. PJV 5458, that's Texas. 7WNM 576. N13NEU, that's Oregon, I believe. 6TW, I can't see that one. 8DRM 843. 6AYC, I can't see the rest of that one. 8LMA 416. 67, that was 7NMH, but you can scratch that one. I can't see the rest of it. Okay, so it's currently 6:59 p.m. These are minions that are driving north on Euclid Avenue. And I remain at 9th Street and Euclid. So let me get these lights away. 7L RL 510 44238K1 6BCA 194. With regard to the pattern of conduct, and so this is what I am speaking to, and this is what you're understanding. This is not for funsies, showing you what is supposedly. This is the sun, and I've shown you through a wealth of documentation. And let me be clear again, even just today. That is sufficient with the ordinary establishment of a prima facie case, 6YYD 409, showing that you're subject to surveillance, which, let me be clear, we all are. The people of the state, the government is monitoring you. Satan is present through the people. Satan is present through the environment. Satan is present having its way with puppets who are in roles of the government. This is demonic activity that is very real. All right. The government is keeping us under surveillance. It's supposed to be some unspoken system. All right. And let me be clear. Satan is waiting for the day where they can openly express their enthusiasm. Like I was saying, these are literally, that's what's going on. And that's who they are. You're talking about hail Satan. That's what's going on. That's exactly what they are. These are spirits. You're looking at these demonic spirits walking around in bodies. Okay. That's all that's going on. That's how you have what's direct light while a demon is driving past me. There is no explanation for that. In the natural, I'm letting you know what it is. That's a demon. A specific signature of that. You have the impossibility of that occurrence, but how many? I have over 680 videos showing you that occurring over and over and over and over again. That's impossible. This is speaking to a criminal system. It is also speaking to the prevalence of demon possession. 7ZGU823. It's not a joke. It's not some extreme circumstance. 78QL952. It is heavy duty demon possession. 7WWN856. They can go sit in whatever church, which is a facilitating venue. You can stand at the pulpit and call yourself a preacher. Guess what? You are a minion while the fake son, which is Satan itself, is hovering over that venue. Guess what's going on? While I'm inside of these alleged churches, that's exactly what was going on. Satan itself. All right? Minions. Minions. All right? It's currently 7:01 p.m. 7KIN045. And like I said, I've referenced it before, but I'm going to reference it again because I told that demon when I encountered her at Calvary Chapel, Golden Springs, we're going to revisit this. So let me be clear. Those are demons at Calvary Chapel, Golden Springs. The fake sun remaining over me as I went to that venue. There is no time of day or time of year. As you see, I have not returned to Pomona on Valley Boulevard. While I documented, have not returned. There is no time where that light source, which is supposedly the sun, is moving over and remaining over that church parking lot, over that building, over me, street for street, turn for turn, as I would walk there or drive there. Okay? This is before I came to Ontario and parked on 713 North Vine Avenue, where my vehicle was tampered with by the people of the state, these demons, removing my license plate, removing my VIN number. All right, while I'm kidnapped by Officer Jay Burnett, who arrived nights ago, monitoring me, knows exactly what I published on the internet about him. All right, engaging in what is the P.O.C. While there is no time of year or any adjustment whatsoever where that is going to occur again. That was the pattern of conduct that I was subject to. Those are demons inside of what is a venue identified as what is Calvary Chapel, Golden Springs. And let me also be clear, those demons weren't even nice. They weren't even engaging in what is the form of what's supposedly a loving, compassionate Christian. They weren't even engaged in their form. All right? Let me be clear. There is no exception. There isn't. 33861Z1. And when I say you are talking about an army, there's nothing to be intimidated about with regard to the term army. They are an army of minions. Satan has its minions in what you call the church. Satan has its minions in what is the government. Satan has its minions in what is your neighborhood. Satan has its minions in what are planes and helicopters and positions of the government that you're listening to stalking me. They're minions. Satan has a whole army, okay? Engaging in what is massive surveillance. And all of this targeting me because I'm the one that's going to reveal it to you. That's why. That's why. Because Satan can't touch me. Because I will never serve Satan, ever. All right, and I will speak the truth, even against a demon-possessed stalker going by the name of Tracy Banks, who may have the same blood running through her veins. 8UFN960, but it doesn't matter. You're an inferior creature. All right, and I'm going to speak the truth with regard to what is your condition while that which is Satan itself is hovering over me while I'm in your car, while you're engaging in what is the creation of audible activity, while you're engaged in demonic conduct with the rest of these demons. 8KEY532, 4UIS284. That's exactly what's going on. Satan has an army all around. And you don't even know that they're present while Satan itself is hovering over in the sky space. And you think that's the sun. It's not the sun. And again, let me be clear. What I am showing that is occurring over me with that which is not the sun, the light source, is directly relevant to wherever you are. And why? Because there's only one sun as we know it. Only one. 8XIN317, 454ZHG, Washington, BF05C78 paper. 8EBH138, 7FOS041, 8BJE088, 7RNZ618, 7Z09857, 7CTN765, and it's 7:04 p.m. 7ZIJ995. 8LWR985. 36223K2, 8MRL335, 7BBV518, 7HVV877, 8PXT248, 6JVB497, 8ZJN990, 6WXH866, 6ATX502, 8GTA993. 7KLG792, 7BTZ124, 8EPT134, 8PXT248. Yeah, that's 8BPT136, I believe. 8YWE565. And again, with regard to my speaking to the minions, the army that Satan has, guess what? Guess what is a very instrumental aspect of that army, especially with regard to the U.S. and what we have, which is distinct from other countries, supposedly a free society. I mean, free to the nth degree. We're supposedly we are having a constitution, and you are talking about what are the minions that have a whole lot of money, that are actually exercising control over your rights. And let me be clear, they are the army of Satan, all right? And doing so under what is supposed to be some separate act, not the government constricting your speech, but another third party, all right? While you're on their platform on the internet, okay? You can name it anyone you want, TikTok, Facebook, whoever it is that you use. You're talking about what is a means of restricting speech, what is a means of restricting the truth being spoken, excuse me. All right, and I'm not talking about some weirdo quacks who, by the way, have no way of verifying anything that they're telling you. All right, let me be clear, Satan does that too, using what are false teachers, those who are lying, all right, in order to blur the vision from those who are actually speaking the truth to you, all right? And by the way, you also know them because there is no way for them to verify anything that they're telling you. They're literally just engaging in what is nonsense and gibberish. That's also a method of Satan. License 8TKJ537, 8WYW160, 8CXU172, 6XMR791. Let me be clear. These minions, these are those that are part of the military, the army of Satan itself. And I want to be clear, they want to restrict your speech while you're speaking to what is the reality of Satan as it's operating through the government. All right, as it's operating and engaging in what is teaching you and telling you one thing. And 8JM, I can't see that one. Teaching you and telling you one thing with regard to whatever political issue you want to name, all right? And then engaging in what is restricting your speech, that's a no-no, supposedly in the United States. Oh, but it's different when a third party with a lot of money is doing it on their own platform, all right? Which is no different than violating your freedom of speech. And then they do so under what's supposed to be the guise of they're looking out for the greater good of the public. No, you're not. You're accomplishing the deeds of Satan. All right, Satan is parroting lies through powerful individuals who yield influence, okay, and wanting to silence those like myself who are letting you know that's a fake sun over that liar's head, all right, or that politician you're listening to. They're in the army of Satan itself. They're lying to you. 7VPN157. They're minions. 8EFP880. And how do you know? The fake sun that's over their head, the fake sun that's over them in that state, all right? While they're telling you what is in conformity to the ongoing pattern of conduct, the ongoing agenda of a government that's placing you under surveillance. All right. So like I said, engaging in conduct that is restricting your freedom of speech. And let me be clear, this is how Satan is getting by with it in what's a country where we're supposed to be so free, doing it as a third party, 8SVK234. So, for example, Facebook doing it as opposed to what is some law that's restricting it. It's not different. Let me be clear. The entity is one. These people have a lot of money and they're using that platform. There is a greater picture. There's a bigger picture on a macro level. Satan has an army. They are in positions, okay? And you're talking about what I'm showing you where I am. This is an ongoing pattern of conduct. I put it in a way where you can understand with regard to the ability of any person subject to the system. You can prosecute. You can enforce your rights. But let me be clear, with regard to what I've called the pattern of conduct, because that's what it is, you're talking about what is an ongoing system in operation in the United States. We are not a supposedly free society like you think we are. And how is it illustrated in your face when you have those with a lot of money with the ability to silence you, and doing so when they're doing under the guise of what's supposed to be for the greater good, because you can spread misinformation and cause harm to people. Guess what? That's under the same presupposition that what you are stating, which is in line with what the government is putting out, is the truth. Our First Amendment rights are not dependent upon some one issue over another, which you deem more important than another. Oh, because you say people are dying. Oh, I guess I can't speak against the existence of whatever it is the government is pushing down our throats. M542MO, I believe. Can't really see that one. Let me be clear. There's no difference. And also, that is constitutionally invalid. That's not what the Constitution bears. That is not what the Constitution is about. That is not constitutional in any way whatsoever. Let me be clear how third parties that are separate and distinct on the surface from the government, let me be clear, these are armies of Satan accomplishing a single goal, okay? These politicized issues, this is serving to what is an ongoing satanic system. I want to be clear, okay? But let me be clear. On the surface, you're looking at what's supposedly distinct from the government restricting your speech. Oh, it's not the government. It's some very rich platform on the venue of the internet seeking to limit your speech as though it's not actually separate. It's not. All right, but you're understanding what is the bigger picture. This is the army of Satan, and Satan has many minions playing positions. Okay, license. It's 7:11 p.m. Let me get this license plate real quick. LELLC 1. It is 7:11 p.m. All right, license LDYLEO 1. For NFN 655. The reason why I'm bringing that issue up, though, is because that is detestable to me. It is constitutionally egregious. There is no exception, whether you agree with. That's what our society is built upon. That's what it makes us distinct from every other country. You have an issue, and because that's very dangerous. You're talking about what is now making an exception. Oh, when the government is claiming that it's so important, and so it's so important, and everything is relying upon what the government is telling you. You don't have any way of independently verifying the truth of what something or what some entity is telling you. All right, you're talking about what is, and by the way, with regard to what is documentation, you are looking at that with your own eyes. You are looking at it yourself. Whether you want to believe what you are looking at, it is what it is. You're talking about being told information, being told statistics. You're talking about being told what the issue is with regard to what's happening away from you. You're not there. You're not witnessing it. You're being told by other people. That is not verifiable information. And because you are told by someone who holds a position that you are automatically supposed to respect and honor, in other words, a demon, a minion, all right, playing a position in the army of Satan itself, using that position to exercise influence. All right. Let me be clear, because it comes out of that person's mouth. First of all, you're going to remember what is going on with regard to the presence of Satan and how you understand the presence of Satan. It's not some ghoul. They're not flying around levitating over the ground. All right. Satan is right over your head, and Satan is present in the environment. Satan is present all around you. All right. And this directed light, you'll pay attention to that. It's around you as well. It's around you. You're just not paying attention. You're not noticing it. All right. It's right in your face. It's right in your face. Demons surround. All right. And it doesn't change when you're looking at the news broadcast on television. Where are they at? What's the broadcast? What's the weather like over there? Where's the sun at? Is it directly over the building? Is it directly outside? Anywhere visible in that state? Because it's remaining over me in Ontario. That is directly relevant to what they are telling you. There is no constitutional basis upon which the government or any third party has a right to limit your freedom of speech. That's what these large platforms with a lot of money, deep pockets are doing. And why? Because they're wanting to control a narrative that's very, very dangerous. That's very dangerous. That is very dangerous. Okay, so anyway, it's 7:14 p.m. That's the only reason why I got into that. That's Metrolink engaged in the P.O.C. So you have what is, like I said, again, how is this put before you? It's put within the context that 7WVU571, it's put within the context that, oh, the issue is so important. This is an exception. This is different. This is different from everything else. This is not your ordinary exercise of freedom of speech. Because first of all, it's a company with deep pockets that's limiting your ability to speak freely. And also you have what is the exceptions, because you've got people that are dying, people that are, affected by whatever it is, people who are dying from Black Lives Matter, people who are dying from whatever it is the government is telling us is going on at the current time. You're relying on what they are telling you. When you are made aware of what is state surveillance, when you are made aware of what is a pattern of conduct that is in direct conflict with what is the constitutional basis of this entire country, allegedly, okay? Allegedly, that's what we're about. Then you are speaking to what is the direct evidence as well. What am I also revealing? The government has no assumption of legitimacy. And by the way, that's how our government was founded, by the way. It does not become some fact that is maintaining that is existing in perpetuity. Oh, the government is always legitimate. The government is always right. No, it's not. That's not what our constitutional right reflects. We maintain the ability to contest the government, to exercise the freedom of speech, whatever it is that you believe, and based on the fact that at any time the government could lose its mind and just start going haywire, and then what? No, that's what our Constitution is from that vantage point. It's not from some vantage point that the government is deemed to be legitimate on particular issues where they're saying, oh, there's an exception because all such and such an XYZ is happening, so you can't exercise your... No, that is not constitutional. And no other person has the right to engage in that exercise of freedom of speech. And also, why is it relevant? Because when I'm showing you what is speaking to the revealing of public corruption by a government, the heights of hypocrisy, in other words, you also do not have that assumption of legitimacy. In other words, nothing that you are saying can be verified. Nothing can be trusted. You are relying on the people of the state, the demon-possessed themselves. You're relying on the government, puppets of Satan itself. This environment that's over me, guess what? It is not capable of being present over anyone else that's how you know that's not the sun. Because the actual sun's not remaining over a person while I'm going from this Hope Boulevard in Ontario to a single street going north on Euclid Avenue to the city of Upland and remaining there. In direct conflict with the ongoing documentation of it remaining over one address all day long, i.e. B&G Plaza, or 630 North Fern, or the Ovid Family Community Library for that matter. All right? You're talking about what is speaking to the environment. That's impossible. This is getting to what is demonic. This is getting to what are the context of the people who surround you. You're understanding what is demonic activity. It's not a cartoon. It's a cartoon environment, but this is not a cartoon. It's not the caricature things that you've seen on television. That's a lie out of the pit of hell. All right, Satan doesn't want you to know what's going on. Satan doesn't want you to know that he's right there, bam, right in your face. He don't want you to know that. All right, so you're talking about what is engaging in this conduct of that which is of the type of some third world country where we don't even have the right to speak freely, all right, on a particular platform, which, by the way, those platforms should be in every way helping to protect that First Amendment right, not limit it. They're taking a side. They are biased by that conduct in and of itself. They're biased. All right. You maintain the ability, and that's what our Constitution is about. You maintain that right to exercise the freedom of speech, and it doesn't matter how important the government wants to state that it is. Okay, that is something that you maintain the right to do. And let me be clear. You're talking about engage. This is intentional with regard to what is the time that we are in. This is relevant to the time. This is relevant to the agenda of Satan itself. This is relevant to what is engaging. The government that's surveilling is the government that is actually keeping very tight strings on you, even using third parties with deep pockets to do so. Controlling the narrative. This is relevant. Okay? It's currently 7:19 p.m. AT80 302. All right, molesting 27354H3. I have a shadow in front of me and a shadow to the side of me while their headlights are aimed on me. That's not light activity from headlights. All right, they're molesting. 45262F2. All right, and the shadow of those vehicles reaching in all manner of direction as well. So, like I said, it's 7:20 p.m. All righty, engaging in surveillance surrounding at the 7-Eleven. 31738N2. That's active ATG. License 8PCG282. You hear the car wash? That's a means of stalking with audible activity. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shadows in front of me. 8ELX463, 7SCE135. This is the 7-Eleven 76 at 204 North Euclid Avenue. Roy Cyclery. The demons I documented with the fake sun over them. This was at approximately 8 something in the morning. The state's fake sun was over me at that time in Upland. Using that venue as a method of light activity, flashing signage. You already know they're demons. This is how venues are engaging in that facilitation. It's 7:21 p.m. All right, 28617S2. And you have what is stalking in the path at gas stall number 2. This minion is maintaining presence at a gas stall in order to keep light in the path. So this third party is driving through that light. That's a demon. 31738N2, license 880262. This is the conduct that they engage in, aiming light, and then the demons pace around in that light. This is also an intent to engage in the predatory conduct of touching me with light as I walk out of the entrance of the 7-Eleven. And I do so after making a purchase and also referencing the surveillance cameras. This minion has license plate 7EPL987. They are at gas stall number 2. The male goes inside of the venue. He's on surveillance cameras right now, and you have what is a female that's sitting in the passenger side of the vehicle, engaging in that sexual violence with children in the car, terrorism underway, demons engaging in that P.O.C. Let me be clear, in the army of Satan itself, and doing so what is supposed to be the appearance of what you are never suspecting while you're looking at what is a family. All of them are demon possessed. All right, you're talking about what are parents taking along their little minion children, which they also use as a means of activity creation, while they're sitting around being a predator, wanting to touch all over me with light. And then you have what is a demon that drives through that light. That's the demonic activity, crossing path in light, stalking with light, surrounding with light, swirling all around, pacing around in light. 6YES339, psychopaths. JAYSWRX, sitting in their car the entire time, waiting for me to cross path. Whoo, wee, boy. 8ELX, and that's the little white boy. He's walking in with a backwards hat. He's a stalker, and that's Satan. All right, that's a Satan. That's a demon-possessed stalker. 8PCG282. 8ELX463. Whew, this is that's the conduct of Satan. That is the conduct of psychopaths. So let me get this demon using the car wash as a means of stalking with audible hits. Let me be clear. Silence. You don't hear anything, and then you hear what is the starting up of the car wash. All right, this is P.O.C. Sitting in a car wash, and guess what? While they're doing that, while Roy's cyclery light is flashing, while these demons are aiming light and driving through it and aiming it onto me, the demons inside of 7-Eleven are monitoring. Okay? Monitoring as I arrive, monitoring as I'm walking toward the entrance, monitoring and engaging surveillance inside of the 7-Eleven. It's the same exact P.O.C. over and over again, but I'm just spelling that out. They are using what is a car wash to engage in activity creation. All right, and this is how you're understanding what is Satan in an environment. Alrighty, it is currently 7:27 p.m. It's 7:27 p.m. Alrighty, monitoring 8HNY082. And it's 7:30 p.m.